confident about the examination? Yes, very good. You have to be positive no matter what. And economics, as I've told you before as well, you can easily score just if you refer the class notes. I'll be sharing quick revision notes you haven't got yet. Okay, quick revision notes I'll be sharing with you. So I've already shared the synopsis from chapter 7 to chapter 9. So from chapter 1 to chapter 6, I will be sharing the quick revision note that will help you revise economics in a matter of 2, 3, 4 hours maybe maximum. So we will cover easier part, direct questions you get very easily. So from chapter 1, do you have any problem? You tell me, then I'll cover that. So what you need to remember from chapter 1 is first, what are the different types of economic system, characteristic of it. You will get 2 marks from there. All right, 2, may sometimes 3 marks also they ask you. And then you have to know the difference between micro and macro economics. So they will give you examples about micro, and you have to choose whether it's a microeconomics or macroeconomics. I've already explained that when you're talking about a single product, or any industry may be controlling, where many firms are producing, but the goods produced is a single commodity. All right, then also it is a micro. For example, if I talk about steel, whether it's produced by one firm or all the firms taken together, steel, I'm talking about a one product made by many firms, doesn't matter, it is micro. But if I'm talking about electronics, different electronics have different utility, so that is a macro. All right, if I'm talking about primary sector, it is macro. If I'm talking about agriculture sector, it is macro. But if I'm talking about a specific crop, doesn't matter this crop is sold by how many companies, it is a micro. All right, so you should know the difference between micro and macro. And most importantly, every time they ask this question from pragmatic and normative economics. So pragmatic is when we talk about cause and effect relation, or when we state a fact. For example, if I'm quoting the law of demand, law of supply, theory of consumer behavior, there is a cause and effect relation. So that can be logically or rationally explained. So it has to be pragmatic. Moreover, if I state a fact, not a cause and effect relation, if there is a decline in the GDP, unemployment rate will increase. Again, what is it? It's a fact and cause and effect both. Then also it is pragmatic economics. Normative economics includes whatever is there in pragmatic economics, but it also gives an opinion, suggestions, or value judgment. When I say to the government that you should give unemployment allowance, or government should spend money on infrastructure development so that economic growth can catch up, recovery will happen, and employment will increase, then that becomes a suggestion and it becomes a normative economics. And of course, Lyle and Robbins ka resource allocation, what to produce, how much to produce, for whom to produce, what provisions to be made for future, and which has been derived from scarcity of resources, unlimited wants and desire, and alternative uses of resources. So let's jump to chapter 2 straight away, wherein we are talking about demand. So I'll hit upon the points from where they keep asking the question. First of all, demand is nothing but willingness or desire to buy any commodity. That is demand. That is not the law of demand. All right, be careful when they ask you what is demand and what is the law of demand. Because if they ask you a question related to law of demand, you're talking about its inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. And why it is an inverse relation? This they also ask you from here, why it has an inverse relation? Because what Marshall said, what did he say? That increase in or decrease in the price will affect the real income of consumer. It means if there is increase in the price of any commodity, the purchasing power of the consumer will decrease. So we say the real income is going to fall if there is an increase in price, because we have to pay more for the same commodity, we'll have less left to spend on other commodity. So if I want to continue buying the same number of units, then either I have to spend more money or I have to decrease the consumption of something else. So it means that decreases my purchasing power. And if the price of any commodity has increased, the more I buy, the more I lose. So that's why I'll have to decrease my consumption. And when there is a decrease in price, there is an increase in the real income. As if somebody has given me free money because I'm buying the same quantity, but still I am left with some amount of money. I can use this money to buy more units of the same commodity. I can go to a bank and deposit this extra money, or I can buy some other commodity with the money that I have saved. So that will lead to increase in the purchasing power. And we know that when the price has fallen down, the more you are saving per unit. So the more you buy, the more you save. As a result, demand will increase. Then we studied about qualitative and quantitative. All right. So is demand a qualitative statement or a quantitative statement? Qualitative statement. Why it is a qualitative statement? Because the law of demand, we can quantify the change in quantity demanded, but we can only quantify after the change is already taken place. Before the, price changes, we cannot say by how much demand will change. We only know according to the law of demand, if price increases, the quantity demanded will decrease, but by how much it will decrease, we cannot be certain about it. We can measure the change afterward. That's why it's a qualitative statement, because law of demand only gives you the direction of change. It doesn't tell you the quantum of change. Then not very frequently, but kind of less frequently, they also ask you whether demand is a flow concept or a stock concept. Sometimes they'll ask you what is a flow concept and stock concept, because this flow concept and stock concept is there in national income as well, and in case of money supply as well. All right. So what is a flow concept? A flow concept is when we measure the changes in aggregate, not the aggregate of anything, during two different points in time. That is a flow concept. It means if their national income of the country was $3 trillion some years back, then it's a stock concept. If I measure national income today $4 trillion, then again a stock concept. But when I say that between the past and the present, the national income has increased by $1 trillion, that becomes a flow concept. Now, why demand is a flow concept? Because the law of demand talks about changes in price and changes in quantity demanded. Correct? All right. So, flow concept. Then we came to the concept of why demand curve slopes downward. And what was the equation? Again, very frequently asked question. We said that price effect is equals to income effect plus substitution effect. If you remember, what is the meaning of this? If the price of any commodity increases, then it will have a negative income effect. Remember, price is increasing, it means negative income effect. Price is decreasing, it means positive income effect. So if two commodities are sold, A and B, they are very similar commodity. A is sold at 90 rupees and B is sold at 100 rupees. Considering all factors to be constant. Acha, in law of demand, I did not mention that all other factors are assumed to remain constant under the law of demand, only price is changing. Ceteris paribus, Latin phrase bhi pooch lete kai baar. So now I will buy which commodity? Most of the people will buy 90. It's not that nobody will buy B, but most of the people will buy A, holding all other factors constant. Now, if the price of B decreases from rupees 100 to rupees 70, correct? So even if I continue to buy A, then also I'm losing money. All right. If the price of A has not increased, that doesn't mean that I'm not losing money. I'm still losing money, because if I switch from A to B, then don't you think I'll be saving 20 rupees of my income? So when there is a fall in the price of B and I'm not buying B, then there is a negative income effect on my side, because I'm losing 20 rupees when I'm buying A. So what I'll do? We have limited income. Do we want to lose money? The answer is no. So how can I save this 20 rupees? By switching from A to B. So that is a substitution effect. As a result, what will happen? The demand will move away from the goods which is sold at a higher price towards the goods which is sold at a lower price. So it means the demand for quantity demanded for A will decrease and quantity demanded for B will increase. If I take it the other way around, price of B is not changing, but price of A increases from 90 rupees to 120 rupees. Then what is my income effect? Same minus 20. Correct? Because I'm losing 20 rupees. So if I write it 30 here, then my income effect is minus 30. Now, if I continue to buy A, I will lose 30 rupees. But I know if I switch from A to B, then my loss will be not 30, but loss. पहले कितना प्राइस था? 90 था ना? So if I continue to buy A, if the price of A increases to 130, if I continue to buy A, then I'm losing how much? 40 rupees I'm losing, no? Minus 40 हो जाएगा यहाँ पर. But I know if I switch from A to B, then I can decrease this loss from 40 rupees to just 30 rupees. क्यों? Why 30 rupees? Because I'm paying just 10 rupees more. So will I want to pay 40 rupees more or 10 rupees more? 10 rupees more. So when the price of A increases from 90 to 130, I will tend to lose 40 rupees of my income, negative income effect. I don't want to lose 40 rupees. I'll start searching for a substitute. When I find a substitute, I'll find out that this is available at 100. So it means if I switch from A to B, I will not lose 40, but I'll lose only 10, 30 rupees I'll save. So same thing will happen. Quantity demanded for B will increase and quantity demanded for A will decrease, and the demand curve will become a downward slope curve. With the increase in price, quantity demanded will decrease. With the decrease in price, quantity demanded will increase. Correct? Now, demand, this is the classical definition given, but later on neoclassical people said that no, it is not the price that only affects demand. There are many things, zillions of things that can affect demand. So what are the most important things that can affect demand? I've also made you write. What are those? Complementary goods. Complementary goods are goods which are consumed together, and we know that if the price of one complement increases, then the consumption of other complement will become expensive. So when things will become expensive, of course the demand is going to fall down. Price of petrol increases, demand for petrol car will fall down, and vice versa. So there is a negative cross elasticity of demand. So remember, when we try to define or try to measure how the change in price of one commodity will affect the demand for another commodity, then we call it as a cross elasticity of demand. And when I'm looking at the same price of the same commodity and demand for same commodity, then I'm looking at price elasticity of demand. Then substitute goods, there is a positive cross elasticity of demand. We know that I went to buy an LG television. I found out that Samsung is available at a lower price. What will I do? I will buy Samsung, so demand for LG will go down. So it means when Samsung decreases the price, consumers from LG will go to Samsung. It means demand for LG will also go down. And if if Samsung increases the price, then what will happen? Consumers from Samsung will go to LG and demand for LG will increase. So positive cross elasticity, if the price of one commodity increases, then the demand for other commodity will also increase. Clear? Don't you think if OnePlus increases the price of its phone to 3 lakh rupees, what will happen to Apple? Demand for Apple, will it decrease or increase? It will increase. People will say, let's go and buy Apple. So positive cross elasticity demand. So these are all factors other than price. And then we looked at income. When we try to measure the change in demand due to change in income of the household, then we call it as income elasticity of demand. And in those cases, we have got 4 cases from where again definitely you'll get one question. What are those? Normal goods, direct relationship, demand increases, if income increases, demand will also increase. Luxury goods, again positive relation, income increases, demand will also increase. But do not make the mistake of considering every high price good to be a luxury good. Luxury goods have demonstration effect. All right, it means its utility is way lower than the price that you are paying for it. Then there is inferior good. Inferior goods are nothing but a downgraded version of normal good. So if there is increase in the income of the household, they will go for superior goods and the demand for inferior good will fall down. So also keep in mind one thing, only and only for inferior good there is a negative income elasticity of demand. For rest, it's all positive income elasticity of demand. And for necessities, I've told you short run, long run ka concept. In the short run, demand will be inelastic. In the long run, demand will become perfectly inelastic. Clear? So keep this in mind when I'm talking about price. All right, and I'm talking about normal good. Let's say if I take price here, and if I'm talking about normal good, then price increases and demand will decrease. So negative relationship. But when I'm talking about income, then income increases, demand for normal goods will increase. So here you have negative relationship, here you have positive relationship. For luxury good, price increases, again demand will decrease, elasticity will be greater than 1. But again you have negative relationship. But here income increases, demand will also increase, you have positive relationship. In case of inferior good, price increases, again demand decreases, again you have negative relationship, and income increases, demand will decrease, you have negative relationship. Don't get confused between the nature of the commodity. Only in this case, both price elasticity and income elasticity are negative. Otherwise, in all cases, you'll find price elasticity is negative, but income elasticity is positive. Clear? Hai? Keep that in mind. Then taste and preference, I've told you, positive or negative. If advertisement concept is there to improve your or to work upon your taste and preference. If we are influenced by any commodity, we'll buy more of it. And if we are there is a negative emotion about that product, then the demand will go down. Clear? Then we have future expected change in price. If we are expecting something, the price of which is going to increase in future, then people will want to buy right now. Demand will increase during the current time period. And if people expect the price to fall down, they will prefer to wait and buy only after the price has fallen down. So demand will fall down during the current time period. And exception से एक क्वेश्चन तो आएगा ही आएगा. Exception of demand से एक क्वेश्चन आएगा, and exception to the law of diminishing marginal utility से एक क्वेश्चन आएगा आपको. So exception to the law of demand में क्या है? So remember one thing again, they will try to confuse you in the paper. When we are talking about law of demand, we are talking about price and quantity demanded, correct? So exception, when we are talking about, again we are going to compare price and quantity demanded only. When we are talking about exception, we are not going to look at the income. We are not going to look at cross elasticity. We are not going to look at taste and preference. So we are searching for the violation of the law of demand. If the law of demand is the relation between price and quantity demanded, then violation of law of demand will also be a relationship between price and quantity demanded. Only difference is that the demand curve usually is a downward sloping or negatively sloped curve to the right, but in case of a exception, it will become positive slope or upward sloping curve rather than a downward sloping curve looking like a supply curve, but it is not a supply curve, it is the demand curve which is having a positive slope due to exception. So three major exceptions I've told you, where in case of luxury goods, again don't get confused. Luxury goods, if the price, they ask you the question, price increases, you will mark quantity demanded decreases. Quantity demanded is going to decrease by more than 1 because luxury goods are non-essential. Even a small percentage increase in price will burden the consumers significantly, and consumers know that since it's non-essential, I can easily postpone its demand, I will not buy now. So even a small percentage increase in price will burn a hole in consumers' budget, so they will postpone the demand and the market demand will fall in greater proportion than the increase in price. And likewise, when the price falls down, then there will be a big saving, because even a 10% fall in price for a commodity which is sold at 30-40 lakh rupees, if it's a luxury good, you're going to save 3-4 lakh rupees. So you will rush to buy. Now I'm not saying that everybody will buy who don't want to buy. No, those who are waiting to buy later, they will buy right away because they will save a hell lot of money. So E will be greater than 1 in that case. But when we are talking about exception to the law of demand, and then when we are talking about a luxury good, market will not violate the law of demand. Because if the market violates the law of demand, then the violation becomes the law itself. Correct? So exception, if it happens, it should happen in small cases. Exception cannot be very big. So when the price of luxury commodity decreases, its total market demand will fall down. But very few individual who will be attracted to that luxury good, because most of the people are not able to afford. So they will buy. So they are exception to the law of demand, not the market. Likewise, when the price of luxury good will decrease, then common man will go and buy. So market demand will increase, no violation. But again, when more number of people are buying, those ultra high net worth individual, will they be able to take satisfaction of social status from consumption of that good? The answer is no. So what will happen? They will not buy. All right. But the market is still buying. So they are in violation to the law of demand. So this is also known as Veblen effect, snob effect, demonstration effect, conspicuous consumption, prestige good effect, and so on. So any of these terms they can use. Second one was giffen goods. Giffen goods, if you ask me example today, sir, दे दो giffen goods का नहीं दे सकता मैं, because these goods do not exist. Because this concept became famous during the late 1800 when Robert Giffen found out that when the price of low quality bread, which is an inferior commodity, its price was increasing, its quantity demanded rather than falling, it was also increasing. And reason what he explained why it was happening, because a poor household will have limited money that they are spending on meat and bread. Now, if they cut down huge amount of bread, then also they will not be able to save sufficient amount of money to buy more meat, because meat is expensive. But if they give some amount of consumption of meat, they will save sufficient amount of money to buy bread. So as the price of low quality bread went on increasing, people started to sacrifice some units of high price items like meat to save sufficient amount of money and buy more bread. So quantity demanded of bread went on increasing. Correct. But if there was substitute available for low quality bread, then do you think this given phenomena will work? No. In that case, people will decrease the consumption of one low quality bread and buy something else. So it means in today's world, if the price of wheat is increasing, you have options of buying rye, buying jowar, buying bajra. If the price of rice is increasing, you can buy something else. You can buy wheat, you can buy bread, and so on. So you have so many substitutes are available. So the concept of given good will not work in today's world. And also remember that every inferior good, unless they mention the word given, unless they mention the word exception, you will not choose it to be a given good. So you will simply choose it to be an inferior good. So every inferior good is not a given good. If I have to draw a Venn diagram, this is inferior good and this is given good. Can I say all inferior goods are given goods? No. But can I say all given goods are inferior goods? Yes. So inferior good are those, sorry, given goods are those inferior goods which violate the law of demand. And the third was speculative goods. If the price of gold is increasing and I will not want to buy gold, only if I am buying for consumption, buying for investment, long term holding, I will not buy. I will wait for the price to come down, then I will buy. But if the price is going up and there is a pattern, don't you think there has been a pattern in terms of gold that has been going on from last 8-10 months? What is this pattern? Every 2 months you will find that there is a 5 to 7% jump in the price of gold. So can I assume that in the near future, maybe after 7-8 months, there could be a possibility that the price of gold may reach 95,000? It may not reach, but the pattern tells me that it may reach, and pattern gives me a confidence because every pattern has a higher mathematical probability. So if today it is sold at 83,000 rupees per 10 gram and I expect it to rise to 95,000, don't you think it's an opportunity for me to buy now and sell later and make profit out of it? So common people are not buying when the price is rising. They are not violating the law of demand. But I will buy because my intention is not consumption. My intention is to sell it later and make windfall gain in the short run. Clear? Hai? Then this is one question that I've never seen that ICI has never asked. Whether directly or indirectly, most of the time indirectly. What is the difference between change in quantity demanded and change in demand or change in quantity only? Remember that thing? So when we mention change in quantity demanded, both I have written, it means there has been a change in the price of the same commodity. And when there is a change in the price of same commodity, we move up or down along the same demand curve. All right, there is no change or shift in the slope of the demand curve. Correct? Hai? Right. So there is up and down on the same demand curve we are moving. We call it as expansion and contraction. And also remember the direction of the movement. Direction of the movement भी multiple में आपको पूछेगा, either one option will be correct or all of the option will be correct or all wrong and none of the above option is given. All right. So don't get shy from choosing none of the above. Keep this in mind. Every time all of the above option is not right and every time none of the above option is not wrong. So ICI knows your psychology. They know if I give 10 question all of the above, then 99% of the student they will choose option D. Even though they know that A is correct, that B is incorrect, but their mind will trick them. नहीं all of the above दिया है तो यही correct होने मांगते. Don't do that. Sometimes it so happened that all the questions given as all of the above is option correct. But in 2000 I think 17 CPT जब था foundation में 2016 में sorry 16 there were around 10-11 questions जिसमें all of the above option था, all were wrong. All right. So now if you ask me sir मेरे पेपर में क्या आएगा, मेरे को नहीं पता. I don't know. I don't know how many all of the above will be correct, how many none of the above will be correct. So keep your mind open, go by logic and rationality. Don't let any option attract you. All right. So if suppose there is a price and quantity and this is the demand curve, always we take the reference point from the original price. Original price P and original quantity Q, and this is your point A. If there is an increase in price increases from P to P1, what happens? Quantity demanded is going to fall down from Q to Q1. So you move up the slope. So remember here, price up the slope, price down the slope. But it means ये common है, price and movement is common, but expansion and contraction is opposite. Means you're going up, it means contraction. But when the price falls down and then you move from Q1 to Q2, point C, you're moving down. So price down, you move down, but moving down is expansion. All right, ये सब easy questions miss नहीं होने मांगता. All right, you can't go wrong on the question that everybody gets right. So price up, price down, but up is contraction, down is expansion. Expansion, increase in quantity demanded, contraction, decrease in quantity demanded. We call it movement along the curve. And when there is movement along the curve, it means price is the determining factor. But when there is, I've told you the demand can change due to factors other than price as well. What are the factors other than price? Anything. Mera mood, weather condition. All right. Instagram influencer, could be anything. All right. My Dhoni buying a bike, I will also buy bike. Correct? Right or wrong? So in this case, price is there, quantity is there, and this will be a straight line here. Price is remaining constant at P. Now demand will move either right or left. So if demand is here, Q0, and if there is a rightward shift will lead to increase in demand, and a leftward shift will lead to decrease in demand, not quantity demanded. Mind it, not quantity demanded. Don't get confused in the option. One option is the given increase in quantity demanded, another option is given increase in demand. You'll say दोनों तो correct है sir, A and B दिया नहीं. No, look at price है कि नहीं. If the change is price, choose the option which says increase in quantity demanded. If the change is other than price, then choose the option which says increase in demand. So here what it could be, this is the demand curve for ice cream. All right, weather becomes hot, demand increases. Weather becomes cold, demand decreases. Tell me one thing, don't you think right now demand for ACs will be higher? Correct? People will be buying more ACs. Now, after demand move, then the price can change. But it is not the price that is changing at first. It is the demand which is changing at first. So, demand is changing due to weather condition. Who the hell will purchase an AC in December? Smart people. All right, smart people, they will buy AC in December because companies will give you discount, because nature of law says that if the demand for anything decreases, price will decreases. The smart people are the ones who will buy a heater in hot summer and ACs in cold winter, and they will save 50%. This is how you can become wealthy and rich. Otherwise, no. So now rightward and leftward shift. Clear? Then elasticity of demand, very, very important. Understand, if they have not mentioned anything in the question, which method to apply, you will first always apply proportionate method. All right. If by chance you are not getting the answer through proportionate method, then only you go with arc method. And second thing, blindly apply nahi karne ka. Second thing, if they mention the word there has been a significant change in quantity demanded due to change in price, in that case they have not mentioned the method, but still I will use arc method, because when there is a big change in quantity demanded, we can measure the change between 2 points, in which case we will use arc elasticity method rather than point or proportionate method. So under proportionate method, quantity demanded, elasticity of demand, how do we measure? Percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. And what was the formula? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1, which can also be written as delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Sometimes they'll also ask you, rarely hota hai but hota hai, and it can happen in your examination as well, which is the correct formula. So delta Q by delta P or delta P by delta Q. So choose. Be careful, you have enough time to solve economics paper. Do not read the question in a rush. Do not look how many options the next guy has marked. Next guy may have not studied anything and he's saying ठीक है इनी मिनी माइनी मो ऐसे करके 15 मिनट में 30 questions mark कर दिया. And you are a fool, you have studied but you are getting panicked looking at his MCQ. होता है ना examination में. So get over this. All right, हमारे यहाँ when we were students there was no objective. Objective हमारा बहुत बाद में आया. It was all subjective, and many students in my classroom used to ask, ma'am, extra paper, half an hour extra paper, already 4 sheets of paper gone. Panic. And what the hell is writing, nobody knows, but everybody will panic, ye extra paper मांग लिया. So don't let others behavior affect your psychology. Stick to your. All right, you may get mark 70 question out of 70, you may get 68 correct. That bugger would have marked 100 question, out of that 100 question 5 he gets correct. All right, so this is the next thing. Again, if most of the time, not most of the time, Baba, every single time you will get a negative answer when you solve elasticity. If there is a negative relation, it means price and quantity demanded, when you're solving, always you'll get a negative answer. Let's say you get the answer minus 1.5 and in the option they've given A 1.5, B minus 1.5, C 2 and D none. Which one you will choose? First preference जो आपका आया वो है तो वही choose करने का. But if they don't give this minus 1.5 and they've given 2.3 and then none of the above, then what you will mark? Then you will mark 1.5. We are getting a negative answer because of negative relationship, but elasticity's value cannot be lower than 0. All right, it can be maximum, I mean lowest point it can go to is 0. All right, so that is with regard to the proportionate method. But different elasticities of demand, very important. From elasticity of demand, a hell lot of question is asked. If you take the demand concept, supply concept, and then we'll go to the revenue concept. So under this, there are 5 degrees of elasticity. What are these 5 degrees of elasticity? We have E equals to 1, E greater than 1, E less than 1, E equals to 0, and E equals to infinite. Correct? यही 5 elasticity है, there is no 6th elasticity. Correct? So E elasticity 1, it means percentage change in quantity demanded is very similar to the percentage change in price. If not exactly similar, then very similar. E greater than 1, consumers are more responsive. So remember, elasticity always compare it with the response of the consumer. If the consumers are volatile, E is greater than 1. If the consumers are less volatile, E less than 1. If consumers are equally volatile, E equals to 1. So if there is a 10% increase or decrease in price, quantity demanded will change by more than 10%. E less than 1, less volatile, less responsive. If there is a change in demand by even 40%, change in price by even 40%, demand may fall down by 10% or 12%. So E less than 1. E equals to 0, demand will not change, no matter what. In case of necessities, price will increase or decrease, but demand will remain same. You get a vertical straight line which is parallel to the y-axis and it touches the x-axis. And E is infinite. It means here demand is changing due to factors other than price, leading to rightward or leftward shift. So in this case, you will get a horizontal demand curve which is touching the y-axis, but it is parallel to the x-axis. Clear? Now the big question you will get is from outlay method. Usually I see that around 4 questions straight away you get from outlay method, overlapping between this particular unit and the revenue concept in chapter 3 and chapter 4. So outlay method or total expenditure method is critically important. It means you are talking about 4% of your economics paper. 4 question agar aata hai. So that's not a easy thing. So now, and it's very commonsensical. So what I'll do here, I will connect the outlay method straight away to the concept of revenue. Or okay, let's see how catch up. Under outlay method, we try to figure out, using the elasticity of demand, how the changes in price will affect the total expenditure of the consumer. And consumer's expenditure can be documented in only 3 ways. There is no 4th way. What? Either I will spend the same amount of money as before, or I spend more amount of money than before, or I spend less amount of money than before. यही 3 होता है ना. Then you will say, sir, I will not spend any money. Then खत्म हो गया outlay method की बाहर है आपको. If you are not spending anything, then the demand is not motivating you. Then you are not creating demand. Willingness is 0. If your expenditure is 0, I've told you demand is nothing but your desire and willingness to buy. If your expenditure is 0, it means why it is 0? You don't want to spend. If you don't want to spend, it means you don't have willingness to buy that commodity. So why will I go and bother you to measure your expenditure when you don't want to buy? So you have only 3 cases here. And we say that when E is equals to 1, then increase or decrease in price will not affect the total expenditure of the consumer. Because if there is an increase in price by 10%, then quantity demanded I will reduce by 10%. Now mind it, here we are not concerned about what happens to the satisfaction or what happens to the consumption of the consumer. Here we are concerned about what happens to the expenditure of the consumer. So if the price is increasing by 10%, the burden that is falling on me is 10%. When I reduce my consumption, I reduce my burden. But by how much I am reducing my burden? By 10%. So increase and decrease in burden is the same. So am I more burdened or less burdened? I am similarly burdened. I'm neither more nor less. So it means in this case, expenditure will remain constant. Even if suppose price decreases, if I mark here price decreases, then quantity demanded increase by 10%. If I'm saving 10%, if I'm getting 10% discount, then I'm saving 10%. From the 10%, can I buy approximately 10% extra? Correct? Do I need to spend anything more from my pocket? No. So I'm buying more. I'm consuming more. But am I spending more? No, the extra I bought from the discount I bought. Correct? Clear? So in this case, what happens? Again, expenditure remains constant. So keep this in your mind always and always, that when E is equals to 1, increase or decrease in price will not affect consumers' expenditure. Now understand, consumers' expenditure is directly related to the revenue of sellers, right or wrong? Consumers' expenditure is directly related to revenue of sellers. How? Because if I am a seller and you all are consumer, only when you spend more money, then only I'll earn more money. Will it ever happen you spend 100 rupees and I got 120 rupees? What, God gave me 10 rupees or what? Correct? It will never happen. So if consumers expenditure is remaining constant, then can I say total revenue of the sellers will also remain constant? And if I remove this here, so can I say that when E equals to 1 and the seller whether increases or decreases the price, its total revenue remains the same. Correct? Next, when E is greater than 1, when E is greater than 1, then businesses cannot exploit you, because they know that if they increase the price by 10% even, consumers have so many substitutes available, because there is a reason why the demand is elastic. It could be a luxury good, it could be a commodity for which there is a large number of substitutes available, it could be a commodity which has large number of uses, so I can easily cut down its consumption. So if that price increases by 10% and I decrease my quantity demanded by 20%, so I am consuming less, but don't you think I am responding in a more volatile manner compared to the rise in price? So if I would have reduced my consumption by 10%, then my expenditure would have remained same. But I'm doing what? I'm reducing the burden by 20%. It means I'm reducing more burden than the increase in burden. So what will happen here in this case? Consumer expenditure will come down. And when consumers expenditure is going to come down, then total revenue of the seller will also come down. If consumer is spending less, how can the seller will earn more? And second part of this thing is what? If I am getting a discount, this is I've told you always, you do it during Amazon Big Billion Day or Black Friday or White Monday. नहीं आएगा. Every day of the month, every day of the week, they will color it and say अभी नाम खत्म हो गया ना. There were so many days, chocolate day, teddy bear days, 365 days हो गया. अब क्या करेगा? अभी डे कोई बचा नहीं. लेफ्ट हैंड पीपल डे, राइट हैंड पीपल डे भी है. हाँ. Right. So now quantity demanded now will increase by 20%. So you are getting a discount of 10%. From that you can buy approximately 10% extra. Can you buy 20% extra? No. But are you buying 20% extra? Yes. From where you buying extra? From extra money. So it means in this case total expenditure of the consumer will increase. So total revenue of the seller will also increase. So can I say here, if I looked at the expenditure, when E is greater than 1, price and expenditure, they have negative relation, inverse relation, correct? And if I remove this expenditure and I look at only revenue, then I can say the same thing for revenue, that price and total revenue of the seller have negative relation when E is greater than 1 or when the demand is elastic. Clear hai? And lastly, when E is less than 1, then the sellers will always exploit you, because the seller knows that why will I decrease the price when I can increase the price? Because if I increase the price by even 30%, quantity demanded will fall down by 5%. When it can happen? It can happen in case of addictive goods. Do you think if tomorrow the price of cigarette increases by 20%, the demand will fall down by 70-80%? No, maybe 1% or 0.5%. Those who smoke, they will smoke. Correct? Huh? What? तो बहुत excited हो रहा है. All right. So demand will fall down by 5%. So it means the burden that is falling on me is 30%, but I'm able to reduce the burden by decreasing the consumption by only 5%. So it means 25% burden मेरे पास अभी भी है. So what I'm doing? Am I spending more or less? I'm spending more. And when I'm spending more, then total revenue of the seller will also increase. Businesses will never give you discount when E is less than 1. All right, will never give you discount when E is less than 1. So because they know that if they decrease the price by 30%, then quantity demanded also increase by 5%, 6%, 10%. Here I will lose 25% rather than gaining, because if I am getting a consumer's thing from consumer's perspective, if I am getting 30% discount, then I can buy it approximately 30% extra. But what I'm doing, I'm buying 5% extra. So don't you think 25% approximately is my saving here? So it means in this case, total expenditure will decrease, and of course then total revenue of the seller will also decrease. So now can I say when E is less than 1 or demand is inelastic, then price and total expenditure move in the same direction, they have positive relation. Correct? Now if I erase the expenditure here and I only look at revenue, the same thing is happening in case of revenue also. It means revenue, sellers revenue and price have a positive relation only when E is less than 1. Correct hai? Yes or no? Now related to this, straight away I'll jump to the total revenue concept. Related to this, we had drawn, if you remember, the table that I have given you. प्राइस था उसमें, क्वांटिटी था TR, MR and AR. Price how much I had taken in that table? 10 or 20 rupees से 20 था. Doesn't matter, let me take any other value, doesn't matter. 20. Huh? Let it be 10, 9, 8, 7, simple के रखता है. And quantity demanded was 0 initially. Let it be, बंद कर दे. So देख यहाँ, quantity demanded was 0. So everything is 0. When I reduce the price, quantity demanded increases to 2 units. So total revenue becomes 18. What is the marginal revenue? Marginal revenue was change in total revenue by change in output. So what is the change in total revenue? 18 minus 0 is 18. What is the change in output? 2 minus 0 is 2. 18 by 2, marginal revenue is 9. And average revenue will also be 9. So average revenue will always be equal to price, because we know what, remember, TR is nothing but P into Q and AR is TR by Q. This PR I can write P into Q by Q. So P will always be equals to AR. Alright. Next, if I reduce the price, so understand, when I reduce the price, the quantity demanded is going to increase. But the question is the increase in quantity demanded sufficient to give me extra revenue? So in this case, let's calculate. Yes, 24 rupees total revenue ban raha hai. So I've told you, when total revenue is increasing, it means marginal revenue must be positive, because total of anything is a summation of its marginal. Total revenue is the summation of marginal revenue. So if total is increasing, then marginal is positive and it is adding positive value to TR. So अब यहाँ पर कितना आ जाएगा marginal revenue? It will be 6. and average revenue will be equals to price 24 divided by 3. Then I reduce the price further. You see what happened? 28. Marginal revenue is 4. Here it's 7. When I decrease the price to 6, then 5. Now you got 30. Marginal revenue is 2. So you see it being added 18 plus 6, 24 plus 4, 28 plus 2. And average will be 6. And then when I reduce the price further to 7, quantity demanded is still increasing. But now increase in quantity demanded is not giving me any extra revenue. So if my revenue is not increasing, it means my marginal revenue is 0. I will put a full stop and apply the break here. I'll not go beyond this point. I've reached the point of saturation. Average cannot be 0 because average equals to price 7. But still, if I go beyond this point and reduce the price to 6, quantity demanded will increase to 7. But now increasing quantity demanded and still total revenue, sorry, 6, yeah, 7. ये क्या कर दिया मैं 6 5 था ना 4 so total revenue is 28 so it means marginal revenue is now -2 and that's why TR is falling so average will be 4 here. So what did I tell you? See here, up till this point what is happening? Price is being reduced and total revenue is increasing. So price reduction in price and increase in total revenue. It means price and total revenue move in the opposite direction. And when they move in the opposite direction, it means what happens? E will be greater than 1. So I can say E must be greater than 1 here. And we also know that when E is greater than 1, then MR has to be positive because unless MR is positive, how can TR will increase? Correct or not? So if TR is increasing, it means MR has to be positive. And for MR to be positive and TR to increase, E must be greater than 1. Alright, what happened? You're looking confused. Ask me.
I just forgot.
How to get AR?
10 minus 9
Which one? Here you are saying. What is the change in TR? Delta TR by delta Q. Change in TR is 18 minus 0 divided by change in quantity 2 minus 0. So you are getting 18 by 2 is 9. Don't forget. These things you cannot forget. You can forget after the exam. So, alright. So E is positive. But here we see what is happening over here. Now the price is reducing, but TR is not changing. So price is falling, but TR is constant. TR is constant means expenditure is constant. And in which case expenditure remains constant whether price increases or decreases? E equals to 1. So when E equals to 1, we know TR must be constant. And when TR is not changing, it means MR is not adding anything to TR. It means MR must be 0. Alright. And in the last case, what is happening? You see, if I take this point, now price is still falling, but TR is decreasing. So price is falling and TR is decreasing. So when TR is decreasing, it means consumers are spending less money or more money? Less money. So in which case, price and total expenditure move in the same direction when E is less than 1. So here E must be less than 1. So if E is less than 1, it means MR must be negative. It means TR must be falling. And when we have drawn the diagram for the same, if you remember that always and always you get the question from here. Here you have revenue and this is your quantity. So this is your AR and this is your MR. We know that AR and MR begins from the same point, but they diverge, and MR falls more sharply because MR or any marginal we calculate as a difference between the two levels of output. So in this case, what is happening? Now this is the point of saturation. When I draw down an imaginary line and take it further to draw the TR curve, and again if I take revenue here and the output here, so what is happening? You see TR is increasing, it becomes constant and it begins to fall down. So can I say, if I draw an imaginary line from here to here, MR is positive and TR is increasing. If I draw from here to here, MR falling but still positive, TR is increasing. So when MR is positive, TR is increasing with the fall in price, E will be greater than 1. So at all these places up to this point, E will be greater than 1 and E will be greater than 1 here. But at this point, what is happening? MR is 0. And when MR is 0, it means TR is not changing. And that too, it is at the maximum point. And what is happening to elasticity? Elasticity must be equals to 1. So here your TR is maximum and at the same time E will be equals to 1. But if I draw an imaginary line from here to here, you see what is happening? Now TR has become, sorry, MR has become negative. When MR has become negative, now it will take away from TR and that's why TR is falling. And when TR is falling with the fall in price, it means price and expenditure and price and total revenue move in the same direction. It means E must be less than 1. So can we say finally here that when E is equals to 1, then TR is constant, MR is equals to 0. When E is greater than 1, then TR is increasing and MR is positive. And when E is less than 1, then TR is decreasing and MR is negative. Alright. AR curve is also known as the demand curve. Why? Because demand consists of two things, that is your willingness to buy and your ability to pay. Your ability to pay depends on your purchasing power and your purchasing power depends upon the price of the good. So when there is a change in the price of the good, there will be change in the marginal utility. We'll see later on that consumer surplus will be affected. So my willingness to buy will be affected if there is a change in price. And that's the reason why AR curve is also known as the demand curve. But sometimes they also ask you, or they give you a sum, they'll ask you which is the correct formula to calculate the value of MR. And remember the formula, what was it? MR is equals to AR into E minus 1 by E. Sometimes to confuse you, they will replace this AR with P. We know AR is always equals to P. So this can also be written as MR equals to P into E minus E by 1. Clear hai? All right, let's go back to the demand. Any confusion here? This is critically important, very important. Again, you're talking about plus 2 marks just from these particular concept. All right, next, let's move back to demand. So outlay method, we are done. Arc method, point method, highly scoring. Always they ask, please do not, it's a crime to get those questions wrong. All right, you should be solving those questions sleepwalking. Yeah, sahi hai. All right, so remember, two contrasting situation, they are used when the change in quantity demanded is very significant, big change. Due to big change in price, we use arc method, and in that case we measure the change in quantity demanded over two different points. So sometimes they will also ask you that which method is used to measure elasticity of demand between two different points upon the demand curve. Two different points means arc method में use करेगा. They can also ask you which method of elasticity is used to measure elasticity of demand when the change is measured over a single or a specific point on the demand curve. That will be a point elasticity method. So for arc elasticity method, the formula is what? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. And for point method, what was the formula? What was the formula for point method? Demand के लिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ. Lower segment of the demand curve divided by upper segment of the demand curve. And also remember that when they give you a simple question, without mentioning the point method, they can ask you a point method question. So we know that at the midpoint elasticity will always be equals to 1. Between the midpoint when the demand curve touches the y-axis, E will be equals to infinite. Between the midpoint when the demand curve touches the y-axis, we'll have E greater than 1. And here when it touches the x-axis, we have E equals to 0. And between the midpoint and when the demand curve touches the x-axis, we'll have E less than 1. ये simple question भी पूछ लेते हैं. I have given you noting also that sometime they will give you lower segment and upper segment, and simply take the lower segment value and divide it with the upper segment value. Whatever value you get, you mark it. All right. But many a time they'll give you Q0 Q1 and P0 P1, and they'll ask you find out elasticity using point method. In that case, which method you have to put in? Proportionate method you put in. Whatever answer you're getting, mark it 100 out of 100 times, you'll be correct. So I've given you already as a noting over there. Clear hai? All right. Now cross elasticity demand and income elasticity demand we have already covered. Remember, for luxury goods, income elasticity demand will be positive and greater than 1. For normal goods, it can be 1, it can be less than 1. For inferior good, they will not ask you degree of elasticity, but if they ask you degree of elasticity, E will be less than 1, but they will ask you negative relation over income. And for necessary goods, I've told you what? Positive relation hoga with income. But if income increases in the short run, E will be less than 1. And in the long run, you realize your mistake, that if your income had increased by 30%, you had increased the demand for even in necessary goods by 2%. This 2% extra that you have bought, you have wasted. So you will realize that no, I will not have to get motivated just because my income is there. I'm buying more of luxury goods, sorry, necessary goods. So what will I do? I will decrease whatever I've increased. I'll not decrease everything. So it means I should have bought 10 units, I bought 12 units. Next time I'll buy only 10 units. It means my change becomes 0 over here. So even when my income is there, so it means in the long run E will be equals to 0. But I've also mentioned you that most of the time they will not mention short run and long run. So if they have not mentioned short run and long run with regard to demand question, doesn't matter what elasticity they are asking, you will always assume it to be short run. So you will mark the option which says E less than 1. But if they have used the word long run, then you will go with E equals to 0. That is perfectly inelastic. Clear hai? Cross elasticity demand में very simple type question they'll ask you that what is the formula. I've told you formula remains exactly the same. If I want to calculate proportionate method में cross elasticity demand between x and y, if I have to find out, same formula, Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1, with the only difference is we are going to take demand for one commodity whereas price of another commodity. Change in the demand for car due to change in the price of crude. Change in the demand for McDonald's burgers because there is a change in the price of KFC and Subway. Alright. And in case of arc method, again same way. Arc method same रहेगा क्या? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1, only with the difference again you'll take for good X for one commodity and price of good Y. So in case of complementary goods, you will always get a negative value. Always get a negative value. In case of substitute goods, you will always get a positive value there because there is positive cross elasticity of demand. In case of goods which are close substitute, very close substitute, frequently again they ask from this point, when two commodities are very close substitute, what will be the elasticity of demand? E more than 1, less than 1, infinite, 0. It will be greater than 1 because when two goods are very close substitute, you will easily change from one to another. You will jump, you will not bother. I gave you the example, no, the agriculture goods are very, very close substitute. You went to the market to buy Amul butter. Amul butter is not available, Nandini butter is available. Bhai, cow ka milk se bana. Alright, it's not that Amul has bought the cow from the heaven and Nandini has bought the cow from hell. So, cow का ही butter है, packaging different है, सब ये, they are not perfect substitute because price may be different. Maybe Amul added a little bit of more salt and than Nandini. Maybe Amul offers 10 gram more than Nandini, but taste is same. If you are making a butter paneer using Amul butter and using Nandini butter and give it to person and say खा के बता कौन सा butter है, will you be able to tell butter milk हाँ ये तो नंदिनी का butter है, ये अमूल का butter है? No, not. So it means you went to buy 5 packets of Amul butter, but only 3 packets of Amul butter is there, 2 packets of Nandini butter is there. Will it be difficult for you to switch from Amul to Nandini? No. So cross elasticity of demand will be very high, extremely high, not infinite but very high. I will quickly buy that and move. So E will be always greater than 1. Demand will be highly elastic, and we say there is a high degree of substitutability. People will substitute very easily one commodity with another. All right. But when two commodities are perfect substitute do not exist. So hypothetically, if two commodities are perfect substitute, they have to be sold at the same price. They have to be sold, and not only same price, their taste and taste should be, and utility given by both these commodities should be exactly be the same. That is not a possibility. But hypothetically, if such goods exist, then you can infinitely move from one brand to another. So in that case only, that elasticity of demand will be infinite. Correct? And lastly, when two commodities are unrelated, you will not be willing to exchange even 1 unit of one commodity with another. You went to buy Amul butter and he says Amul butter तो है, 3 Amul butter ले लो, 2 AC का remote लेगा क्या? So of course you are not going to exchange an AC remote with the Amul butter. Remote डाल के बनाएगा क्या पनीर? Remote वाला पनीर. And people have gone crazy today. I mean, some months back I've seen that in Delhi somewhere they are making an omelette from, and they are using Rajnigandha in that omelette. Rajnigandha wala omelette. Yes, they are making. क्या आइसक्रीम? विमल का आइसक्रीम. Seriously? One thing is common, but one thing is common between Vimal and Vimal ice cream. What is it? Huh? One thing is common between, no, it's a related question. I'll give you a hint, related question to public finance. One thing is common between Bimal and ice cream. Who can give me the answer? Let's see your presence of mind. One thing is common between Bimal Pudiya. Just to mention, you will think sir Bimal ka cloth bhi aata hai. Alright. So one thing is common between Bimal and ice cream. वो बोला ना विमल का आइसक्रीम बना के दे रहा है. People have gone crazy, but what is that thing common? मतलब बोलो. Nobody. They both are demerit goods. All right. They both are demerit goods. The increase in its consumption in excess will lead to market failure. Negative externalities है. Negative external costs ज़्यादा है. All right. So, right. Now, there were 8 things that we studied that will make the demand either elastic or inelastic. Again, यहाँ से भी 2 questions पूछ लेते हैं कई बार. Minimum 1 तो आता ही आता है. Alright. Sometimes they also ask you 3. Average में आप count करो 2 पूछते हैं. So what are those? First, availability of substitute. Logic लगाने का, if more substitute, I have more option, more choice making power, demand will be more elastic. Simple. Nature of commodity. Necessities, I cannot decrease its consumption much. So demand will be either inelastic or perfectly inelastic. But luxury, I can easily postpone the demand. So demand will be highly elastic. Remember, for luxury goods, whether it's price or income, in both cases, the demand will be highly elastic. All right. Next, number of usage. One commodity can be used in a number of ways. So I can easily cut down one or two of the usage. So I can easily adjust. Demand will be elastic. But if I'm using any commodity for a particular purpose, I cannot use it in any other way, then I have no leg room or not much leg room to decrease its consumption. For example, consumption of LPG gas. So I can decrease its consumption when the price increases, but not by much. So demand will be inelastic. Then position of commodity in consumer's budget. If I'm spending 10 rupees in a month on any commodity, even 100% increase in its price will not bother me. Or will it bother me? It will not bother me. Correct? Even if you are a lower middle income earning family and on some commodity you are spending 10 rupees in a month, and if the price increases by 100%, you will not bother. You will not get sleepless nights. Clear? So I'm not saying the demand will not fall down, but when people do not bother, they will not be they will not be much reaction from their end. There will be some reaction, but not much reaction. The demand will of those commodities will not fall by a big margin when the price increases. And even when the price decreases, if the price of matchbox decreases tomorrow by 50%, 2 रुपए की जगह 1 रुपए में मिल रहा है, do you think there will be line outside डीमार्ट बकेट लेके लोग जाएगा पूरा अभी 10 किलोग्राम मैच खरीद के घर में ले जाएगा? बोला क्यों ले जा रहा है? बोला नेबर के घर को आग लगाने का. नो. So again, you are not going to do it. Clear? But when you are spending a significant proportion of your income on any commodity, if I'm spending 30,000, 40,000 rupees on any particular commodity that I am consuming every month, even a 20% increase, forget about 100%, even a 20% increase in its price will affect my budget. So in that case, I have to adjust more. And where I have to adjust more, remember, if we are affected more, we will adjust more. When we adjust more, E will be more than 1. If we are not affected, we will not adjust. If we don't adjust much, E will be less than 1. So in that case, when we are spending significant proportion of our income on any commodity, then will be affected much. So we will decrease its consumption more, relatively more. Demand will be more elastic. Then I gave you the example of short run and long run. Short run, you don't know how to react, because when things suddenly change, then people will have to find ways to make adjustment. So your response will be limited during that point in time. But in the long run, you will find various ways to make adjustment. So your response will be better in the long run, but limited in the short run. So E will be less than 1 in the short run, but more than 1 in the long run. Inelastic in the short run and elastic in the long run. Clear? Hai? Then what was it? Yes, a personal taste and preference. If we have attachment to any particular commodity, tell me, if the price of Maggi changes by 20% tomorrow, do you think market demand will fall down by 40%? No, people will still buy. Demand will fall down, but it may fall down by 5%. So your personal attachment to the product, your own taste and preference will stop you from not changing much. Stop you from changing much, not changing much, from changing much. So E will be less than 1 in that case. Then perfect complementary goods, they have tight demand or joint demand. If you have already owned a car, then can you efficiently cut down the consumption of petrol? The answer is no. You have a person has no cooler in the house, for everybody electricity increases, and another person has 4 ACs in the house, for him also electricity charges increases. Who will be able to save the electricity better? The person without the AC, because he can run the fan at a very smaller pace. He can open the window and get windy. But here, if you are having an AC, Will you shut down all the AC because the price of electricity has increased? No. I'm not saying you will not shut down, but you have already owned it, you are not going to decrease its consumption much. So when you have already bought one commodity, then the demand for the other commodity will be inelastic. A classic example I'll give you. Aquaguard, when it sells you a purifier, all right, they will sell you purifier at a very low rate of margin. Some companies, they'll sell you at a loss, 20% loss पे बेच देगा वो. But understand one thing, if I have bought an aquaguard, उसमें aquaguard का ही RO लगेगा. So don't you think every 6 months when I have to replace RO, then I have become dependent on aquaguard now? If aquaguard says that I am going to increase the price of RO membrane by 20%, what can I do? Can I do anything? No. Those who have not yet bought, they will decrease the consumption. But those who have already bought, they will have to buy the candle. So the demand will fall by a relatively small margin. Only some people have got frustrated by the bar price. बढ़ा देता है, भगाओ इसको. I'll buy something else. But most of the people will still buy. And this is the logic used by everywhere. Used everywhere. In case of even Gillette razor, showroom में आप जाके मॉल में देखो, आप पूरा हैंडल के साथ अगर खरीदेगा रेजर, they will offer you in 99 rupees with one blade. But उसके बाद go to buy a 4 blade set for Gillette Mark 3 or Mark 5, whatever they call it. You will see that per blade will cost you power. Where is the update का है क्या या power है? Oh. Another time. All right. Can you imagine many a time? I mean, people use even Microsoft softwares in surgery and everything. And a doctor is performing the surgery. We have an update for you, Doctor Mole. And worse will be, it starts updating automatically. The doctor is stuck in the procedure. He update kar raha hai 10%, 20%, 30%. So now pay attention. So then 100 rupees they will charge you for one blade, 150 rupees for one blade. You have bought it, now you have you. So you cannot save it. So inelastic rahega demand. All right. And then I've told you that in terms of high price goods and low price goods, high price, don't get confused again, because they will confuse you in the paper. Every high price good is not a luxury goods and every low price good is not a inferior good. Unless they mention it, you will not assume it. So even a normal good can be sold at a very high price. A cup of tea can also be sold at 20,000 rupees per cup. उससे ज़्यादा. Yes, there is tea leaves available. Bangalore में अभी आ गया, by the way. मैं दिल्ली का example देता हूँ. Bangalore में is available 35 lakh rupees per kilogram tea leaves. Yes, 35 lakh rupees per kilogram tea leaves available. Bangalore में now mango season आ रहा है. Black mango है जो मध्य प्रदेश में उगता है. The demand in Karnataka is also increasing. 1 kilogram of mango cost around 15 lakh rupees. तो 4 मैंगो मिलेगा आपको 15 लाख रुपीस में. अराउंड 3.5 लाख का एक मैंगो है. Yeah, can you imagine? You will be struggling what to do with the seed when the mango is over. But the thing is, if you are consuming that mango, you will not bother about the price because you are a maha crorepati. Then only you will buy. So now what happens? Who will buy? You see, luxury goods can be bought even by poor people, by in small quantities. Even poor people during marriages, they buy gold and silver. Of course, they'll not buy solitaire diamond, but they buy gold and silver in small quantity, correct? But go and ask a poor person, will they spend 50,000 rupees on a t-shirt? The answer is no. All right. What was that buggers? I mean, last month it happened. One of my cousins, he bought a frock for my daughter. And I had never heard this name of the company before. Ralph Lauren. Some. And when I looked at the price tag, मैं बोला इसमें 2 zero ज्यादा है क्या? What the hell? 78,000 rupees for a bloody frock? व्हाट द हेल, कॉटन। मैं उसको पहनाएगा दे, आप बोलेगा सर ये तो आप कहीं से खरीदा होगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, 2000 रुपए का होगा, 1500 रुपए का होगा। बोले व्हाई डिड यू बाय इट? बोला नहीं, फर्स्ट टाइम he came to India for the very first time he saw my daughter, it's his niece, no? So I said, तो मार्केट गिरा हुआ है, मेरे को पैसा देने का, मैं खरीद लेता अपोलो हॉस्पिटल्स। So but the thing is people are crazy, what the hell they think। अभी मैं बोलेगा my daughter will not wear it, मैं इसको फ्रेम करा के लगाएगा। So I mean seriously, has the cotton come from the heaven? Some people become rich, they should not become rich. Disgrace. I could not, I mean, eat my food that on that. Anyways, so who will buy a 30 lakh rupees tea leaf? Rich people. Will it matter to them if the price increases by 20%? No. I'm not saying demand will not fall. It will fall by a very, very small margin. Very small margin. E will be less than 1. And for low price goods, it's not that rich people don't buy low price goods. All right. Rich people also buy low price goods. करेक्ट है, रिच लोग के पास भी माचिस रहता है। ऑलराइट, वो भी कभी कभी 10 रुपए का लाइटर खरीदता है। So will it matter for anybody when the price of a 10 rupee item increases by 20% or 30%? The answer is no. So in this case also demand will fall down by a relatively small margin because it will not affect the budget of the consumer, all right, or anybody's budget. So again E less than 1. Next, supply. All right, if you need, whenever you need, I'll give you 5 minutes of breather if you want later on. All right, whenever you want, you ask me. Now you want, but only 5 minutes. Yeah, this is marathon session, 5 minutes strictly. Okay, 5 minutes. All right, supply. Now same logic with supply. What is supply? Remember one thing, very frequently asked but very easy. Supply is not equal to stock. Supply is not equal to stock, and supply is not equal to production. So if they ask you which of the statement is true, then this is not, these two are not true. If they ask you which statement is false, then both are false. Then what is supply? Supply is goods available for sale at a given price at a particular point in time, or what the sellers plan to sell at a given price during a particular point in time. I may produce something, but the market is not giving me the price that I expected, so I will hold it as a stock. Only when the time is right, I will supply it. So I may have produced 1 million unit, but I'll sell only 500,000 unit because the price has fallen down. Clear? So now the law of supply. Law of supply again talks about price and quantity supplied, but in this case the relationship is positive. Reason is businesses operate for profit, and when the people are willing to pay a higher price, then why don't I'll increase my quantity supplied. Now don't think that when I increase the price, the quantity demanded will fall down. No, I will only increase the price when consumers are willing to pay a high price. All right, I gave you so many examples. On a Saturday and Friday night, people are willing to pay more money for watching a movie in a hall or going to a restaurant. So I know that I can there is a seating arrangement for 200 people in my restaurant, but 1000 people will try to book the table. So my paneer tikka price will increase from 300 rupees to 450 rupees. Correct? But on a Monday, I know 200 people are there, but only 100 people will try to book that. So the price of paneer tikka may fall down to 300 or maybe lower. So every sector operates according to this. So when people are willing to pay a high price, demand is rising. That's why the price is increasing. Even if I continue to supply the same number of units, still I will get more profit. But my purpose is wealth maximization, profit maximization. And how can I maximize my profit or increase it exponentially? By increasing the quantity supplied as well. And when the price falls down, then of course my profit will fall down, and so I will decrease the quantity supplied. Because why price is falling down? Because demand is falling down. And when the demand is falling down, I know if I produce more, then what will happen? I will be suffering from unsold stock or inventory. That is itself a loss for me. So I will be forced to decrease the supply. So what will happen? There will be a upward sloping curve for the supply curve, wherein increase in price will increase my profit, so I increase my quantity supplied, and vice versa. And just like demand, supply is also a qualitative statement, because when the price will change tomorrow, I know quantity supplied will change, but by how much it will change I cannot figure out. I can only measure the change after the change has already taken place. Clear? And it is a flow concept, because we are talking about changes in price and changes in quantity supplied. I've told you those 6 situations from where every single time they ask you question. Now next time they'll ask from where, I don't know, but from these 6 points they are going to ask you. For the same commodity, there is a positive relationship between price and quantity supplied. It means if price of X is increasing, then X will give me more profit. So I will increase the quantity supplied of A. Direct and a positive relation. But if suppose price of X is increasing, then and price of Y is not changing, assuming I can supply both. So what will I do? I know that good Y will give me relatively lesser profit than X, even though the price of good Y is not changing. But if I can sell X more at a higher price, then what will I do? I will decrease the supply of Y, get the excess. I will save some of the resources, put it in X, and increase the increase the supply of X. So it means, then if Y uh, supply is decreasing, why? Because Y will give me lesser profit, so I will decrease the supply of Y. So there is a negative relation between related goods. Again, don't ever try to think about complementary goods when we are into supply, because complementary good, as a consumer, if I'm buying a car, I have to buy petrol. But if I'm a manufacturer or a seller of a car, do I need to sell petrol as well? No. So the concept of complementary good do not exist in case of supply. Third thing I've told you, that cost of production. Increase in cost of production, what will it do? It will lead to decrease in my profit margin. So my profit is decreasing, I will decrease the supply. So cost of production and supply has negative relationship. Decrease in cost of production, increase in the margin of profit, I will supply more. So याद रखो, यहाँ पर क्या हो जाएगा? लेफ्ट शिफ्ट होगा, राइट, सॉरी, हाँ, लेफ्ट शिफ्ट होगा फॉर y. Here what will happen? There will be again left shift, shifting of the curve, and if cost of production decreases, then right shift will happen. Then technology, which is related to cost, due to technology, advanced technology, there will be increase in efficiency. Increase in efficiency will lead to decrease in the cost of production. That will lead to increase in my profit margin. So what will I do? I will increase the supply. So again, there will be a direct or a positive relation between technology and supply. Indirect taxes. Taxes, when it's increasing, government is not going to look at demand and then increase the taxes. Government may increase GST on anything at any given point in time. So when tax is increasing, then there will be more burden on consumer. As a result, demand will fall down. When demand will fall down, I know I will have unsold stock. So what will I do? I will decrease my supply, because when I know that when demand is falling down, then my profit will also fall down. Decrease in profit will force me to decrease my supply. So supply and tax again will have negative or inverse relation. And next is subsidy. When the government gives subsidy, then demand will increase, because consumers will have to pay relatively less money because government is contributing some part to the market price. So as a result, I know I am getting the entire same price, but part from the government, part from the consumer. But for the consumer, the price is falling down. So I know that supply demand will increase. So I will increase the supply because my profit will increase in that case. So I will increase supply. So positive relation है. So याद रखने का related goods negative relation है. Alright. Technology positive relation है. Cost of production नेगेटिव रिलेशन है. टैक्सेस नेगेटिव रिलेशन है. सब्सिडीज पॉजिटिव रिलेशन है. ऑलराइट, एंड सेम कमोडिटी इज अ पॉजिटिव रिलेशन. क्लियर है? नाउ just like in demand, supply also, when we say quantity supplied and when we say supply, when there is a change in the price of same commodity, we call it as quantity supplied. Otherwise we'll simply say it as increase or decrease in supply. In case of supply, in case of price changing, what will happen? Again there will be up and down movement along the slope of the supply curve, along the slope. But here again you see here, don't get confused. There increase in price up the slope, here increase in price, again you move up the slope from A to B, correct? But there up the slope led to contraction, here up the slope led to expansion. This is the only difference. And when the price falls down, then quantity supplied will also fall down, point C. So contraction. So again I will compare those. In case of demand, increase in price up the slope. In case of supply, increase in price up the slope. But there contraction, here expansion. All right. Price falls down in case of demand, down the slope. In case of supply also, down the slope. But there down the slope is expansion, here down the slope is contraction. Clear hai? But supply can also change due to factors other than price, taxes, technology, cost of production and so on. In which case there will be either rightward or leftward shift in the supply curve. This is common. It means whether demand curve shifts to the right or the supply curve shifts to the right, there will be increase in supply and increase in demand, increase in quantity you can say. Alright. So ye common hai and it could be anything. And the price was this, advanced technology happened, price remains same, supply increases. Cost of production increases, supply decreases. Government increases tax, supply decreases. Government gives subsidy, supply increases. Rightward, leftward shift will happen. Number of seller increase, there can be many things. Then supply increases. Good growing condition, good monsoon, agriculture supply will increase. Bad monsoon, agriculture supply will decrease. All right. So rightward, leftward shift, we call it only increase or decrease in supply or change in supply, but we don't call it change in quantity supplied. All right. Next is elasticity same, E more than 1, less than 1, equals to 1. Nature of commodities exactly remains the same. Very easy. Don't have, just read it once, you will get the idea. Then we come to the equilibrium, from where a lot of questions are asked. Equilibrium, remember equilibrium we study in two different cases. Here we will study equilibrium with regard to a particular product. In national income Keynesian model we study equilibrium with regard to the entire economy. So equilibrium is said to be for any product is when the supply and demand, they will match in the economy, when in the price and quantity demanded and quantity supplied is exactly the same. Most of the time market will be at disequilibrium, but swinging between equilibrium and disequilibrium, the market will achieve equilibrium. All right, दोनों यहाँ भी disequilibrium, यहाँ भी disequilibrium, but from before it goes from here to here, it will have to cross this path. So market will achieve equilibrium once in a while. If the price falls down, law of demand and supply both will work. So what will happen? You see, both demand and supply is shown at the point of equilibrium. And when the price falls down, what happens? We move down on the slope of the supply curve and we move down on the slope of the demand curve. But moving down on the slope of the supply curve leads to decrease in quantity supplied, whereas moving down on the slope of the demand curve leads to increase in quantity demanded. So now at a lower price, there will be excess demand over supply. There will be excess demand over supply, and whenever there is excess demand over supply, again from this point they ask you question, whenever there is excess demand over supply, there will be upward pressure upon the price, because this is now an opportunity for the seller to increase the price. All right, but as they go on increasing the price, new sellers enter the market. Existing sellers, since they are able to raise the price, they will increase their quantity supplied. And what happens? We come to this point, P2 from P1. So we have seen before, price increases, we move up on the slope of the supply curve, we move up on the slope of the demand curve. So it means demand moves from here to here, correct? You see, all right, and supply moves from again this point, because here is the supply, no, at P1 supply moves from here to here, so it means over here. So when we move up on the slope of the demand curve, it leads to decrease in quantity demanded, but when we move up on the slope of the supply curve, it leads to an increase in quantity supplied. So this is your QSS1 and QDD1. So at a higher price, there will be excess supply over demand, and when there is excess supply over demand, there will be always downward pressure upon the price. In this way, market will keep swinging between phases of equilibrium and disequilibrium. Clear hai? But also remember that this concept of equilibrium will work efficiently only in a market or capitalist economy where government do not control the price, and price is determined through the interplay between demand and supply. So in this case, the price is moving first and then there is a change in quantity demanded and supplied. But what if the price doesn't move first, but there is a increase in demand due to factors other than price, or decrease in demand or increase in supply and decrease in supply due to factors other than price? Then in that case, after the demand changes, you have to find out what happens to price. For example, during this season, the uh, supply of AC has the demand for AC has increased, correct? But is it increasing because discount in ACs are given? No, it is increasing because of hot weather condition. So it will lead to rightward shift in the demand curve. But when the demand is increasing, do you think companies will keep the price constant? No, companies will also increase the price and increase the supply. Now it depends upon whether demand increases more than supply or supply increases more than demand. Many times it so happens that even in summer conditions you are getting a discount on AC. Why? Because in that case supply must have increased more than the increase in demand, and in that case the price will fall down and the company will have to offer you a discount. But if demand increases more than supply, then the seller will never give you discount and the price will always increase. So I've told you how to find it out. From here also around 2 questions you can minimum get, minimum. So if they ask you that all factors assuming constant, there is increase in demand, what will happen to the price and quantity? So equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity, increase in demand will simply move the demand curve to the right, it hits the supply curve over here, and we see quantity has increased and price has also increased. But if they give you the question that demand is decreasing, supply remains constant, but the demand is falling down, in that case what will happen? In that case what will happen? So demand curve will shift to the left in that case, and demand curve shifting to the left, it means you find out after the demand curve moves right or left, where does it hit the old supply curve, and you'll find that price is also falling down and quantity is also falling down. But again, if I change this situation and I tell you that Demand remains constant, but there is an increase in supply. So in that case, what will happen? Rightward shift in the supply curve, demand remaining constant. So what will happen? Quantity of course is going to increase whether demand increases or supply or both increases. But here the price is decreasing. And if supply decreases, demand remains constant. If there is a decrease in supply, what happens when there is a decrease in supply in onions as it happened 6 months back? Decrease in supply, it means supply curve will shift to the left. When the supply curve shifts to the left, we find out that the price is increasing and quantity is decreasing. So they bhi ho gaya. What they will, where they will try to confuse you, what will happen when both demand and supply increase? But the thing is, most of the time they'll give you a question without mentioning whether demand increases more than supply or supply increases more than demand, or they both increase by the same margin. We know that if demand and supply they increase by the same margin, then the price will not change. Quantity will increase, but the price will not change. You see, if I increase the supply by 10% and increase the demand also by around 10%, so what happens? Price remains constant, but quantity is increasing. But if I increase the demand in lesser proportion than the increase in supply, if I increase the demand by this margin, so supply is increasing more than demand, what happens? Price decreases, quantity सब में increase होगा, either one increases or both increases. But if I further change it and I say that demand is increasing more than supply, so it means if demand is increasing by this margin whereas supply is increasing by a relatively smaller margin, then what will happen? You see, price is increasing and quantity both is increasing, are increasing. Same way you can say if both demand and supply decrease by the same margin, then again quantity will decrease but price remains constant. If demand decreases more than supply, then both price and quantity will fall. And if supply decreases more than demand, then price will increase but quantity will decrease. So if they have not mentioned in the question whether demand increases more or supply increases more, and they have simply said increase, then you can be certain about quantity but uncertain about price, because they have not mentioned by what margin each other they are increasing. So most of the time they will ask you this kind of question. And lastly, I've told you also there could be a possibility that demand is perfectly elastic. This is your demand curve and this was your supply curve, and price is here, quantity is here. In this case, price will always remain constant. If the supply increases, quantity will increase. If the supply decreases, quantity will decrease, but the price remains constant. Clear hai? No problem. All right. Now, theory of consumer behavior. फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन आएगा, देखो तीन तरह का यूटिलिटी. अगेन बी केयरफुल. Utility has got nothing to do with the usefulness of the commodity. So do not select that particular option that talks about usefulness of the commodity. Utility is the want satisfying power of the commodity. If I'm eating dust, it is giving me satisfaction. It has utility for me. You don't like it, no problem. All right. If I like gulab jamun, it is not necessary you will also like gulab jamun. So you hate gulab jamun, utility is zero for you. I love gulab jamun, utility will be very high for me. Utility can be divided into three different broad categories. क्या क्या है? Form utility. Form utility is when an unfinished goods or an intermediate goods is transformed into finished good through the process of production, cotton converted into shirt. It is addition of utility. Now remember, we say that man cannot create matter, labor cannot create matter, humans cannot create matter. Whether they mention human, man, women does not matter. We create only utility. We add only utility through the process of production. So when a plastic is converted into a plastic toy, then utility is said to have been added, and this is the form utility. But when the goods, I cannot buy, anyone cannot buy going to the factory where the goods are produced. Otherwise in your life हमेशा trip ही करता रहेगा. So there are businesses who is making the goods available at a place of convenience, for my convenience. Now many people have convenience in their house. All right. नीचे भी ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे रख के चला गया, नो इनकन्वीनियंस, दरवाजे के बाहर रख के जाओ. So companies like Amazon, wholesalers, retailers, e-commerce websites, they are making the goods available to the final consumer at their place of convenience where they want it. They are adding place utility. Time utility also they are adding because they are making the goods available at a point in time when we are demanding. If I open Swiggy and I want to buy pizza and I found out that on Pizza Hut delivery time 1 hour 45 minutes, will the hell I order? No. But another place I see pizza, okay, 30 minutes delivery. Yet another place 15 minutes delivery. ये 15 मिनट को ही choose करने का. Of course, price will also matter. So 15 minutes. So it means time is important for consumers and producers. If a consumer is demanding any particular product at that point in time, when the time changes, the demand may not remain the same. So the goods have to be made available, services have to be made available at the point in time when they are demanded. So those who are making these goods available to the final consumers at that point in time, they are said to have been adding time utility. So on and off यहाँ से भी questions आता है. Then utility can be divided into two different ways how you can understand it. One is known as cardinal and another is known as ordinal. Now remember, I've told you which one is a better way to understand human satisfaction and utility. Is it cardinal or ordinal? It is ordinal. Why? Because ordinal approach, the proponents Hicks and Allen and others, they say that I can tell you whether I'm more satisfied or less satisfied by consuming an ice cream. But you tell me how much I'm satisfied and try to measure it in terms of util. सर मैं एक आइसक्रीम खाया 15 utils मेरा मेरे को, मैं बोला प्रूव करके दिखा. You cannot prove it. But if you say, sir, I got immense satisfaction when I had ice cream, no problem. You don't have to prove because immense word का कोई value नहीं है. Immense I have understood. What do you mean? बहुत अच्छा satisfaction मिला. And if somebody says, sir, this ice cream like बकवास है. Now if I ask you कितना बकवास है, बोला सर बहुत बकवास है. No number बता, बोला सर पागल हो गया क्या? Number नहीं है. But this is where this theory goes wrong, cardinal approach, because it tries to measure the satisfaction derived in terms of utility. So cardinal approach tries to measure utility using some numerical values, wherein ordinal approach only tells you whether you are more satisfied or less satisfied or similarly satisfied, but never through any numerical value. But that doesn't mean that cardinal approach is entirely wrong. All right. Only the part when you try to measure the utility you go wrong here. So cardinal approach, if they ask you, a lot of people have worked hard for it, but Marshall has taken all the limelight. So Marshall का नाम यहाँ पर आएगा, and here Hicks and Allen, Ali नहीं रहे, Allen, Hicks and Ali. So Hicks and Allen. All right, Hicks and Allen. Now Marshall, he was not the original proponent of law of diminishing marginal utility. It was actually Gaussian, but Marshall made it popular. Just like Einstein, Edison was not the real inventor of a light bulb. It was Tesla. But Edison was a very rich scientist. So he can pocket anybody. He can pocket even the news that you're getting on the radio. During that time, television was not there. He could control the newspaper, so he is famous, and a very, I mean, you can say 10 times better scientist and more intelligent than him died a poor man. So Marshall इतना खराब नहीं था जितना एडिसन था, but yes, he became very famous. He gave what is known as diminishing marginal utility. What is marginal utility? Again they ask you. Sometimes they ask you. Marginal utility is the additional satisfaction that you derive from each unit that you are consuming. And why do we call it diminishing marginal utility? Because as we go on consuming more and more, each unit will give me lesser and lesser satisfaction. It means the previous unit has already taken care of some of my satisfaction, and the remaining satisfaction is taken care of by the remaining units. So of course my satisfaction derived from each further unit that I'm consuming is going to go down. Eventually I will be completely satisfied. When I'm completely satisfied, I'm totally full. I will not want to buy or consume any more unit if I'm a rational consumer. Even if you give it for me, sir, एक gulab jamun और ले लो, then I will not consume it. All right, unless you are married and this is force fed by your father and mother-in-law. मन में बोल सकता है बुढ़ा पागल हो गया, बट सामने नहीं बोलने का. All right, so I happen to be बेटा और खाओ अंकल नहीं, पापा नहीं, तो नहीं, एक खाने से क्या होगा, यू पीपल आर यंग. पागल हो गया क्या? So anyways, no, not recorded, my wife will not be able to see this. So now what will happen? So eventually you will reach a point wherein marginal utility is zero. All right, you will not want to consume even if somebody gives you for free. Now, not forever. MU is zero at that point in time. After a couple of days, or maybe even after 6, 7 hours or 10 hours, I may want to consume a couple of gulab jamuns even more. But at that time, I have reached a point of saturation. So remember here, TU here is nothing but the summation of MU. Total of anything is always a summation of its marginal. And we draw the diagram how? Like this. As we go on consuming, my marginal utility goes on diminishing, but total utility increases. At the point wherein total utility is maximum, it means you are totally satisfied. Here you are totally satisfied. Your TU is maximum and your MU is zero. So I begin to consume from this point and I'm getting this much of total utility and marginal utility. First unit I consume, second unit I consume, my marginal utility comes down, but still it is a positive value. So it will add to the TU and TU will increase. Third unit I consume, MU again falls down, but still it is positive because it is above the zero line. So it will add this to the TU and TU will again increase. Then fourth unit I consume, again MU fall down, still it is positive, it will add to the TU. Fifth unit I consume, TU is increasing little bit, I will add, and then finally MU becomes zero. Now the TU will not change at this point in time. I have reached the point of saturation, MU has become zero. That's why TU is not going to change. But if an irrational consumer or a rational consumer is force fed more and more, then what will happen? His MU is going to fall down and become negative. MU to hamesha hi fall karta hai, it will become negative. And when MU becomes negative, then it will no more add to the TU, it will take away from the TU, and so TU will begin to fall down. Now TU can never be negative. Total can never be negative. Your total satisfaction will always be positive. But MU can be negative because MU talks about the change. Change can be negative. All right. So if suppose your income was 100, now your income is 50. So I can say your change in income is minus 50. But can you ever earn minus 50 rupees? Can income be ever negative? No. Change in income can be negative. So the 4 point that I've told you here to remember, again one question every single time they ask you in the examination, that TU is increasing, MU is falling, but it remains positive. When TU is maximum, MU is zero. At that point, TU is also not changing, MU is also not changing. This is a point of saturation. And when TU is falling, it means MU must be negative. And MU curve is also known as the demand curve, because the willingness to buy is created due to the utility of the commodity. And as I go on consuming more and more, the utility goes on diminishing. So my willingness will also go on diminishing. The moment MU becomes zero, it means my willingness is zero. Why will I buy something that I don't want to consume? So the entire concept of desire is given by the marginal utility. But there is an exception. Not very frequently, rarely, a couple of times they've asked, but it is not a guarantee, they will not ask again. So what are the exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility? So remember, exception में क्या है? Normally में क्या बोलता है? When consumption increases, MU begins to fall, consumption in terms of quantity. In case of exception, what will happen? When consumption is increasing, MU rather than falling, it goes on increasing. It may happen in case of wealth and money. You get 1 crore, you'll be happy. You get 2 crore, you'll be more happy. You get 100 crore, bola sir, aur lao. So your MU can never fall down. It will always go on increasing, 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 and increasing. All right. This greed of the rich people will never end. All right. You don't need so much of money to live life. Abhi kya re? You have made thousands of crores of rupees, lakhs of crores of rupees. काम अभी रेस्ट करो, कहीं जाओ जंगल में एंजॉय करो, अदरवाइज जंगल डर्टी माइंड. सो रिसोर्ट में जाके मैंशन बनाओ जंगल में, नेचर के पास रहो. राइट, क्रेजी भगत. So and hobbies, it will be same. It will either be the same, it will go on increasing. You love to dance, you love to play music, you love to paint, you love to play cricket. You can continue to. IPL देखता है ना, बोर हो जाता है क्या 1 घंटे में? नहीं. हाँ, तो फिर उसका MU गिर रहा है. Then it's not hobby, it's not passion anymore. But you see, there was a time wherein people used to watch. My brother, टेस्ट मैच जिम्बाब्वे में देख रहा है, स्टेडियम घर पे टीवी पे देख रहा है. होता है ना, कैमरा घुमाया, जिम्बाब्वे में मैच हो रहा है, 2 कंट्रीज आर प्लेइंग, इंडिया एंड सम कंट्री, आई डोंट नो व्हाट इट इज. स्टेडियम में 20 लोग भी नहीं है. आई टोल्ड हिम, the match where this bloody match, the country where this bloody match is taking place, the people of that country has rejected it, say नहीं जाएगा स्टेडियम देखने. And thousands of kilometers away, you are sitting here and watching television. होता है, you are an illiterate. तू जा. You will never understand a test match. So I don't understand. 4 दिन कौन सा गेम होता रे? 5 दिन होता. फुटबॉल में दौड़ा दो रोनाल्डो को 5 दिन, हार्ट विल कम टू हिज माउथ, वहीं पर सब मर जाएगा. क्रिकेट इज द ओनली गेम दैट यू कैन प्ले विद अ ब्लडी टमी. पुराना देखो ना, टमी था सबके, तोड़ लेके खेलते थे लोग रे, स्पेशली पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर्स. कबाब खा के रोड नहीं पा रहा है. सो नाउ पे अटेंशन. नहीं, इंडियन प्लेयर्स का भी टमी था, बहुत सारे टमी था. Now an extension of law of diminishing marginal utility is known as theory of consumer surplus. हमेशा आता क्वेश्चन यहाँ से, infrequently नहीं, frequently. So what is a consumer surplus? Consumer surplus is what I am willing to pay. Again, how much I am willing to pay, that depends upon my utility. No, if the utility of this pen is very high, I will be willing to pay a very high amount of money. If the utility of this pen is less for me, I'll be willing to pay less sum of money for it. But if I'm willing to pay 10,000 rupees for this pen and this pen is available at 8,000 rupees, it means the satisfaction that I'm going to derive is worth 10,000, but I'm made to pay only 8,000. 2,000 is my consumer surplus. So consumer surplus is nothing but difference between MU and price, wherein MU says or shows what a consumer is willing to pay, that depends upon the satisfaction that I'm going to derive, and the price is the actual price that I'm paying. When the consumer is paying the same price what he is willing to pay, then it is said that the consumer is at equilibrium, and consumer will never want to be at a deficit. Even if suppose price increases and if the consumer thinks that the utility of the product is not worth the price, he will not buy. But if he is still buying, it means he is increasing the MU of the product also. Still he is at a consumer equilibrium. The concept of consumer deficit do not exist. और यहाँ पे 2 commodity आपको दिया था मैं, किसमें highest consumer surplus होगा, किसमें least होगा. In case of luxury goods, you will get highest you get lowest consumer surplus. In case of necessities, you will get highest consumer surplus, because luxury goods, if I'm willing to buy, I cannot keep 50 rupees in my pocket and go and buy luxury good. I must be willing to pay a high price, and usually luxury goods are sold at a high price, because the seller of the luxury good knows that if I reduce the price, then the luxury tag घट जाएगा उससे. All right, will you consider a Mercedes Benz as a luxury car which is available if it's available at 2,50,000 rupees? The answer is no. So many people will buy, market demand will increase, but do you think Mukesh Ambani will buy? No, he is an exception. All right. So if I'm increasing the MU, price is increasing, I'm increasing the MU. Necessities में क्या होता है? I'm willing to pay again a higher price, but these goods are available at a relatively lower price. So you have high MU and low price. You are deducting a lower value from a higher value. You will get highest amount of consumer surplus. Then we comes to ordinal concept, which is considered a better. Sometimes this question is also asked, that which is a better method at understanding consumer satisfaction and utility. It is the ordinal approach given by Hicks and Allen. Under ordinal approach, we study about indifference curve. An indifference curve shows different combination of two good that gives same level of satisfaction. And why it is downward sloping? It is downward sloping because increase in the consumption of one commodity will necessarily lead to decrease in the consumption of another. आपको वो टेबल में दिया था ना. So combination of goods, you have good Y, good X, and marginal rate of substitution between Y and X. If I am combination A, I am consuming 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X. The reason why I am spending so much of money on Y, or I am consuming 12 units of Y, because Y must be holding more satisfaction for me. But if I consume Y again more and more, MU moves in both direction. It means the more I consume any commodity, the more its MU will fall. And then once I start giving up the consumption of that commodity, its importance will increase. It means its MU will begin to rise. This is human psychology, and the economic laws are made or generalized by understanding human psychology only. So now I will want to decrease the consumption of Y. So initially Y was giving me very huge MU. So I increased the consumption of Y significantly, and I was consuming less unit of Y, X. But when I'm consuming Y significantly, don't you think MU of Y very sharply will fall down and go below the MU of X? Now in that case, will I continue to consume Y? No. So more of Y? No, I will decrease the consumption of Y. And when I decrease it by 6 units, I can increase it here by 1 unit. So marginal rate of substitution is how many units of Y are you giving up in order to increase the consumption of other commodity by 1 unit. So here you'll get the marginal rate of substitution as 6. Now tell me, when I have already given up 6 units of Y, now MU of Y yahan tha, MU of X was here. When I give up the consumption of Y by 6 units, don't you think MU of Y will increase? Correct? And I'm increasing the consumption of X, MU of X will decrease, but still X will have a higher MU than Y. So still I will convert more of Y into X. So in the next case, I'm giving up 2 more units to increase it by 1 more unit. So marginal rate of substitution is 1. So again, what has happened? Again, when I gave up consumption of Y, again the MU of Y increased, and I increased the consumption of X, MU of X again it decreased, but still MU of X is higher than Y. So एक बार मैं और adjust करेगा, and now I am decreasing it to 3 and increasing it to 4 by 1 1. So marginal rate of substitution is 1. Now what has happened? You will come to a point now. I was giving up Y, so MU of Y is increasing. I was increasing X consumption, so MU of X is decreasing. They are going, and eventually they will cross one another. At the point when they will be equalized, we say that again consumer equilibrium has happened, but again you will move to the other side of the equilibrium. So this way you have to keep adjusting between X and Y all the time. Every day I'm having 2 idli, 1 masala dosa, 2 idli, 1 masala dosa, 2 idli, 1 masala dosa. Eventually what will happen? Both idli and masala dosa will lose its charm. Then I will have vada pav, the vada, and one idli, one vada, one dosa, one idli, one vada, one dosa, one idli, one vada, one dosa. Vada ka utility गिरेगा, but idli ka utility thoda उठेगा. So this way I keep adjusting, mix and matching. This is how things we do. So every marginal utility of everything eventually is going to fall down. It doesn't matter, of course, leaving the exception. So why MRS is falling down? Reason क्या है? Due to diminishing marginal utility. When I've already given up 6 units of Y, then I'm not more that much more fed up with Y. So I will give up lesser. Then I will be again less fed up. Then I will be giving up lesser. So marginal rate of substitution continues to fall down. So if I have to draw an indifference curve, it will look like this. Now it is downward sloping, but why not like this? Because if it falls like this, I can say I am consuming 12 units here and I'm consuming 1 unit here. I give up 2 units here, increase it by 1 unit here. I give up 2 units here, increase it by 3 units here. Is this way this is moving? No. It means there is a proportion of 2 is to 1 always, 2 giving up, 1 increasing. So that's why this is not. So initially what is happening? Initially I'm giving up more, so it falls more sharply. Then I'm giving up less and less, so the fall tapers off. So that's why we say it's convex to the origin, and reason for its convexity to origin is diminishing marginal rate of substitution. So properties or characteristics से दो क्वेश्चन अगेन आता है. Simple. Every point on the same indifference curve, repeat with me, will give you same level of output, sorry, same level of satisfaction. Isocont में चला गया. Same level of consumption. Then again, don't read it from the book. Higher indifference curve will give higher satisfaction. Why? They can ask you the reason as well. Why? Because it contains more goods. More goods means more satisfaction, and vice versa. Correct? An indifference curve will never touch either y-axis or x-axis because it is based on ordinal concept, wherein for comparison you have to consume minimum of 2 commodities when you're consuming only one, because when you touch the y-axis, consumption of x becomes 0, and when you touch x-axis, consumption of y becomes 0. You cannot compare. Two indifference curves should give you two different level of satisfaction. That's why they should never intersect or touch one another. Correct? And lastly, if I ask you the question that if the income of the household is increasing, then what will happen? You will move from a point on the IQ on the indifference curve from point B to point A, or you'll move from a lower to a higher indifference curve or higher to a lower indifference curve. You'll move from a lower to a higher indifference curve, because moving on the same indifference curve will not enhance your satisfaction. And when your income increases, you want to increase your satisfaction, and the only way you can increase your satisfaction is by jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve. Okay, it is convex to the origin because of diminishing marginal rate of substitution between x and y. Two special circumstances I've told you: perfect substitutes and perfect complements. When two commodities are perfect substitute, then they will give exact same satisfaction, and in that case what will I do? If I am consuming 12 units of y and 2 units of x, then if I am decreasing here from 2 to 10, I will increase 2 to 4, decreasing it by 2, increasing it by again 2, decreasing it by 2, that is increasing it by 2. So what is happening? At every point in time, I am consuming 14 units all the way, because whatever y I am giving up, since y and x are exact same substitute, so I can infinitely replace x with y. As a result, what will happen? It will remain a downward sloping curve, but it will become a downward sloping straight line, because when something is downward sloping straight line, then how much ever I'm giving up, by that much the consumption will always increase. So the gap over here and the gap over here will exactly be the same, and when I connect these points, you'll find that you will get a straight line indifference curve. So straight line indifference curve means perfect substitutes are there, and when two commodities are perfect complements, then the indifference curve will be L shaped. If I'm putting in petrol in the car and driving my car in terms of kilometers, if I'm putting this much of petrol in the car P1, then I'll be able to travel this this many kilometer Q1 लिख लो आप. If I want to increase my travel from, let's say, 100 kilometer to 200 kilometer, then this amount of petrol will not do. I have to go up higher on the y-axis as well. I have to put in more petrol. And if I want to further travel, then more kilometers, then I have to put in more petrol. It means what happens here, that I can go ahead on the along the x-axis only when I move up along the y-axis. If I decrease the petrol along the y-axis, then this will also fall down. So दोनों ये एक साथ बढ़ेगा, एक proportion बढ़ेगा. So it will be an L-shaped curve which forms a 90-degree angle, or it is a right angle. Right angle भी कई बार पूछते हैं. हो गया? Now budget line. Simple, easy है. हो गया? करना है क्या आगे बढ़े? करना है. So budget line is simple, dear. Remember one thing about budget line is that budget line, in case of budget line, it can touch both x and y axis. A budget line is an income constraint line. Why income constraint line? Because I'm making the budget because I have a constraint of income. If I have unlimited income in the world, then do I need to make a budget? बोलते सर मुकेश अंबानी भी बजट क्यों बनाएगा? वो बजट बनाएगा, वो मुकेश अंबानी बजट होगा. ऑलराइट. आप सोचेगा मैं यहाँ वेकेशन में जाए या वहां वेकेशन में जाए, वो बोलेगा मैं ये आइलैंड खरीदेगा या वो आइलैंड खरीदेगा. ये डिफरेंस है. But everybody has a budget. Nobody has infinite amount of money in the world. So whether it's point A or point B, point C, point D or point E does not matter. The units of consumption will be differing between good Y and good X, but the amount of money you spend at each point on the same budget line will exactly be the same. Only difference is where here at A I am spending all my money only on Y, 0x, and here I am spending all my money on X and 0 on Y. But if I move from A to B, then I'm increasing the consumption of X, and I can only increase the consumption of X if I have extra money which I don't have. So I have to decrease the consumption of Y, save the money from there and put it over here. So I can increase the consumption of one by only decreasing. And I given you example now. Your parents said चलो vacation हो गया, foundation exam खत्म हो गया, 10 दिन के लिए कहीं घूम के आता. But they will not do like that. They must be planning from right away, right now. If they have to go, they will make everything, airline fare, hotel accommodation, ये shopping है, ये. Now the thing is, if any of the things overshoot the budget, its individual budget, then they will have to compromise with something else. All right. So a point on the budget line will always explain that the same budgeted amount the consumer is spending or the household is spending. Outside the budget line is not possible, because why will I spend more than what I have budgeted? And inside the budget line is also not possible. Why not possible? Bolo sir, I budgeted 10,000, I'll spend 5,000. Bole, why? Are you crazy or what? If you are willing to spend 5,000, then make a budget for 5,000. No. Correct. Why will I make a budget of 10,000 and then underspend? So inside the budget line and outside the budget line is not a possibility. But again, it is based on cardinal concept wherein you can measure the amount of expenditure incurred. Negatively sloped curve touching both x and y axis. But from where they will ask you frequently this question, either from equilibrium or from these 3 points, a budget line depends on the price of x, price of y, and income of the consumer. If any of the 3 or all of the 3 changes, then my budget will also change. Don't you think price of petrol increase? Don't you think now household has a different amount of value of that they spend on petrol consumption? Yes. Increase, decrease, that doesn't matter. But when the price changes, budget will change. There was a time when postpaid connection for phone was available at 1500, 2000. Now at 599 you will get unlimited bundle up services. So don't you think household budget, can I say household budget on telecom has come down relatively compared to what it used to be 10 years back? Yes, clear. So budget price change होने से change होता है. And if my income increases, then also my budget will increase. You are a CA, you are earning 2 lakh rupees per month, you are making a vacation pack, then okay, ठीक है सर, साल का मेरा 24 लाख है, 4 लाख रुपया vacation करेगा. After 5 years, you are earning 5 lakh rupees per month, annual income is 60 lakh rupees, तब भी आप 4 लाख रुपए का बजट बनाएगा? No. तब बोलेगा सर 10 लाख का बनाएगा. And if you are earning 1 crore rupees per annum, then budget will increase. You should enjoy the money you have earned, but first earn. Then invest and then enjoy. अभी earn करके enjoy कर लेगा, invest नहीं करेगा, you will die a poor man. 20 years, remember जो बताया था, याद रखने का golden rule है. Alright, and this is the phase of the market that is my favorite phase. It happens in around 10 to 12 years, wherein the market falls and everything is available at a Black Friday discount. Alright, and people are panicking just like that, saying जो कुछ टैरिफ से नहीं होता रे. Alright, हमारा 600-650 बिलियन का तो एक्सपोर्ट है, जिसमें 200 बिलियन यूएस में जाता है, उसमें फार्मा और आईटी पे नहीं लगा रहा टैरिफ, जो 150-160 बिलियन का है. सो 40-50 बिलियन हमारा अफेक्ट होगा, एंड हमारा टोटल जीडीपी का वैल्यू है 4000 बिलियन, 4 ट्रिलियन. सो डू यू थिंक इंडिया विल बी अफेक्टेड मच? ये मार्केट जबरदस्ती गिर रहा है, बट गुड फॉर मी. Alright, because after 7-8 years I'll get this time again to invest like this. कोरोना में, that's what the people say. देखो क्या बोलते हैं ना, I've seen people saying, एक बार कोरोना जैसा मजा आ जाए, कोरोना जैसा मार्केट गिर जाए, फिर उठे, फिर मजा आ जाएगा. कोरोना में मार्केट 40% गिरा था, राइट, 42-43% गिरा था. अभी मार्केट 16% गिरा है. 16% गिरने के पास हवा टाइट हो गया है. 40% में आप खरीदेगा क्या? If the market falls down, my question is this. So there will be some people who will be always sitting on the edge. ये गिर गया, वो गिरा ही रहेगा. Okay, उनके लिए गिरा रहेगा मार्केट. Next, equilibrium, consumer equilibrium. Now remember, consumer equilibrium has been seen from 2 different perspectives. एक चीज मैं भूल गया आपको बताना, उसके बाद में यहाँ पर आएगा. सरप्लस के लिए कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, anything above the price line will be considered as an area of consumer surplus. Why? Because if the price is P now and quantity demanded is Q, if the price increases from P to P1, demand will not become zero. Demand will still be there. It will come down, but it still be there. It means, can I say I am willing to pay a higher price? If the price increases, I will buy less, but I'm willing to pay a higher price. Because if I'm not willing to pay a higher price, then with the increase in price, my demand will straight away become zero. So it means right now some goods are available at rupees 100, but if the price increases to 150, demand will not come down to zero, demand will simply fall. It means some people are willing to pay even a higher price, but right now they are paying a lower price. So that's why we say the area above the price line is known as area of consumer surplus. This is known as an area of consumer surplus. All right, clear hai? So now consumer equilibrium, if you correctly remember this one, very important diagram. मैं क्या बताया था आपको? If there are multiple points on the same budget line, whether it's point A, point B, point C, point D, point E, point F, ये चिपक गया. हाँ, point F and point G, one thing, and here point H. And if I mark here IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4 and IC5, one thing is certain, if they ask you a question straight away giving you this diagram, that what can we consider common about point A to F? We can consider one thing common about point A to F is that they are A to G. Point A to G is that they lie on the same budget line. So on all these points, the consumer is spending same amount of money. If they ask you what is different among these points, you can say the difference among these points is that they don't lie on the same indifference curve. So it means even though they lie on the same budget line, they do not lie on the same indifference curve. It means it shows the expenditure incurred is same, but the satisfaction derived is different. And if there is a possibility for me to jump from a lower to a higher, lower to a higher, and lower to a higher by spending the same amount of money, by arranging the goods, then I will always do it. I have given you the example of that data and talk time. Yaad hai na? Your mom gives you 500 rupees that you can spend on data and talk time. Bhul gaya ki nahi? So you have bought more talk time and less data. After 15 days, your talk time is left, data is over. But you have to live for 15 days without the data now. After 15 days, it means the beginning of the month, again 500 you got. Now you decrease the talk time, increase the data. Now you have data and talk time both up till 20. So you are better satisfied than the previous case, because now data and talk time both are lasting 5 more days rather than 15, 20. But still you have not reached the point of equilibrium, because maximum satisfaction you are not deriving. Next month again you got the money, and then you decrease the talk time significantly, increase the data significantly, and you found that on 26th of the month now your talk time is over, data is there. So next month again, but you have jumped from a lower to higher. Next month you again got 500 rupees, and you now decrease little bit data and increase little bit talk time, and when you do that, you found out that till 30th you are having both data and talk time. Now you have reached the point of equilibrium, because you are getting the maximum possible satisfaction from that 500 rupees that you are spending. So a consumer will always want to be more satisfied rather than less satisfied, and a consumer will always want to spend the same amount of money, and that's why consumer will always negotiate with the seller. So when he's doing that, he's jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve, and this is the point wherein he reaches equilibrium. So consumer equilibrium is also the point wherein consumer is deriving the maximum possible satisfaction, but by staying on the same budget line, that is by spending the same amount of money. Now highest satisfaction will happen at any point on IC5, but every point on IC5 or in entirety the IC5 is outside my budget, so this is not achievable. So that's why I'm using the word highest possible. Now at this point of equilibrium, we say that the slope of the budget line is what? Tangent to the slope of the indifference curve. All other point, the intersection is happening only as here tangency is happening. So we can also say that a marginal utility of x, which depends on the price of x, at this point will be equal to marginal utility of y, which depends on the price of y, and you have the equilibrium over here. Clear? So price line or budget line is tangent to the highest possible indifference curve. There you get the equilibrium. Clear hai? Now let's jump into the concept of theory of cost and production. So first, theory of production. Now what is production? Again remember, man cannot create matter, they can only add utility or produce something from the goods that has already been given to us by nature. Form utility, place utility, and time utility. But to produce anything, three major factor inputs have to be present: land, labor and capital. Characteristics पढ़ लेना, quick revision note में मैं include कर दिया है. Alright, factual thing, let's not get into it. Now when we are talking about production function, what is a production function? Function in mathematics is nothing but the relationship between independent and dependent variables. Here we say that output quantity is a function of various inputs: land, labor, capital, technology, and n number of factors, where output is dependent on the factor inputs. Now production function talks about only physical output and physical input. Many a time they ask you, what is the meaning of physical input and physical output? Who can tell me? Physical input and physical output. Production function is not concerned about cost. Of course producer will be concerned about cost, but when we are deciphering production function, then we ignore at what cost we have purchased the labor, factor inputs, material and everything. That will study in the cost function. At what price we are going to sell the output that we are producing, that is Q. That is nothing but a revenue function. So in the production function, we say physical input and physical output. Why? Because we try to figure out how many units of labor are, how many units of material, how many units of electricity machine had consumed, and what is the total unit of output. But two assumptions are taken in production function, and always you get a question from these two assumptions, either of the two assumptions. Pehla assumption, technology is a factor input which is always assumed to remain constant whether in the short or in the long run. And second assumption is that, who can tell me what is the second assumption? Every producer will try to get maximum output from minimum input, because the producer has, every producer is a businessman, isn't it? Every producer, isn't he a businessman? Bhai, hoga businessman, no? So he will always try to be efficient. All right. And how can he be efficient? By decreasing the cost. But why he wants to be efficient? Because on your efficiency, your cost of production depends, and on your cost, your profitability depends. If you are not able to manage your cost because your production function is faulty, then God even can't save you. As simple as that. So every producer will get the maximum output from minimum input. Now Alfred Marshall, remember, introduced the concept of time in the production function, and he divided the production function into short run production function and long run production function. But this division is never done on the basis or literal meaning of time or passage of time into months, days, weeks, years or whatever. It means even a producer has been into a business from 20 years, he may still be in the short run, and a producer started the business last month, he may be in the long run today. So passage of time does not matter, only time is used in as a metaphor. How we define short run and long run under production function? According to the variable and fixed input. In the short run, what do we say? At least one factor input in the production function always remains constant. There can be more than one factor input remains fixed, but at least one will remain fixed. And in the long run, everything will become variable. Now remember, the nature of the fixed input is not going to change, but the treatment of it in economics is going to change. Because when my production is increasing, these factors are variable because they are increasing with the output. More material, more labor, more electricity. These factors are fixed. My machinery, my plant, my leasehold, freehold property, they are not increasing. So they are fixed. So distinction can be made. But after I reach the maximum point of production of these machinery, then in order to produce more and expand, I have to buy more machine. The moment I buy more machine, can I call these as fixed anymore? No. The distinction goes away. Everything becomes variable. So in the long run, every factor input in the production function will be considered as variable. So short run production function is also known as variable, law of variable proportion or factor proportions. Why we call it variable proportion? Because we are increasing or changing only the variable inputs by keeping the fixed input constant. That's why variable proportion. But we also call it as law of diminishing marginal return. Why do we call it diminishing marginal return? Because as we go on adding more and more variable input, as we expand our output and combine it with the same quantity of input, then initially total product or output increases at an increasing rate. It means relatively lesser increase in variable input will give me relatively more increase in variable output. But later on, relatively more increase in variable input will give me lesser increase in output. It means at that point we can say that productivity is still increasing, but it is increasing at a diminishing rate. So marginal product must be falling right now, not negative, must be falling right now. So eventually marginal product is going to fall. All right. And why it happens? It happens due to specialization of labor, that is division of labor, and better utilization of fixed input. So remember the diagram for it. So here we were taking production, and here variable input, and these were the stages that we are drawing, and this was your TP curve, this was the AP curve, and this was the MP curve. So now understand here, this is known as point of inflection. What is a point of inflection? Point of inflection is a point on the TP curve where MP is maximum. Now mind it, this is not the point of inflection. All right, it is not the point of inflection, it is simply the maximum point of MP. So wherever MP is maximum, you draw a straight line. Wherever it hits the TP curve, that is the point of inflection. And why do we call it point of inflection? Because from that point onwards, MP begins to fall. MP begins to fall. It means slope of MP changes from positive to negative. And when MP is falling, we know that total product is nothing but a summation of marginal product. Total product is the total output. Marginal product is how many units of input, how many units of output is changing when I change my input by 1 unit. So one extra, or you can say 1 unit change in input, by how many units the output is changing, that is going to tell me marginal product, and average product is output by input. So now what happens? From here diminishing return begins, but we call this as stage 1. So if they ask you, be careful again, if they ask you from where diminishing return begins to happen, you will say stage 2, even though stage 1 se diminishing hota hai. Correct? So as I've told you before, that in many other books you will find that they have considered this as the stage 1 and remaining here up till here stage 2. But if they ask you from the perspective of MP curve, MP is falling, what kind of returns are you getting? Then you will again choose diminishing return. So that's why we called it point of inflection. So stage 1 is known as a stage of increasing return. Why do we call it as a stage of increasing return? Because if I take this point over here and you see, black line, you see by how much of the variable input I'm increasing, and if I take the total product curve from there, by how much is the output is increasing. Can I say output is increasing by relatively bigger margin compared to the increase in variable input? Right or wrong? What is the reason? Division of labor, specialization of labor, and better utilization of fixed input. Caesar example yaad hai? All right. So this is the reason. Now if I take the other point, that is from this point to this point, now you see how much of the variable input am I increasing and what is the increase in output. Can I say hypothetically, if I have to put the number that variable input is increasing by 30% but output is increasing by only 20%? So increase in output is lesser, in lesser proportion than the increase in variable input. So I am getting diminishing return. Return is diminishing doesn't mean return is negative. Return is diminishing, it means marginal product is falling, and so total product is increasing but at a diminishing rate. Because when marginal product is falling, it's still positive, but when it's falling, it's adding lesser value to TP. And then finally at this point, again how much of the variable input I'm adding and how much output I'm getting, even lower output I'm getting. Now I can say I'm adding 20% of extra variable input, but I'm getting only 5% of increase in output. So still it is diminishing return. But if I go to this zone, what is happening? Marginal product has become negative. If I would have added this much of variable input, I find out that my total product has become has fall no negative नहीं हो सकता, total product has begun to fall down and marginal product has become negative. Now marginal is taking away from the total, so we are at the stage of negative returns. So mind it. Now the questions part you see here, what they will ask you, first one, what is the point of inflection? And remember 100% from these points. Which point I don't know, but from these points you will get the question. So point of inflection is a point on the TP curve where MP is maximum pila. Second, point of saturation is the point where TP is maximum and MP is also zero. दोनों point of saturation है. Because I have saturated the full potential of my fixed input, only division of labor will not help me increase my output. The plane is overloaded and you have the best pilot in the world. Runway से take off करके दिखा दो. You cannot do it. All right. So I am adding relatively more, I mean significant amount of variable input, total product is falling. Why? Because simple. In a machine I can produce 1000 units in 10 hours. If I try to produce 1500 units and overload the machine will break down. Wastage will happen. Material wastage, time wastage, I have to pay for the labor, electricity wastage. So rather than increase, the total product will begin to fall down. Next is when AP curve, purple line, has a positive slope, it means when AP is increasing, then during that entire period of time, MP is more than AP. Or they can also say that MP curve is lying above the AP curve. Then when MP and AP are equalized, it means MP curve cuts the AP curve from above. Both AP and MP are equalized. Now mind it, at this point neither AP is changing nor MP is changing, because logically if either AP changes or MP changes, will they remain the same? The answer is no. So MP curve cuts the AP curve from above, from where? From its maximum point, and at that point AP is equals to MP and TP is still increasing. But when AP has a negative slope, it means AP has begun to fall down, then you will find that MP curve will be lying below the AP curve. Alright, below the AP curve. MP can be 0 or negative, AP can never be 0 or negative. Yes, when output is 0, everything is 0, forget about that. When output is positive, AP can never be 0, neither TP can be 0, neither TP can be negative. A rational producer should always produce at which stage? Again, frequently asked question. Stage 1, 2, 3 में तो नहीं बताएगा, 3 में तो negative returns है because MP becomes negative. At which stage should I produce? Stage 2. Why? Because if I stop at stage 1, then I'm underutilizing the fixed input. But if I go beyond stage 2, then I'm overutilizing, leading to wastage. Clear hai? Easy, no problem. So returns to scale long. What's the time? 5:20. You can take the break. So we'll quickly go through the लॉन्ग रन एक बार करके सीधा स्ट्रेट अवे कॉस्ट पे स्किप करेंगे. कॉस्ट पे बहुत सारा क्वेश्चंस है जिसमें आपको कंफ्यूजन होगा. सो कॉस्ट हम कर लेंगे. विल सी दैट वी कैन मूव टू द फोर्थ चैप्टर टुडे एज वेल. सो इफ पॉसिबिलिटी फोर्थ चैप्टर खत्म करा के फिफ्थ चैप्टर भी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं, सो दैट टुमारो स्ट्रेट अवे आई कैन स्टार्ट विद नेशनल इनकम. So long run, production function. So in the long run, we say that all there are no fixed factor input, and every factor input is treated as variable. So there are three returns that you have to keep in mind, and from those returns they ask you question. So the long run production function is also known as law of returns to scale, and it has three stages. What is it? Increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale, and diminishing returns to scale. So sometimes a very simple question with regard to just input and output they ask in the examination. So if suppose they say that input is increasing by 20%, but output is increasing by more than 20%, let's say 25%. So increase in output is in greater proportion than increase in input, then we call this as increasing returns to scale. But when output and input they increase by the same margin, then we call it as constant returns to scale, which is nothing but a turning point or inflection point in the long run, because from this point onwards marginal product begins to decrease. And when input increases by 20% and output increases, not decreases, but by less than 20%, then we call it as diminishing or decreasing returns to scale. So mind it, you have to be careful with this here. What is that? In all the cases we have seen that output and input have a direct relationship. Only thing is that increase is by different proportion. So this increases by the higher proportion, so increasing return. Same proportion, constant return. Lesser proportion than diminishing return. But if there is increase and decrease, now here numbers do not matter. Any number they put does not matter. If I write here it increases by 2% and output decreases by 1%, or it increases by 20% and output decreases by 5%. Increase and decrease यहाँ पे आ जाता, that is negative returns to scale. It means in this case marginal product is not only falling but it must have become negative. Alright, so remember again the same logic is applicable, that total product is nothing but a summation of marginal product. And how will I get it here? Let's say this is your input. Now here I'm taking all factor input, not only variable, because everything is variable. And this is your total product or output, and this is the marginal product. If the input was 10 and output was 200, then here marginal product we have to calculate first. For that change in output has to happen. When input is increasing by 20 and output is increasing to 300, then what is the marginal product? Marginal product is 300 minus 200 divided by 20 minus 10. So that will be how much? It will be 10. Thank you. If input is increasing by 30, from 20 to 30 unit, and output increases to let's say 360, so it is increasing at a diminishing rate. Why? Because from year to year it increased by only 100, but year to year it increased by only 60. So you see, if I have to calculate here, so that will be 60 divided by 10, 60 divided by 10, so it will be 6. And when I'm producing 40 units, it increases to 400, then again here 40, so it will be 4. So marginal product is falling. So we can say till the time marginal product is falling, marginal product is falling, sorry, ये गड़बड़ हो गया. I have taken, it will increase at an increasing rate, not at a diminishing rate. Marginal product what diminish हो रहा था, that was diminishing return. If it increases to 500, then if I have to calculate, it will be 30 over here. Then it may, from year to year it increase by 300, then it increases to 900, then it is increasing by 400, so 40. Then it's a 500 increase hoga, to then 1400, so it means it is increasing by 500, so 50. So what is happening here? Marginal product is increasing. It means it must be adding to the TP, but it's adding increased value to TP. So that's why TP is increasing at increasing rate. But if suppose if I'm producing 50 here and it increases to 1900, then it is again increasing by 500. So it means marginal product has become constant. constant. Remember, constant marginal product does not mean that total product is not increasing. It means marginal product is constant. It means it is adding constant value to TP, and that's why TP is increasing by the same rate. You see, from year to year 500, and from year to year it is increasing by again 500, and that's the reason that marginal product has become constant. So in this case, here in these two stages, I'm getting what is known as constant returns to scale. Here increasing returns to scale. But if suppose I increase my input further to 60 and output increases to 2300, then it is increasing by only 400. It means marginal product is now 40. So from here to here, I am getting what is known as diminishing returns to scale. So what you need to know here is that simple. When MP is positive and MP is increasing, then your TP must be increasing at increasing rate. So what you are getting here is nothing but increasing returns to scale. When MP is constant, all right, and of course MP is positive, constant bhi hai, positive bhi hai. So it means it is adding constant value to TP. So TP increases but at a constant rate. So when TP is increasing at a constant rate, we say constant returns to scale. And when MP is again positive and but it is falling, so it means it is adding lesser value to TP. So TP must be increasing at a diminishing rate. So this will be considered as diminishing returns to scale. When you are getting negative returns to scale, it means in this case MP is falling and then MP has become negative. Then only you will find that TP is decreasing. So you see, in every case here we have seen that TP is increasing here, increasing here, increasing here also, but in this case it is decreasing. So when TP is decreasing, it means MP must be negative, and when MP is negative, then we are getting what is known as negative returns to scale. All right. And also theoretical question, they can ask you what is the reason for increasing return and what is the reason for diminishing return. The reason for increasing return is what? Economies of scale. Economies of scale can be divided into internal economies and external economies. Internal economies are those factors that we control within the organization. Changes in these factors will not affect any other organization but my organization only. So what are these best good things? Skilled people are there working in my organization. Quality of human resource is very good. Production cycle is efficient. I'm able to minimize the wastage and idle time on the machinery. I'm able to produce large scale production. And when I produce large scale, my average cost will fall down. Meaning what? If I was producing 1 lakh unit and I was incurring 1 crore rupees, if I'm producing 2 lakh unit, then I will not incur 2 crore rupees. I may incur 1.8 crore rupees. So my average falls down. Here the average is 1 crore. Correct? But here what is the average? 1 crore by 1 crore, and here average or not 1 crore, 1 crore by 1 crore, but here the average is 1 lakh hai, 1 lakh. Here the average is 2 lakh by 1.8. So don't you think average would have fallen down? So when average is falling down, it is a good thing. Average cost is falling down. So an average cost will also fall down because if I'm producing large scale, I can get better discounts on the purchase of the raw material. I have a better bargaining chip. All right. But when this is combined with the external economies that one business cannot control, and changes in external economies will affect every business, if not in the same way, in certain way. All right. So what are external economies? External economies, government is charging lesser taxes, businesses are given subsidy, GDP rate is rising good, inflation is lower in the economy, there is adequate availability of skilled manpower, infrastructure like roads, railway, transportation, communication is very good. There are less number of industrial disputes and less number of Bharat Bandh or whatever bandh that happens. So all these combined will lead to increase in output at an increasing rate. It means I will be at the stage of increasing return due to economies of scale, that is internal and external economies combined. But when I'm getting diminishing return and then significantly negative return I'm getting, it happened due to diminishing, it is happened due to diseconomies of scale. Diseconomy itself is negative. It could be internal, external, just opposite. It means whatever was good under internal economies, it turns out bad into internal economies. Labor quality is bad, production cycle is defective. I'm not able to increase my level of output. My average cost is very high. I'm not getting discount on the purchase of raw material. I'm not able to take correct decision when to invest, when not to invest. All these things are internal. It will not destroy my competitor, it will destroy me. And on top of that, if outside is also bad, along with inside, then again taxes. That was the situation during 1980s. So tax rate was high, businesses were not given subsidy, inflation was very high, GDP growth rate was slow, education literacy level was below 70%, in India. Uh, Industrial dispute was significant. Infrastructure, power cuts, expressway, these things were not there. Power cuts used to happen, expressways was not there. So factor in mobility tha. So combining both internal and external diseconomies will lead to downfall or lead to uh, the decrease in the productivity of any business organization. Clear hai? Then let's move into the concept of cost. Acha, yeah, one more thing. Isocont curve, very easy. You get one or two questions. Mostly one question they'll ask you. Isocont is curve is nothing but also known as equal production curve. Iso means same, quant means quantity here. So equal production curve, it means it says that at every level, at every point on the same IQC, the output will be the same. 1000 units I'm producing here, here also 1000 units, here also 1000 units, but the marginal product between capital and labor will change. So what is an isocont curve? An isocont curve shows different combinations of labor and capital that is used to produce same quantity of goods and services. If you remember all the properties of indifference curve, then you just replace wherever good x and good y is with labor and capital, and with satisfaction you change it to output, it will become IQC. Now remember, indifference curve and IQC, they are not at all related. Zero relationship. Zero relationship, because that is related to consumption, this is related to production. So there is no relationship, but I'm telling you easy way to remember. So there, and you see, in case of indifference curve, I know that at point A, B and C I'll get the same level of satisfaction, but how much I don't know. But here, can I count how many units I'm producing? Yes. So this is based on cardinal concept rather than ordinal concept. All right. So every point on the same IQC, same output. Higher IQC, more quantity of labor and capital, so more output, and vice versa. It will be downward sloping because capital intensive technique of production will require less labor, and labor intensive will require relatively less capital. It is convex to the origin because of diminishing marginal rate of substitution between labor and capital. Two IQC will never touch or intersect because different IQC will give you different level of output, and an IQC will neither touch X or Y axis because with only capital and zero labor, or with zero capital and only labor, production is never possible. It doesn't matter how advanced is the technology, minimum labor will always be needed to produce. Then let's come to cost. Cost, remember, cost here, implicit explicit cost, very important. Every time you'll get one question from there, maybe more than one question also. Many a time they can give you a numerical as well. All right. So account, in order to perform cost and benefit analysis, only accounting cost is not sufficient, because there are opportunity cost or implicit cost wherein I do not incur out of my pocket, I don't pay to any third party or an outsider, but all the more it is a cost for me. Unless I take this into consideration, I will not be able to find out what is the economic profit or economic loss. Understood? So we say that economic cost is a summation between both accounting cost plus non accounting cost. Accounting cost also is known as explicit cost. Why? Because I can explicitly means clearly I can mention and record in my books of account. Why I can record? Because I have paid this to a third party. Who is a third party? Many a time they ask you. Third party are nothing but the non-owners or outsiders who are providing me factor inputs to help me produce something. If I've taken a loan from a bank, I have to pay interest. Bank is a third party. He's not an owner but a creditor to my business. The laborers working in my organization, I pay wages and salary, third party. Material suppliers, third party. Rent paid to somebody, third party. None of them are owner. So it means you can say that every cost that you show in your trial balance, PL, balance sheet, everywhere are all accounting cost. Non accounting cost नहीं है. तभी आपका subject है accountancy, not non accountancy. So that was a joke. So non-accounting costs are implicit cost. Implicit cost also is known as opportunity cost or alternative cost or alternate cost. Now, what is this cost? This is the cost of foregone opportunity. It means this is the opportunity foregone by whom? By the owner of the business. If I was working somewhere else, I started my business, the salary foregone is my implicit cost. If I'm giving my using my own premises for doing business, that I could have given for rent, the rent that I'm losing is my implicit cost. If I'm withdrawing my capital to perform my business activity, the interest that I lose on my withdrawal after I withdraw that money, that is an implicit cost. So unless you include implicit cost, you will never know whether what is your actual profit. Accounting profit will give you nothing. So if I have to find out what is my economic profit, so first from the total revenue I have to deduct accounting cost. When you deduct accounting cost, then you will get accounting profit or loss, and from this if you deduct implicit cost, then what you will get is your economic profit or loss. Economic profit or loss you will get. Now as I've told you, remember, if there is implicit cost, then your accounting cost will be accounting profit will be more than economic profit. If I put a value over here, this is, let's say, 2 lakh rupees revenue, accounting cost is 1,20,000, then your accounting profit is 80,000. If implicit cost is, let's say, 30,000, then you have economic profit of rupees 50,000. So can I say when there is implicit cost, then your economic profit will be lower than your accounting profit, or accounting profit will be higher than your economic profit? But what if your implicit cost is more than your accounting profit? Then you will have economic loss, all right, of 10,000. So can we say that when implicit cost is more than accounting profit, you will have economic loss? If suppose your implicit cost is exactly same as your accounting profit, then you have zero economic profit, and zero economic profit also means normal accounting profit, means your books of accounts still will show you profit, but in terms of your cost and benefit you have gained nothing. And if there is no implicit cost, that will never happen, hypothetical situation, because implicit cost, opportunity cost is always there. If there is no implicit cost, then your economic profit will be equal to your accounting profit. And remember, sometimes very simple general type question they can also ask you. Let's say uh, they say that one day you decided not to go to your college and you wanted to watch a movie. You went to watch a movie by paying 500 rupees as a ticket price was 500 rupees. What is your total cost of watching the movie? Now they will not mention you economic cost, they are asking you total cost. मतलब ऐसा क्वेश्चन दिया तो इकोनॉमिक कॉस्ट ही पूछ रहा है मेरा. So is my total cost is only 500 rupees paid for the movie, or is my, what will be my total cost? Total cost is 500 rupees paid for the movie ticket and the lessons that I did not learn on that day in the college. So that will be your total cost of watching the movie. Understood? Total cost of watching the movie is what you are not gained, that is your loss. Alright. So what you have not gained, that is also your cost plus 300 rupees that you have paid for the movie ticket. So next time you be careful when you bunk your college. The cost is not only the price of the ticket you are paying. Okay. There is a cost in everything. All right. Everything. So if you ask me, sir, if let's say a person is working in a business, is not running a business, if he is going to office and he is earning a salary, सो उसका कॉस्ट कैसे कैलकुलेट करेंगे? टोटल कॉस्ट क्यों बहुत होगा, क्या होगा कॉस्ट? उसका कॉस्ट है all the expenses that you have paid to a third party, Ola, Uber, all the food expenses that you have incurred in your office that your company has not paid you, that time that you did not spend with your family, that is also your implicit cost. All right, your kids not talking to you because you have not given them attention, that is also your economic cost, implicit cost. So there will never be a situation when there is no implicit cost. You are a CEO running a business and you are always under stress, always under stress. So the total cost of running your business is not only the expenditure you have incurred, but the sleepless nights and the health hazard that you are suffering from, that has to be included to conclude or to compute the total cost. Clear? Now all the cost rest of it that we study are all explicit cost. उसमें क्या होता है देखो, direct cost, indirect cost, very sparely they ask you, sparingly. Direct cost is incurred towards the production of one particular commodity or providing one particular service. It means the cost incurred can be attributed or directly linked to that particular product. If I'm producing this pen in the factory, every cost incurred in terms of raw material, carriage involved, electricity on consumed by the machine, labor, all are direct cost. But if I am incurring advertisement cost, there is an office who is strategizing how to advertise this product on Instagram. All right, all those costs is not related to one activity, but it is related to running my organization. All those are indirect costs. But the biggest difference you will find, direct cost will increase with the increase in the level of output, and when output decreases, direct cost will also decrease because production से related है. But my indirect cost will not change in the short run due to increase or decrease in the level of output. Do you think if you are working in Hindustan Unilever, एक महीने कम शैम्पू बिका तो आपका सैलरी कम आएगा? No. But the contract laborer who is working in the factory, he will get less pay because for lesser number of days or lesser number of hours he is working. If he is paid hourly wage or daily wage, then he will get less wage. All right. Then comes fixed cost. Remember again, fixed cost is, it's not that always it is fixed. No, it is fixed in the short run. Then what happens in the long run? It changes. But the moment it changes, we will call it variable cost. Fixed cost is over there. So if they ask you a question and say fixed cost can never be changed, wrong option. Fixed cost is difficult to change in the short run, correct option. Fixed costs do not change in the short run, again correct answer. Fixed cost changes in the long run, wrong option. Long run में fixed cost होता ही नहीं है. देखो कंफ्यूजिंग हो जाएगा. Fixed cost changes in the long run में होता ही नहीं है, wrong statement है. There is only variable cost. They may be fixed cost, but the treatment becomes variable in the long run. Then you have, and remember, even when your output is zero, same amount of fixed cost you will incur. total fixed cost I'm talking about. Then you have variable cost. We call it variable cost because it varies and it's directly linked with the level of output. Increase in output, VC increases. Decrease in output, VC decreases. Zero output, VC will be zero. Then you have a hybrid cost which is known as semi variable cost. बहुत rarely पूछता है, but what is a semi variable cost? It is a hybrid cost which is neither fixed nor variable. It means somewhat it is fixed, somewhat it is variable. So it will remain fixed up to a certain level of output, but beyond which if output increases it will begin to change. Semi variable: water charges, telephone charges, electricity charges, minimum charges you have to pay whether you consume or not, and then after that per unit charges you have to pay. Then comes all the other costs. So remember, if you look at the table that I've given you, that total fixed cost is nothing but the total cost incurred by a business, total of all the fixed costs incurred by a business in the production of any goods or services. So when I say total fixed cost, this is your TFC curve and this is your output. Now one karke option, if I ask you, it does not begin from the origin. Why? If they give you the question, TFC curve does not begin from the origin for the reason option में दिया, आप बताओ क्या होगा? Because TFC can never be zero. If it begins from the origin, it means when output is zero, TCE, total fixed cost is zero. Total fixed cost can never be zero. So it begins from a point along the y axis or the cost axis. कई बार change कर देता है y axis, so cost axis. And it will be a flat line, horizontal straight line parallel to the x-axis. Why? Because whether output increases or decreases, the total fixed cost will not change. It will always remain the same. If you are incurring 1000 here, then you will incur 1000 everywhere, whether you're producing 0 unit, 1 unit, 10 units or 10,000 units. But all the complexities in the cost concept comes due to the variable cost, because if variable cost would have changed in the proportion of the level of output, then there will be no complexity or cost concept 15 minute में खत्म हो जाता. But variable cost, even though it has a direct relationship with the output, this direct relationship is not proportional. So again we come to the next question. If they say that which of the option is or are correct, total variable cost increases with the increase in the level of output. Correct or incorrect? So total variable cost increases with the increase in the level of output. Not incorrect? अयो कुछ नहीं पढ़ा ये तो मैं कहीं ब्लंडर हो गया है भाई. So अरे भाई, total variable cost has direct relationship to output. If I'm producing more, I have to incur more cost. No. If I was producing 10 units of this pen and I was incurring 2000 rupees, now if I'm producing 100 units of this pen, will I incur 2000 rupees or more than 2000 rupees? More than. So total variable cost increases with the increase in the level of output. Next, total variable cost increases in the proportion of increase in the level of output. It means what I'm saying is that if I'm producing 1 unit, total, let's say total variable cost is 200 rupees. For 2 units it will be 400 rupees. For 3 units it will be 600 rupees. For 4 units it will be 800 rupees, and so on and so forth. It means ऐसे ये increase होगा. देखो, this is the cost and this is the level of output. So if I'm producing 1 unit, I'm incurring 200. If I'm producing 2 units, I'm incurring 400. If I'm producing 3 units, I'm incurring 600. It means for every extra unit, I'm incurring 200 rupees. Is it correct or incorrect? Correct? Incorrect hai. Incorrect hai. If this happens, it means law of variable proportion does not exist. If this happens, it means law of variable proportion does not exist. The answer is no. And I gave you the T example to make you understand this thing. Please pay attention. यही चीज भूल गए आप लोग. So if I am making 1 cup of tea, remember I'm talking about variable input. Fixed input are my oven that I'm using, the kitchen that I'm using, the house is also a fixed input. The kettles that I'm using, all those are fixed. I'm concerned about the variable input. If I'm making 1 cup of tea, let's say I require tea leaves. 1 tablespoonful of tea leaves I require. If I will require some amount of milk, water is free, bhul jao. So 20 milliliter of milk I'll require. I will require some amount of sugar. If I'm not a diabetic, let's say 2 tablespoonful of sugar I'll require. And then I will also need LPG. Liberalization, privatization, globalization. नहीं, ये LPG gas है. So LPG gas I will use and I will need to boil it for, let's say hypothetically, for 10 minutes. If suppose I'm able to find out how much cost I have to pay for this, let's say, and I found out I had to pay rupees 10. All right, for this is my variable cost. All right, total variable cost. If I'm producing 2 cups of tea, my question is, if for 1 cup I have incurred 10 rupees of total variable cost, for 2 cups, will I incur rupees 20? I will incur more than 10, of course, correct? But will I incur 20? No, then why did you say correct hai wo par? So I will incur, no, not you. I will incur maybe 18 rupees or 16 rupees. 16 rupees incur करेगा कैसे? अभी देखो, when you made 1 cup of tea, you lost some of the extraction wastage हुआ. So I will require more, but I will not require double. I may require 1.5 tablespoon. So यहाँ पर saving हुआ मेरा. Here I will require 40 milliliter, so no saving. Here I will require 4 tablespoonful of sugar, so no saving. But here I need to boil it for 13 minutes. I can make 2 cups. Or do you think I need to boil it for 20 minutes? 13 minutes. So as a result, what happens? With my increase in output from 1 to 2 unit, my total variable cost is not increasing by double. If I'm doubling the output, it is increasing by less than double. And why it is increasing by less than double? Due to better utilization of fixed input also. So it means if I want to find out an average here I produce 1 cup and my total variable cost was rupees 10. So the average is 10. Here I produce 2 cups and my total variable cost is rupees 16. So the average comes down to, 16, average comes down to 8. If I'm making 3 cups and total cost, let's say it increases to 21, then don't you think average comes down to 7? So as I go on producing more and more, due to better utilization of fixed input, due to specialization of labor, I will become an expert in making tea. And due to less wastage of resources, my output will increase at a diminishing rate. Sorry, my output will increase at an increasing rate. It means relatively lesser increase in variable input lead to more increase in output. It means my variable cost will increase at a diminishing rate. Correct? So exactly the same thing will happen over there as well. So if I'm producing 1 unit, I'm incurring 200. For 2 units, I may incur 300. So dekho, for 2 units, I should have incurred 400 variable cost. No, but I'm incurring how much? 300. So it is increasing by only 100. For 3 units, I may incur 360. So I'm incurring by only 60. For 4 units, I'm increasing to 400 by 40. But from 5th unit onwards, it begins to increase 600, 700, 800 and so on. So what happens here? That this benefit will not continue to come to me forever, because as I go on producing more and more, I am reaching the maximum potential of my fixed input. It means its unused potential is coming down. So if I'm making 5 cups of tea in a kettle that can make 5 cups of tea, don't you think I have to be very careful? Always have to turn on the flame, switch between medium flame, low flame, high flame, medium flame. I'm wasting. And what will happen if I try to make 6 cups of tea? I can make, but if I try to make 6 cups in a kettle that, matlab, I fill it to the brim, the what will happen? Wastage will happen, right? So what happens here, that initially as you go on producing more and more, again this is your cost, you can write variable cost there as well, and output you have already drawn, you don't have to draw again. So initially it will increase at a slower rate, and then it will increase at a faster rate. So this will be your TVC curve. So you see here, first unit when I produced, my cost was 200 rupees. But the second unit when I produced, it increased to only 300. The third unit when I produced, it increased to only 360. Fourth unit when I produced, it increased to only 400. Then fifth unit if I produce, then it begins to increase 600. Sixth unit when I produce, it may increase to 1000. It begins to rise sharply. So can we say that initially as output increases, keep this in mind, TVC increases at diminishing rate. Then later, as quantity of output is continued to increase, then TVC increases at an increasing rate. Now my question is, if TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate, am I getting increasing returns to scale or diminishing returns to scale? Am I getting increasing returns to scale or diminishing returns to scale? Uh, we need to restart you. You need to start your PC. Remind me in 15 minutes, in 1 hour, tomorrow, next century. I'm not kidding. They've given an option. Yes, next century. Okay. Now, I have to keep looking at your recording, ho raha hai na? Otherwise. Now, tell me, if TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate, then my productivity, am I getting increasing returns or diminishing returns? I'm getting decreasing returns, increasing return, no return, constant return. I'm getting increasing return. Why I'm getting increasing return? Understand here, simple. कोई रिवाइज नहीं किया ना इकोनॉमिक्स इतने समय से किया, तो फिर क्यों कॉन्फिडेंटली नहीं आंसर आ रहा है? आई हैव टोल्ड यू सिंपल लॉजिक लगाओ, फॉरगेट अबाउट दिस. अकाउंट्स बनाता है, ऑलराइट, डेबिट एंड क्रेडिट साइड है. Net profit is dependent on only on revenue or also on cost? Also on cost. If your debit side will inflate, then your net profit will come down. All right. If your debit side will increase at a decreasing rate, at a slower rate, धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा, then your net profit will be more. So if I say that if my cost is increasing at a slower rate, it means my return will be increasing at a faster rate, isn't it? So cost, और ये याद रख लो फिर से, लास्ट टाइम भी बोला था आपको, cost increasing at an increasing rate is bad. Cost increasing at an increasing rate is bad. So cost increasing at an increasing rate, it means you are getting diminishing returns. And cost increasing at a diminishing rate is good. Cost increasing at a diminishing rate will give you increasing return. So when total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, it is a good thing. It means what you are getting is increasing returns to scale. In the long run, in the short run, increasing returns to factor. And when your total variable cost is increasing at an increasing rate, this is bad for business. It means very soon your diminishing return is there, but it will increase further. It means further your returns is going to diminish. All right, clear hai? Then average fixed cost. In case of average fixed cost, average of any cost is the total of that cost. Sorry, average fixed cost के पहले total cost कर लेते हैं. Total cost में total cost is nothing but total fixed cost and total variable cost. Now यहाँ पर क्या है कि when your output is zero, let me write in this way, TVC and TFC. When your output is zero, your TVC will be equal to zero. But can your TFC be zero? No. So can I say when your output is zero, then TC will be equal to TFC. But mind it, TC will only be equal to TFC at zero level of output. Alright, at zero level of output ही रहेगा, बाकी सब में नहीं. Then what happens? Total cost is going to rise. Now why total cost is going to rise? Because we know when total cost is a summation between total variable cost and total fixed cost, and as output increases, quantity of output increases, of course total fixed cost do not change, but total variable cost, does it remain same? It increases. So can I say that even if one of the constituent of the TC it increases, then TC will increase? So of course TC will increase, but at what rate TC will increase? TC will increase at the same rate as the increase in TVC. Even though TC is a summation, total cost is a summation of total variable cost and total fixed cost, but we know that total cost is changing only due to the change in the total variable cost, because total fixed cost is not changing. So what will happen is that total cost and total variable cost will look exactly the same. They will be parallel lines. All right. Only difference is that TC and TVC curve, they will begin from a different point, but they will look exactly the same. And why they will be parallel line? Because the difference between TC and TVC is due to TFC, which remains constant. So it means if I have to draw a total cost, total fixed cost and total variable cost curve, so this is your TFC, which remains constant. We know when the output is zero, then TVC will be zero. So TVC increase, it begins from this point. And we also know when output is zero, then TC cannot be zero even when TVC is zero. In that case, TC will be equals to TFC. So if I have to draw TFC curve, this will be your, TC curve, this will be your TC curve. So you see, TC curve begins from the same point as the TFC curve, but its behavior matches the behavior of the TVC curve. Why it matches? Because every bit of change in the TC will only be due to the change in the TVC. It means if TVC changes by 50 paisa, then TC will also change by 50 paisa. If TVC changes by 1 crore, then TC will also change by 1 crore if TVC changes by 1 crore. So they will be parallel lines. And how to decipher this diagram, I've told you already. I am producing 1 unit, my total variable cost is 200 and zero level of output TC equals to TFC, here 1000. So 1000 plus 200, that is 1200. When I'm producing 2 unit, it is increasing to 300 is your TVC here, and your TFC is 1000. So 300 plus 1000, that will be 1300. And they are constant, they will be parallel lines. Why? Because the difference between them is due to TFC. So mind it, the points from where you get the question. Pehla, TC curve will begin from the same point as the TFC curve. Why? Because when output is 0, TC equals to TFC. TC curve will have the same slope as the TVC curve, or TC curve will be changing in the same way, or it will look exactly like the TVC curve, because TC changes by as much as the change in the TVC curve. TC curve and TVC curve will be parallel lines because TFC is constant. Clear hai? Now average. So simple, average is nothing but per unit cost of production. So if I'm talking about average fixed cost, it means total fixed cost divided by the level of output. It means I'm talking about fixed cost per unit of output. When I talk about average variable cost, then I'm talking about variable cost per unit of output. So if I want to find out what is average fixed cost, then total fixed cost I have to divide it by the level of output. And we know that as output increases, the TFC do not increase, it remains constant. So in that case, you are dividing the same total fixed cost by a increasing denominator. As a result, what will happen to the quotient? Quotient will continue to fall down. But it will not fall down gradually, it will fall down initially very sharply, and then the fall will be tapering off. And why it will fall down sharply? Because mathematically, if you keep the numerator same and go on increasing the denominator, even if you increase by the same proportion, by 1 unit, initially the fall will be very sharp. It means if my TFC is 1000 rupees, if rupees is 1000 and output is 1 unit, then AFC will be 1000. But if output is 2 unit, then AFC will be 500. If output is 3 unit, 333.3. Output is 4 unit, 250. You see here, from here to here, the fall is by 500. But between this, the fall is not even, 200, not even 120. So, how would it look like? If this is your average fixed cost and this is your level of output, it will of course not be a downward sloping curve, but not be a straight line. It will look just like an indifference curve. Initially it's falling slowly and sharply, and then it's falling slowly. So this is your AFC curve. So first I'm incurring 1000 my average fixed cost for 1 unit, and then for the second unit it falls down to 500, for the third unit it falls down to 333, and so on and so forth. But AFC curve will never touch the x-axis. Why? Because AFC can never be 0. Even if I divide the total fixed cost, which is 1000 rupees, and the output I'm producing is 10,000, or let's say 1 lakh, then you will get the AFC as 0.001. Correct? Right or wrong? So I am getting almost negligible average fixed cost, but never zero fixed cost, average fixed cost. So that's why it will never touch the x-axis. All right. Next, average variable cost abhi aata hai. Now, average variable cost, remember one thing is very, very simple, is that if whether it's total cost or total variable cost, if any cost is initially increasing at a diminishing rate, its average will always fall. And if that cost begins to rise or increase at an increasing rate, then its average will rise. So what will happen if suppose I'm producing an output here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I write here TVC, and first let's say I'm incurring 200, then 300, it is increasing, then 360, then 400, then 600. So what happens here if I want to find out average variable cost? Here you have 200, here you have 150, here you have 120, here you have 100, and then it begins to rise 200. If I'm producing 6 unit, if I'm incurring let's say 1000 or let's say 1200, then it is increasing. So no, same margin से नहीं increase करता है, 200, and if it's 1000 that will be 160, नहीं गड़बड़ हो जाएगा ना, ए यहाँ पे 200 कैसे लिख दिया मैंने? 200 ए 1000 कैसे होगा? दिस इज 100 5 120 होगा ना ये, करेक्ट? नो, 120 होगा, and it means it has begun to increase at an increasing rate. Now if I make it 1000, then it will be 167. So what has happened, you see here, up till this point, up till which point? Up till this point, what is happening? You see TVC is increasing by 100. I'm increasing it by one unit only. Then it is increasing by how much? 60. All right, then it is increasing by 40. So it is increasing but at a diminishing rate. And what is happening to the average? Average is falling. But from this point onwards, what happens? It begins to increase at an increasing rate. And what happens to average? You see, average also begins to increase. So what will happen is that the ABC curve will be a U-shaped curve. So you see here, as I go on increasing the level of output, ABC initially falls, reaches its minimum point, and then it begins to rise, U-shape. And the U shape of the ABC curve is due to what? Law of variable proportion. Now, how law of variable proportion? From where they will try to confuse you to the highest level. So here, pay close attention. I'm only going to draw TP curve. So let's say this is the production and this is the variable input, law of variable proportion, and here I've drawn the TP curve. All right, TP curve. Now tell me, all right, initially when my marginal product is increasing at a, it is increasing and total product is increasing at an increasing rate. So can I say, let's take this particular point up till here and take this point here. Now tell me here, little bit more, थोड़ा सा और स्लोप थोड़ा कम हुआ इसका. Okay, so can I say here, this is the amount of variable input that I'm taking and this is the total output that I'm receiving. I've already explained this to you just a while ago. So it means lesser increase in, can I put a value here? Let's say 50% increase in variable input leads to 90% increase in output. All right, due to better utilization of resources and everything. It means relatively less increase in input but relatively more increase in output. So that's why I'm getting TP is increasing at increasing rate, means marginal product is increasing. Now tell me, to buy this variable input, what kind of cost will I incur? Will I incur fixed cost or variable cost? भाई वेरिएबल इनपुट खरीदने के लिए वेरिएबल कॉस्ट लगेगा ना. Can I buy variable input and call it fixed cost? Can I do that? No. So to buy the variable input, I will incur variable cost, many variable costs. We can call it total variable cost. So now tell me, if with lesser increase in input, I'm getting more output. So will my total variable cost increase sharply or it will increase at a slower rate? Will my total variable cost, will it increase sharply? It means ज़्यादा बढ़ेगा, or will it increase at a slower rate? It will increase at a slower rate. So can we say here, first of all, if I look at variable proportion, am I getting increasing returns to factor or diminishing returns to factor? I'm getting increasing returns to factor. So I can say here there is increasing returns. Why increasing returns? Because TP is increasing at increasing rate. Why TP is increasing at an increasing rate? Explanation क्या है? Because lesser increase in variable input lead to more increase in total product or output. So increasing return. Now if there is lesser increase in variable input, it means, can I say, total variable cost must be increasing at diminishing rate. And we know that when cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, which is considered as a good thing, and that's why I'm getting increasing returns to scale. So when total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, it means average variable cost will decrease. Correct? Or once again, clear? Hai? Then what happens here now? You see, now from here to here again I'm increasing variable input, but my by how much is my output is increasing? Can I say I'm increasing a variable input by 100%, but my output is increasing? Is it increasing by 100% or less than 100%? Less than. I can say output is increasing by, let's say, 60%. All right. So it means, can I say that lesser increase in variable, more increase in variable input, lesser increase in output? So more variable input लगाने का मेरे को, अगर more variable input लगाने का तो मेरा more cost लगेगा ना. So it means my total variable cost will increase at a increasing rate or diminishing rate? Increasing rate. No, increase में जल्दी बढ़ेगा. So now at this stage what I'm getting is, I'm getting diminishing returns. Why I'm getting diminishing returns? Because TP is increasing at diminishing rate. Why I say TP is increasing at a diminishing rate? Because more increase in input, variable input, VI, and lesser increase in total product or output. So if I have to increase my variable input more, then can I say my total variable cost increases at increasing rate, which is not a good thing, which is a bad thing. So it means, can I say that my average variable cost will begin to rise, and due to this ABC curve is U-shaped. So ये पॉइंट याद रखना, MP is increasing, TP is increasing at an increasing rate. It means total variable cost must be increasing at a diminishing rate and average variable cost must be falling. So it means what? If MP is positive and it is increasing, it means TP must be increasing at increasing rate. It means total variable cost must be increasing at diminishing rate. It means average variable cost must be falling. And if MP is again positive but it is falling, then TP must be increasing at diminishing rate, and it means TVC must be increasing at increasing rate. It means AVC will increase. This will give you what we call it as diminishing returns, and this will give you what we call as increasing returns. क्लियर है? सो ये भूल गया तो मार्क्स चला गया. ऑलराइट, नेक्स्ट. देन AVC, AFC done. We have ATC. ATC you can get in two ways. Either divide the total cost by the output, or ATC you can also get when you add AFC plus AVC. Now understand what happens here. Initially, as output increases, AFC continues to fall all the time and AVC also continues to fall. So can I say ATC will also fall? Correct. After some level of output, average fixed cost will continue to fall, but it will become very small. If it becomes so small, then it will not play much of a role in determination of average total cost. So after falling to a certain level, its value will fall significantly. So small value हो जाएगा AFC का, but ABC will begin to rise sharply. So it means what will happen to ATC? ATC will also increase. So remember, even though AFC continuously falling, but still at a later part ATC will rise, because ATC is rising due to increase in the variable cost or average variable cost at a higher rate. So वो undo कर देगा falling part of the AFC को. So ATC curve will also be U-shaped, and same way due to law of variable proportion. Now the relationship between ATC and AVC, and they will try to confuse it with total fixed cost and total variable cost. Remember, in case of total fixed cost and total variable cost, they are a parallel line because TFC do not change. But in case of this situation, AFC constantly is falling, no. So difference between ATC and AVC is AFC. And when AFC is continuously falling as output increases, don't you think these two curves will come together? Or it come closer to one another? So if I draw here, you see this is your average variable cost, and will you say average total cost ले लेते हैं, and this will be your average variable cost, AVC. So initially there is a big gap between ATC and AVC because AFC has some value. But as we go on producing more and more, the value of AFC will continue to fall down, fall down, fall down. Very small value हो जाएगा. So they will come closer to one another. But these two curves will never touch or intersect. Why? Because AFC can never be zero. So mind it. TC and TVC curve, they will be parallel lines. But ATC and AVC curve, they will not be parallel lines. They will keep coming closer to one another as the output increases. Clear hai? Next comes the marginal cost. What is marginal cost? Marginal cost is nothing but the change in total cost due to change in output by 1 unit. So if I have to calculate marginal cost, so delta TC by delta Q. And I've told you, just if I remove the delta, this will become an average cost rather than marginal cost. So delta TC by delta Q. And if I have to calculate marginal cost, you see marginal cost will initially fall and then it will rise. But it will fall and rise more sharply. If you see the table that I have drawn, it will fall and rise more sharply. Why? Because marginal is always calculated as a difference between two level of output, wherein averages are calculated at the same level. So what happens here? Both AVC and ATC and MC initially is falling. All right, and everything is falling, and then after reaching the lowest point they begin to rise, but MC rises more sharply than the ATC and AVC curve. So at the lowest point the marginal cost curve will cut both ATC and AVC from their respective lowest point. So it means, if suppose this is, let's say this was your MC curve, this is your AVC curve. MC and AVC will begin from the same point, and this is your ATC curve. ATC. So marginal cost curve will cut both AVC and ATC curve from below from the respective minimum point, and you have to find out from the diagram. They'll ask you a question as well. So when you see, if I circle down this part, just compare marginal cost, that is black line, and the red line. When AVC has a negative slope in this circled part, it means AVC is falling. And when AVC is falling, what situation we have? Marginal cost completely lies below the AVC curve, or we can say marginal cost is less than AVC. And if I circle this part, Only consider the, then what happens? Now average variable cost has a positive slope, and when it has a positive slope, we know that marginal cost must be lying above the average variable cost. The same logic goes with the ATC as well. So we can say that when AVC and ATC curves are falling, then marginal cost must be less than AVC and ATC, or marginal cost curve will lie completely below the AVC and ATC. And when AVC and ATC curves have positive slope, it means they are rising, then there what you have, marginal cost will be lying above the AVC and ATC curve, and MC curve will cut both ATC and AVC from below from their respective lowest point. Now in the long run, what happens, this distinction between variable cost and average total cost, it goes away. So long run average cost, you can simply call it as AC or ATC. So again, if you have cost here and is the output here, so rather than AVC and ATC, everything is variable, so you'll have one cost curve, you can call it AC or ATC curve, and then this is your marginal cost curve, and same logic will be applicable. MC curve will cut the AC or ATC curve from below from their its respective from its lowest point. And if I take this here, negative slope of AC or ATC, MC is lower than AC or ATC. No place to write here. MC AC curve has a positive slope, MC is more than AC or ATC. But remember here, one thing is that if they ask you a question, again the frequency of this particular question that I'm discussing right now, it's very high. If they ask you the question that when marginal is increasing, what can we conclude with regard to the average, we will say average is also increasing. All right, when they say marginal is falling, then we can conclude average must be also falling. But if they give you other way around, it means from the average we cannot conclude anything with regard to marginal. If the average is rising, what can we conclude with regard to the marginal? If average is rising, it means you can only conclude that MC curve lies above the AC curve. But you cannot conclude necessarily that when average is rising, marginal must be also rising. बोलो सर यहाँ तो increase कर रहा है, but हो सकता है नहीं increase करे, यहाँ increase कर रहा है, कर भी सकता, नहीं भी कर सकता, because average can change even when there is no change in marginal. Alright, if suppose if I am producing, let's say, quantity of output and total cost and marginal cost and AC or ATC, if I am producing 10 unit, I am incurring 300 rupees, here nothing, and average is 30. But if I increase my output to 20 and let's say it increases to 1000, then what is my marginal cost? Marginal cost is 1000 minus 300, that is 700, divided by 10, that is 70. Marginal cost is increasing because it is more than the average total cost. And if I take an average here, then what will happen? 50 mein badh jayega na average. Correct? If suppose I am producing 20 units, but total cost increases to only 400 rupees. Now if I calculate marginal between these two, so what is the marginal cost? Hey, 400 minus 100, 300, that is 100. 100 divided by 10. So 10 ho jayega na. Now marginal cost is 10. What is the average cost here? Average cost कितना है? 20 आएगा ना, 400 divided by 20. Right or wrong? So you see, when marginal has fallen down, average has also fallen down from 30 to 20. Right? But if suppose I change the average only, let's see what happens to marginal. So I'm still producing 20 units as before, but my total cost increases to 800 rupees. Now what is my average cost? That is rupees 40. But can I calculate the marginal? Because if I calculate the marginal, 800 minus 400 divided by 20 minus 20, इट मीन जीरो से डिवाइड हो जाएगा, इंफिनिट वैल्यू आ जाएगा ना। कभी कॉस्ट का इंफिनिट वैल्यू होता है क्या? कितना कॉस्ट इनकर्ड किया? इंफिनिट। अरे so you cannot calculate the marginal even when the average is rising. All right, so it means average can rise after the change in output. In that case we can say yes, तो फिर marginal बोल सकता है, but you cannot assume that when average is rising, it is rising because there is increase in output, because average can increase even without increase in the level of output if the cost of production increases. So but you'll say, sir, in this diagram you tell me one thing. चलो मैं आपका बात मानता, मार्जिनल गिरता, marginal falling down, average falling down. Let's see, marginal falling down, average falling down, marginal falling down, average still falling down, but marginal now begin to rise from here, and up till this point average is still falling down. देखो इस जोन में where marginal is rising but average is still falling. If I take this point over here, you see average अभी भी गिर रहा है थोड़ा सा ना, but marginal has begun to rise. So ये तो diagram, this is what we call it as a point of entropy, because in a two-dimensional diagram you cannot perfectly show you without any error, you can draw, it's not a possibility. So this entropy is ignored in economics. That's why econometrics is gaining prominence, wherein you can get a 3D model of a diagram, a 4D model of a diagram you can get, multiple dimensional diagram. So this kind of entropy you will not get over there. But in a two-dimensional diagram there is a limitation. So that's why it has to be ignored. So those who are must be worried, sir ये तो यहाँ पे उठ रहा है फिर गड़बड़ हो रहा नहीं. So keep that in mind and remember the example that I gave you about heights of the students, remember. So that will define you between difference between marginal and average. Then we come to the mother of all curves, that is long run average cost curve, LAC curve, or planning curve, or envelope curve we call it. Now what is an LAC curve? Very very important, extremely important curve. LAC curve is also known as planning curve because it shows the expansion trajectory of a business in the long run as more and more plants are put into the business. So if here is your average cost, here is the level of output, this is your LAC curve, and it consists of several short run average cost curves. It is not necessary that each of the lowest part of SSE will touch the LAC. It can be lowest, it can be no, not the lowest one, but here the lowest part has to cover. And then you have this. So what is happening? Each of these are nothing but the short-run average cost curve 1, short-run average cost curve 2. So as I'm expanding, I am putting more and more plant into the business. बोला सर इतना plant क्यों put किया? एक ही plant use करो, अरे कैसे होगा? After reaching the maximum point or the most productive efficient point of production of any plant, remote है क्या रे? इसको बंद कर. It's not working. Same है. See, off.
Sir, try this.
This is also not working. Please try Ray. If you can turn it off. Of the all right. So now pay attention here. Yeah. So if every plant that I put into the business, I will not put another plant unless I have used it to its fullest potential. Most productive, efficient point of production is the point wherein your average cost is at the lowest. So if suppose what is happening here, I am producing at this level, let's say this is my output and this is my average cost. So average cost is a bit higher right now. Can I decrease the average cost? So let's say here if I take a table here, quantity I am producing and this is the total cost. Short run SSE में अभी calculate कर रहा मैं. If I am producing 10 unit, total cost I am incurring 500. So average is 50. But if suppose I increase my output here, all right, I increase my output, let's say to 20 units, and I find out that my average cost is falling down now. Does it mean total cost is also falling down? No. How is it possible that I'll producing more and total cost will fall down? No, total cost will increase with the increase in the level of output, but my average is falling down. It means for 20 units, if for 10 units I've incurred 500 rupees, for 20 units it may increase to 750 rupees. All right. And if I take an average now, it will be and around 37.5, something like that. So average has fallen down even though my total cost is increasing. And why it has fallen down? Because average is increasing at a diminishing rate. But if I go beyond this point, it means I have reached the productive efficient point of production on this particular plant. If I try to use this plant and produce at this point, what happens? My average cost increases with the increase in the level of output, because my wastage will increase. You cannot use anything more than its optimal capacity. So economic tells me, no, you cannot increase your efficiency beyond this point on this particular plant quite now. But if I buy one more plant and produce at the lowest point of that plant, then don't you think again my average cost decreases? It means my total cost increases at a diminishing rate. But again, if I use the same plant to produce more, you see again average cost increases. So I will not do that. So I will continue to put more and more plant, and I will try to use this plant to its most optimal point of production in order to minimize my average cost. And then I finally reach this point as I went on decreasing my average cost, wherein I reach this point. This is my average cost. Beyond this point, if I increase my level of output, the same benefit I am not getting. Why is it so? Because when businesses become very big, the complexity of the businesses increase, and so little bit of here and there mismanagement will escalate my cost very sharply. So if I am adding more plant but my average cost is increasing, then that company should not increase its plant size. It means its total cost is increasing at an increasing rate. So the most optimal point of production for any seller in the long run, in the short run, most optimal point at the lowest point of the SSE. But in the long run, the most optimal point or most productive efficient point of production is where your LSE is lowest, because beyond this point increases. So let's say here, let's take simple values. If I'm producing 10 units, 100 rupees I've income. So average is 10. For 20 units, if I'm incurring, let's say it increases to 180. So it is increasing by only 80 rupees. So average is how much? 9. If I produce 30 units, all right, and it increases to 240, then average is 8 only, because it is increasing by how much? Only 60. If I produce 40 units, let's say 280, it means it is increasing by how much? 7. So it means what is happening here, up till this point my total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, and that's my average is falling down. All right, if I produce 50 units, let's say, then 300, so it increases by 6. So now what happens after reaching this point? Is it a possibility? इसके बाद क्या होगा? If I'm producing 60 unit and it increases to 900, then don't you think my average is now 6 one time and 6 5 times 15 हो गया? So now LAC is rising, so I should not go beyond this point. It means up till this point what I'm getting is increasing returns to scale, but here I'm getting diminishing returns to scale. But is there a possibility that after reaching the lowest point, yahan tak my average cost do not increase, LAC hai ye, it gets fixed at 6, and I go on producing 70 80 units? So here it will be 360, here it will be 420, here it will be 480. So my total cost is increasing now at the same rate, 60 60 60, and due to which my average has become constant. It means what I have done here is that in the previous diagram, after reaching the lowest point, LAC curve is rising. But what I'm saying, that is it a possibility that after reaching its lowest point, LAC doesn't rise, it becomes flat? Is it a possibility? The answer is yes. LAC can become flat, and I can go on adding more and more plant, but after reaching the lowest point, LAC doesn't rise. It means total cost increases at a same rate, constant rate. It can happen only due to advanced technology. All right, it will become L-shaped. Clear hai? So your cost concept is also over. All right. Now, chapter what? Breather. Okay, 5 minutes you can take. So, market. Yeah, you can. Chapter 4, market. Now about different types of market based on the basis of area, on the basis of time, on the basis of regulation. Very easy. I've covered in the quick revision note. You'll see it, and I've given you the uh, class notes as well. Huh? I'll give it to you later on. So now market on the basis of nature of competition. I've told you that market can be divided into perfect competition. Said quickly. Perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly and oligopolistic. But also remember, when we take perfect competition at one end and monopoly at the other end, as we go from perfect competition towards monopoly, there will be decrease in the level of or degree of competition. So it means In perfect competition, there will be highest degree of competition, whereas in monopoly, there will be zero competition. And competition and price have inverse relation, meaning what? Higher the degree of competition, lowest the price, and lower the degree, as the degree of competition decreases, the price will increase. So monopoly, there is zero competition, so the price will be charged will be highest. Now first, perfect competition. Please remember the characteristic. What is the unique characteristic? If I ask you, tell me without looking in your book, tell me one unique characteristic of perfect competition. Hmm? Firm is a price taker, unique. Second one, second unique feature that is not found anywhere else. Number of, no, perfect substitutes are sold. All right. So now remember, many a time they ask you which is an ideal competition. Ideal competition is a perfect competition because it doesn't exist. Nothing is ideal in this world. There is imperfection in everything. But it means it's only a theoretical reality. Practically perfect competition do not exist. We study about perfect competition with a hypothetical characteristic so that we can know that when we compare other competition, how much is the deviation, what is the level of imperfectness in other competition. That's why we have to have a benchmark that this is the perfect situation, and other competition kitna deviation hai, what is the level or degree of imperfectness. If they ask you which competition is very closer, this is again a frequently asked question, which competition is very closer to be a to a perfectly competitive market, agriculture and perishable goods market, because these are very close substitute, but still they are not perfect substitute, so closer to perfect competition. Home characteristic, simply homogeneous product, it means undifferentiated product, perfect substitutes hai. Large number of small sellers. Now here the word small, what does the small mean? Doesn't mean in terms of investment, it means any seller in the market, it doesn't have the power to affect the market price by changing its level of output. This is a common feature in monopolistic competition as well, because sellers are considered as small, because if suppose tomorrow ITC says that Sunfish biscuit mein nahi banayega, but the question is how many people in India in percentage terms purchase Sunfish biscuit? Less than 1%. All right, 1% bhi nahi hai. So if ITC doesn't manufacture or decreases the supply of Sunfish biscuit, do you think there'll be the price of every biscuit will be skyrocketing? No. So whatever the gap or the vacuum is created by ITC will be filled up by Britannia and other companies. Good Day मिल जाएगा, Parle G मिल जाएगा, कुछ भी बन जाएगा, Oreo का biscuit बन जाएगा, more a chocolate than a biscuit. So now it means nobody can control the market price. Nobody can, because everybody is owning a small fragment of the market. Of course, in a country like India, even if you are having 2% of the market share, you're talking about 3 crore people are purchasing your goods. You'll make a windfall profit. Then the firms are considered as price taker. Why? Because no firm can change the price, because they all are selling a perfect substitute and there is a hairline margin of profit. How do you think that in perfect competitions, what is the degree of competition? Because as more and more sellers enter the market, they will keep beating down the price, keep beating down the price, keep beating down the price, and at some point in time the price will come to such a close point to a cost of production that the price cannot go down any further. Because if you decrease the price any further, then you have to sell at a cost. It means you're doing nothing but wasting your time, and of course you cannot sell at a loss. So it means now if this is the cost of production and the price has sunk down and it is just marginally above the cost of production, if any seller enters now, they have to sell at this prevailing market price, because if he charges even 20 paisa extra for a commodity, people will not buy, because we assume that people have perfect knowledge about the market. Both sellers and buyers, sellers know what is the level of competition, what is my competitor doing, buyers know that what is the margin of profit of the seller, what is the content of the good. So they all know that we are being sold a perfect substitute. Why will I pay 10 paisa even extra? So nobody can increase the price, and of course you cannot decrease the price. You have to, otherwise you have to sell at a loss. The only way, two ways you can increase your profit. One, everybody is earning 50 paisa margin of profit on a product. Somebody is producing 10 lakh units, वो 5 lakh को profit करेगा. Somebody is who is making 2 lakh unit, they will make a profit of 1 lakh. It means by increasing the volume of sale only you can increase your margin of total profit. And second way is by decreasing your cost of production by bringing in efficiency. But otherwise the market will prevail and market will give the price to all the firms. So firms are price taker, and this price taking is a unique feature of a perfect competition. Then there will be no price discrimination, because when there I have so many options, do you think anybody will be able to exploit me? The answer is no. Every firm can easily enter and exit the market, no barrier to entry. There will be no advertisement cost because people have already been assumed to have perfect knowledge about the market, and when the company is making a hairline or a marginally, I mean, a very small amount of profit per unit sold, they cannot afford to have an advertisement, whether in the short or in the long run. Company, businesses or firms will earn only normal profit. Now mind it, loss and abnormal loss can happen in any market under any competition for any firm. Even a monopolist who is running a monopoly is not immune from losses and abnormal loss. But abnormal profit doesn't happen everywhere, and more so in case of perfect competition, whether in the short or the long run. Clear? There is perfect mobility of factor. It means factor inputs are very easy, freely mobile, because if I'm producing this pen and let's say hypothetically this is the perfect substitute and there are 300 other sellers who are producing this pen, don't you think whether it's technology, whether it's labor expertise, whether it's raw material, it's very easily available in the industry? From one company to another, people and resources can easily hop. So factor mobility hai, immobility nahi hai. Two assumptions are taken in a perfect competition. First, people have perfect knowledge about the market, and second, there is absence of transportation or communication cost. Now, pure competition will have same characteristics as a perfect competition, but these two assumptions that we have taken under perfect competition will not be held true in a pure competition, and the demand curve will be a straight line. So remember, since the price is same, the MR and AR will always be the same. So if I keep the price here and this is the quantity sold, if I plot TR, MR and AR, all right, if I keep the price, let's say 10, and the price remains all throughout, and I'm producing, let's say 5 units here, then let's say 10 units here, then 20 units here, then 30 units here, and 40 units here, let's say. What is my TR? 50. What is the TR here? 100. Then you have 200. Then you have 300. Then you have 400. Now if I want to calculate MR, what is the MR? 50 divided by 5. So कितना हो गया? 10. Here 100 divided by 10. 10. Again. So why MR is same? Because the price is not changing. It doesn't matter by how much I'm changing the quantity. I may have given you different table when I've drawn it, correct? Now I've taken a different value. It doesn't matter. You take any value. Then also I told you, take any value. If the price is same, you will always get MR same. And of course, AR will always be equal to price. So it will be 50 by 5 is 10, 100 by 10 is 10, 200 by 20 is 10, 10 and 10. So if I have to draw a demand curve, this will be your demand curve under a perfect competition, wherein firms are price taker, and this is not only your demand curve, this is also your AR curve and MR curve, which is a flat line, because both are not changing with the change in the level of output as the price is remaining constant. Then I've told you that in a perfect competition, the industry, whether it's a perfect monopoly or monopolistic, doesn't matter. Industry will always achieve equilibrium by where the supply is equal to the demand. And this we call it as equilibrium price, and this we call it as equilibrium quantity. Now this price is given by the market, by the industry to the firm. All right. So revenue and cost here is the level of output. So this is your again AR equals to MR. So for a firm, how equilibrium or where equilibrium is achieved? the firm has got nothing to do with, I mean, it's not concerned about the industry, because you see, this quantity is the total quantity supplied, not by one firm, because this is for the industry, by all the firms taken together. It means in this queue, there'll be some firm will produce 200 units, some firm will produce 2000 units, and so on and so forth. But price is given by the market. Price is rupees 10. That I cannot change. I cannot increase the price, neither I can decrease the price, because I'm a price taker. So how will I determine my own equilibrium? I will compare what is my marginal revenue and what is my marginal cost. So marginal revenue and marginal cost का difference क्या है? Marginal cost is the extra cost or additional cost I incur when I increase the output by 1 unit. So it means if I'm producing 100 unit and I increase my output by 200 more units, means producing 300 unit. To produce this 200 extra unit, what is the additional cost I'm incurring? And then I will find out when I sell this 200 extra unit, how much of the revenue I generate. So if for producing this extra unit, my marginal cost is here, but when I sell this extra 200 units, my marginal revenue is here, it is good enough for me, because this zone is a positive zone for me, because my revenue is in excess of my additional cost. So I will continue to produce, and as I continue to produce, my revenue remains same, but my marginal cost begins to rise. But till the time my marginal cost doesn't surpass the marginal revenue, I am at the zone of positive revenue. And then what will happen? The marginal cost will equalize with the marginal revenue. That will give me a hint. Stop here. Do not go any further. You are earning the maximum possible revenue that you can earn. So that's why this is also known as point of profit maximization, because profit is a part of the revenue. If I go beyond this point, I'm entering into the negative territory, wherein my marginal cost will be more than my marginal revenue. So in this case, you see, this is my marginal cost, and at this point I can say that my marginal revenue is equals to my marginal cost. Now if I'm producing over here, let's say, as I produce, you see, this is my marginal cost, but my marginal revenue here positive hai mera. When I produce more, marginal cost further sinks down, so again marginal revenue remains same, so gap. Now this is my positive area from here to here. When I produce more, you see, still my marginal cost is increasing, but still I am positive. Here again marginal cost is here, still I am positive. Here still I am positive. But when I come here, I found out that this extra 50 units I produce, the additional cost I have incurred for this is this much, and the additional revenue that I'll generate is this much. Equalize ho gaya. I'm neither losing nor gaining anything, but I have to apply the brake, because if I go beyond this point and I'm producing more units, let's say 200 more units, what happens? This becomes my marginal cost that surpasses my marginal revenue, and since I cannot increase this market price, the only way is for me is to decrease my level of output. So it means, again from here, always and always you get the question, when marginal revenue is more than marginal cost, you are in the positive territory, please increase your level of output. When your marginal revenue is equalized with the marginal cost, then you have reached the point of saturation, or you have reached the point of equilibrium. So you should not increase your output beyond this level, because if you do that, then your marginal cost will be greater than my marginal revenue. In that case, you have to decrease your level of output. Understood? So for myself as a businessman, I will always compare my additional cost with additional revenue. Clear? And of course, marginal cost curve will cut both AR and MR curve from below. Since it's a straight line, it doesn't have any lowest or highest point. Then comes condition for profit and loss. And in case of condition for profit and loss, 3 points we have written. What were those 3 points? If we have AR more than AC or ATC, then you are having abnormal profit. We call it as super normal profit. If AR is equalized with AC or ATC, we have normal profit. And when AR is less than AC or ATC, no, you can have a loss, and it can also turn into an abnormal loss. Now what does it mean here? You see, if I draw this thing here, this is your cost and revenue, and this is the level of output. Now this is your AR, which is equals to MR, right? This is your average cost, AC or ATC, and this is your marginal cost. Correct. Now if I compare this point with this point, you see what is happening. My average cost is here, my average revenue is here. I'm incurring abnormal loss because there is a huge difference between average cost and average revenue. Remember, the difference between loss and abnormal loss is when your average revenue is here and your average cost is just a little above, it's a normal loss. The gap is less. But if your average cost is way higher than your average revenue, big gap, that turns into an abnormal loss. All right. So when I increase the level of output, I know in the short run due to variable proportion, in the long run due to returns to scale, my average cost will keep coming down as I go on producing more and more output, more and more output. So if suppose if I take this point, if I take this point here, this is again your AC, but it is very close to your AR. So now my abnormal loss has turned into a normal loss. And when I come to this point, at this point I can say my AR is equals to AC or ATC. Now when AR is equals to AC or ATC, I'm not breaking even. I have zero economic profit, but I have normal accounting profit. So understand here why, because you can say it may be confusing, sir, price is equals to AR, ठीक है, ये पेन का प्राइस 10 रुपए का है and I have incurred 10 rupees to produce it. Then I'll ask you 10 rupees of what? Is 10 rupees your accounting cost or your economic cost? You'll say that 10 rupees is my economic cost. All right, 10 rupees is my economic cost. So what I'll tell you that, okay, no problem. You are saying that your average revenue is rupees 10 and your AC or ATC, which is you are saying is your economic cost, is equal to rupees 10. यहाँ पर rupees 10 है. So it means then I'll ask you, tell me how much is your accounting cost and how much is your implicit cost or non-accounting cost. You'll say, sir, 8 rupees is my accounting cost and 2 rupees is my non-accounting cost. That is implicit cost. Then I'll tell you, okay, let's calculate. Your average revenue is rupees 10 less your accounting cost is rupees 8. So your accounting profit is rupees 2 less your implicit cost of rupees 2. So your economic profit is 0. Your economic profit is 0, but is your accounting profit is 0? No. So it means in your books of account, if I look, there'll be no implicit cost. And then if I try to find out, are you incurring losses? Well, no, sir, I'm not incurring losses. Only when I add the implicit cost, I'm incurring losses. So I've made you write that point over there as well, that zero economic profit is also it may also means normal accounting profit. And that's the reason when AR is equals to AC or ATC, you are getting a normal profit. But if again, further what happens? If this increases further, if I go beyond, because most productive efficient point is where AC or ATC or LAC is lowest, from there diminishing return begins and you see my average cost again increases. So again from profit I have turned into a loss, and if I go over here then it turned into an abnormal loss. Then you will say, sir, abnormal profit कहाँ है? नहीं दिखेगा इसमें. अगर दिखाने का है तो कैसे दिखाएगा? You can have an abnormal profit profile provided you can shift this purple line up. It means you have the right or you have the power to increase the price, which you don't have in a perfect competition. If I can increase the price, then what will happen? Can I say now at the lowest of AC, this is my AC now and this is my AR. My AR is more than AC, then only I'm making an abnormal profit, which is not a possibility under perfect competition, whether in the short or in the long run. Clear hai? So even if you don't remember the diagram, Just remember three things that is mentioned over here. And every single time they ask you a question from here. Then we come to what is known as production continue and shutdown decision. From here also every single time you get a question. When to continue to produce or discontinue, that will be determined only by comparing the price or average revenue with average variable cost. So it means, understand, if I'm saying average variable cost, it means it's a short run concept, because had it been a long run, I would have got average total cost. So average variable है तो मतलब average fix भी होगा, और average fix average variable है, it means total fix and total variable होगा. It means fix is there, it means short run. Second thing, all these three situations that we just will discuss are loss making situation. But every time when you incur loss, it doesn't necessitate that you will have to shut down your business. So many a time the degree of losses is less and you can continue. In fact, when you shut down, in some cases you will neither gain nor lose. It means your losses will remain same, while in the other case the losses may increase. So if price or AR is equal to your AVC, then you should definitely continue to produce, because what did I mention there? If suppose this is your price, which is rupees 100, this is your AVC, which is rupees 100, and this is your AFC, which is rupees 50. Now from my average revenue, I am recovering all my average variable cost. So it means I have nothing to recover here. So what will be my loss? My loss will be equals to my average fixed cost. Now tell me, if I am continuing to produce, my loss is 50. But if I discontinue to produce, then what will happen? This revenue I will not get, but this will also I will not incur. So my loss will still remain 50 rupees. So whether I continue to produce or I shut down, my loss remains the same. It's better to produce. बोला why sir? Which otherwise क्या hobby के लिए business खोला है? Because if you continue to produce, something good can happen. Then you can say sir, something bad can happen. जब bad होगा तो बंद कर देना. Because right now whether you continue or discontinue, there is nothing you are gaining, nothing you are losing. Because what will happen in the next case? What if your price increases? Market price, you are not increasing the price, the demand in the market is increased for the product and everybody is increasing the price, so you increase the price. So now price is more than AVC, price has increased. So if I take the price here AR, now the price is increased to rupees 140 and your AVC is still rupees 100, because market price is not going to affect my manufacturing cost. All right, and your AFC is still rupees 50. But now I can say from this 140 rupees, the entire 100 rupees is covered as before. But from this 140 rupees also I cover 40 rupees my fixed cost. So what is my loss? My loss is only 10 rupees. Correct? So if I would have discontinued my output in the first case, then I would never see this day. And what if the price would have increased from 140, from that to 160 rupees? Don't you think then I'll become profitable? Even good profit I'll make. So now should I continue to produce? Yes, definitely. Because now if I shut down, my loss will increase. Why? Because if I shut down, this 140 rupees will not come to my pocket. Of course, this 100 rupees I will not incur. But who the hell will bear this 50 rupees? Myself. So don't you think my loss will increase from 10 rupees to 50 rupees if I shut down? So should I shut down? No. So both in the first case and in the second case, I should definitely continue to produce. But the third chronic case can happen. Now what happens? Rather than price increasing, price decreases. Now your AR is less than your AVC. Now let's say price or AR has fallen down to rupees 60 and your AVC is still rupees, of course, 100, and your AFC is rupees 50. Now from this variable, from this price, I am able to cover only part of my variable cost. It means minus 40 यहाँ पर मेरा बच गया जो loss है, and of course nothing I have So here minus 50 बच गया. So what is my total loss? Minus 90. But what if I shut down? What if I shut down? If I shut down, this 60 rupees will not come to me, but this 100 rupees also I will not incur. So it means my loss will come down to only 50 rupees. Then should I continue to produce? No, I should definitely shut down. But also remember, in the first case that we have studied, price equals to AVC. This is known as shutdown point, but we should continue to produce. Why? Why do we call it shutdown point? Because if the price will fall by even a penny over here, then I will have to definitely shut down. I'm standing on the border. But you should continue to produce, because shutting down will neither increase nor decrease your burden of loss. Clear hai? Then comes monopolistic competition. Very easy. Most of the world market has become monopolistic competition. There are large number of small firms. Again, they are small. Why? Because one single firm cannot affect the market price. Then goods sold are similar but non-identical. It means there are so many firms selling very similar good, but they are not perfect substitute. They can be substitute or close substitute, but never a perfect substitute. Entry into the industry is completely open. Nobody can block the entry of any new seller into the market by erecting a price barrier. Then businesses, they advertise madly. A lot of selling costs or advertisement costs is incurred. It is also known as non-price competition, wherein price does not matter. It can make people mad by throwing advertisement, bombard them with advertisement, and the difference is little bit, but you will exaggerate the difference. ऑलराइट कि इंडिया में सबसे बड़ा मार्केट है अभी हेयर हेयर ऑयल, हेयर ग्रो करने का. एंड यू विल फाइंड एवरी कंपनी, आई एम टेलिंग यू, माइंड माय वर्ड्स, एवरी कंपनी. सर आप ट्राई किया कि नहीं? नहीं मैं ट्राई किया, मेरे को नहीं करने का. बिकॉज अंडरस्टैंड 150 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन है, एंड आउट ऑफ 100 मेल, more than 70 are suffering from male pattern baldness, and majority of them are in a younger age group. So it's a big market. अभी आप सोचो, I can bet you can start a company, fool the people and get out of the market. मैं क्या करेगा आपसे? सिर्फ टेस्टिमोनियल लेगा. सर शान सर का हेयर ऑयल लगाया और ग्रो कर गया. फेक फोटोग्राफ लेगा आपका, पहले फोटोशॉप करके ये बिफोर और ये आफ्टर, बिफोर आफ्टर, एंड आपसे टेस्टिमोनियल ले लेगा, एक एक वीडियो बना के 30 सेकंड्स का. आई एम टेलिंग यू. एंड देन व्हाट आई विल डू, आई विल व्हाइट लेबल अ प्रोडक्ट. व्हाइट लेबल क्या होता है? कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरर के पास जाएगा, मैं बोलेगा कौन सा सबसे सस्ता तेल है? हाँ, बोलेगा इसको मेरा ब्रांड से बना, मेरे को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी करने का नहीं है. दे आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, दे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करेगा, 20-25 लाख रुपए लगा के कर दे. उसके बाद ये सारा इंस्टाग्राम पे लगा और हजार रुपए में एक एक बॉटल बेच, जो 200-200 रुपए का बना है. नाउ अंडरस्टैंड. एंड आई विल एडवर्टाइज माई प्रोडक्ट लाइक हेल. बोलेगा 6 महीना यूज करेगा तभी मिलेगा, बीच में छोड़ेगा तो असर नहीं करेगा. ऑलराइट, वेल आई विल डू दैट. देन यू विल से सर आफ्टर 6 months when people do not get the result, then what they will do? बोले what they will do? They will not buy the product. Correct? Because I would have said that 98% लोगों के ऊपर काम करेगा ये, 2% के पास नहीं. सब everybody will think they are in this 2%. Alright, and remember 150 करोड़ में I just need 1% to believe my life. 1%, it means 1.5 crore. इस 1.5 crore में 50 lakh people just buy my product, and my profit margin is even 500 rupees. 50 lakh, 1 2 3 4 5, my profit margin is rupees 500. multiply and जाओ केमेंट्स आइलैंड में, बहामास आइलैंड में आराम से पैसे लेके ऐश करो. So exactly on this modus operandi every company is working, whether it's Traya or whatever they are. All right, so you cannot stop it unless you go for a hair transplant. There is no solution to it. All right, so कितना कैलकुलेट कर लेना, कितना आ जाएगा, खत्म. And you can do it. All right, we will do it someday. Right. So
Even fairness.
pura fake. Unless you change your DNA, the color of your skin will not change. When you are applying it, it reduces your melanin secretion. So when you leave it, it will again grow back. I mean, ऐसे थोड़ी होगा. You know what happened in Amritsar just 2 months back? Somebody advertised on Instagram that यहाँ पर एक कैंप लगेगा for bald people और hair oil लगाएगा. Hair oil लगाया, people turned blind. They lost their sight. So can you imagine? बाल बचाने गया आँख का खत्म. So somebody sent me. I said it works. It works. Why? Because now you cannot see that you are bald. You have lost your eyesight. Now pay attention. So 100%, not 99.99, 100% of the advertisement that you see on Instagram when you're selling your product, ये hair loss and ये सब product का, not everything, but ये hair loss and everything का, they all are lying. All right. Now pay attention. Monopolistic market, large number of sellers are there, small firms are there, differentiated products, and there'll be no entry barrier. Profit in the short run they can make a abnormal profit, but never in the long run. Why? iPhone का example दिया था. I come up with a unique feature in a product and it will sell like hotcake. People will be willing to pay a very high price, but I know that it will be copied by every other. So it means the differentiation will not be there in 3 months. So what will happen? I will have to lower the price. So in the short run, due to unique feature, I can charge a very high price. Price skimming isko bolte hain, but in the long run, only normal profit I can earn. Demand again. What will be the cross elasticity of demand in a monopolistic competition? Very high. Very high, because there are large number of substitutes available. So demand curve will be downward sloping but more elastic. It means if this is your AR curve, which is also the demand curve, this is the MR curve, and this is your marginal cost. Again, it doesn't matter what is the nature of the competition, the idea of profit and loss and debit and credit remains the same. So here also the profit maximization or point of equilibrium for a firm will be the point wherein MR is equals to MC. If MR is more than MC, increase output. If MC is more than MR, decrease output. Clear? AR curve is known as the demand curve, which is more elastic because of large number of substitutes available for each and every product. Then comes monopoly. Monopoly means market power, wherein there is a single seller having dominant control over the market. Government will not want a private sector to have a monopoly, which is an unnatural monopoly that can arise through acquisition and mergers. And that's why we have in India Competition Commission of India. So what does it do? If two companies are merging or one is acquiring another, they have to obtain no objection certificate from the CCI. And if CCI thinks that this kind of merger or acquisition may end up creating a monopoly in future, then it will never allow that. But sometimes even government can give you a monopoly right. Why? Because to protect the intellect, to promote innovation among people. Because if nobody protects my patent right, I will migrate to other country. Why will I spend my time and energy when I know my product will be copied by anybody? I cannot sue them in the court of law. So government will say, no, no, don't leave the country. I will give you patent right for 20 years. You have the right to only manufacture this commodity. Copyright, trademark, these things are given. So this is a monopoly right to promote innovation, to promote development and growth of the country. Government can also give monopoly right to a single seller, because government may think that large scale economies can be achieved only when only one seller is producing, only one manufacturer is producing, rather than scattered. It is scattered in among many manufacturers. Monopoly can also arise wherein the supply of a very important or critical raw material is within the control of one particular business. Clear hai? Now monopoly mein kya hai? Again, there will be a single seller. If there is a single seller, dominant seller, very huge control over the market, then there will be price discrimination. I will be a price maker and I will make the price in such a way that will discriminate. It means I will charge different prices from different consumers in different markets for different uses. In any manner, I will discriminate, but nobody can do anything about it. because I am the only lone seller, lone wolf in the market. There will be a strong barrier to entry because if somebody else enters, then elasticity will increase. Now elasticity is on the lower side, so I will create a price barrier and block the entry of new sellers. All right, I will make, usually I'll make no abnormal profit both in the short, in the long run, but I can incur losses as well, abnormal losses as well, if that monopoly is owned by a government, for example Indian Railways. All right, then we say that advertisement will not be incurred in the long run, only in the short run for a very small period of time to create awareness among consumer. I will advertise, but never in the long run selling or advertisement cost is ever incurred. And the demand curve will be downward sloping but less elastic. Why? Because consumers have, now remember two things here, don't get confused, very very important point. Cross elasticity of demand in a monopoly is zero, not elasticity of demand. All right, cross elasticity of demand is zero. It means there is no substitute. Pay attention here, hero. Huh. Cross elasticity of demand is zero, not the elasticity of demand, because other substitute is not available. So don't get confused when they ask you about monopoly, and this is the common confusion that happens. आपसे elasticity पूछा, आप cross elasticity वाला आंसर लिख के आ गया, मार्क करके आ गया. So I will again say cross elasticity of demand of goods in a monopoly is zero because I have no substitute available, but the elasticity of demand will be E less than 1. Right, so now the AR curve will fall. As I've told you, demand and supply curve. Also remember, the more horizontal it is, less vertical it is, elasticity is increasing, because a perfectly horizontal line is a perfectly elastic demand curve and supply curve. And more the vertical, more it is an upstanding line, or you can say standing line, and less a sleeping line, it is elasticity is decreasing. So there you see the demand curve is falling, but not as sharply as in this case, because elasticity is lesser here. And this is your MR, and this will be your again MC. Same logic, MR equals to MC is the point of equilibrium. But यहाँ पे price discrimination याद रखने का, price discrimination, there are three conditions which must be fulfilled to discriminate the price. What are those three conditions? Who can tell me without looking at the book? Don't look at the book and tell me. I should have a dominant power. If I don't have a dominant power, then I cannot block the entry of a new seller and it will become a oligopoly, then monopolistic market. Second, it should not be possible for anybody, I mean anyone, to buy from a low price market and sell in a high price market. So I will never keep the price difference too big so that people will buy from here and sell at a much lower price in this market. So I will keep the price difference little bit different. So it will not be feasible for you to buy from this market, transport in this market and sell at a price which is lower than what I am charging. And third, the most important point, elasticity of demand should be different in different market. Now tell me, if the elasticity of demand is more, if the elasticity of demand is more, E is greater than 1, then should I charge a lower price or a higher price? I should charge a lower price. I should charge a lower price. So in one market, when the demand, if suppose there are two market A and market B, if here demand is elastic, I will charge a lower price. Here demand is inelastic, I will charge a higher price, or vice versa. Then only discrimination is possible. If demand is elastic in both the market, it means both the market I am going to charge a lower price. And if it's inelastic in both the market, then in both the market I am going to charge a higher price. Then you cannot say, sir, if in both the market you are charging a higher price, customer exploitation हो रहा है. Yes, exploitation हो रहा है, discrimination नहीं हो रहा है. If I exploit everybody in the same manner by charging a very high price from every market for everyone, that is exploitation but not discrimination. Price discrimination is when I will charge a higher price from one group of individual in one market and charge a relatively lower price from another group of individual in another market. So price discrimination is only possible when there is different elasticities of demand in different market. Pigou gave three types of price discrimination. Again, very frequently asked question. Three. First degree, the monopolist will be very, very powerful. He will charge a very high price, so there will be no consumer surplus. Second, thus monopolies will give a little bit of discount and he will charge a relatively lower price than the first degree, so there will be some amount of consumer surplus. And third degree of price discrimination, from where they will ask you maximum time the question, that monopolies will divide the market according to different types of traits or characteristics of the market and charge a different price. In one market, income is more, I will charge a higher price. Income is less, I'll charge a lower price. On the basis of preference and taste and preference. If I'm selling in one market, I'm selling a spicy food in a market wherein people like spicy food, I will charge a higher price. But if I'm selling the same food in a market wherein people are health conscious, they don't like spicy food, then I will charge a lower price. Otherwise, people will not buy. Next, then on demography as well, where the density of population is more, I can charge a higher price. Because if suppose I'm selling in a place wherein 5 crore people are there, even if 2% of the people will buy, I will make profit. So I can increase the price, no problem. कोई तो 2% तो खरीद लेगा. But if there are only 500 people in that city, then even if 80% people will buy, still I will be struggling to run my business. All right, that's why you see big economies play a big role. Amazon doesn't want to go to Bhutan, but it wants to come to India. Why? Because the population of Bangalore is several times over than the population of a country like Bhutan. Forget about India. So higher density, more. I can also charge a different price based on demography. ऐसे बोला कि density of population, age of the population. If I'm selling a fast food in a country like India, I will charge a very high price because young country है. If I'm selling the same fast food in Japan, I will charge a lower price. Everybody is old. Right? On the basis of race and everything. So that is the third degree of price discrimination. We have time, some time. Oligopoly देख लेते हैं एक बार फटाफट. Can you sit down now for 5 more minutes? Oligopoly, very simple. Oligopoly is actually a market that exists just like monopolistic and monopoly. Perfect competition doesn't exist, but in a very few sector it does exist. When there are 2 to 10 sellers or firms, we say oligopoly. If there are 2 to 10 sellers, there will be a dominant seller. It means some will be controlling 20, 30, 40% of the market. For example, telecom in India is a oligopoly. Cold drink industry is an oligopoly. We'll say cold drink may do 20, 30, 40 different company, but yes, 2 company will control the 80% of the market. That is Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Alright, multiplexes, again, it's an oligopoly. Right? 90% of the multiplexes are owned in India by 90 or नहीं तो 60%, 70% तो होगा PVR INOX. Right? Clear. Single screen cinema is gone now. Alright, एक दो आपको मिलेगा ये Urvashi cinema, and then but from other states almost they have gone. Pizza industry is a oligopoly. 2 to 10. When there are 2 sellers, it's known as duopoly. Other duopoly can also be called as an oligopoly. Next, dominant firms है, large firms है. Now next point is similar to monopolistic market, similar but non-identical goods will be sold. Whether I buy a Coke or I buy a Thumbs Up or a Pepsi, very similar commodity. Whether I buy Domino's Pizza or Pizza Hut Pizza, very similar commodity. Domestic airline is also oligopoly. Whether you fly Akasa or Indigo, very similar services. Telecom also, whether you buy Jio or you take Airtel or Vodafone, very similar service. Similar but non-identical goods are sold. Differentiated goods are sold. Businesses are price maker. Of course, price maker they are. Price taker are only perfect competition. Easy way to remember. Then profit. What kind of profit? There is a possibility of even abnormal profit in the long run because there can be collusion. Entry into the industry is blocked because all the firms can come together and create a very, very strong barrier to entry. Advertisement, yes, they will incur. This is again common to monopolistic market. It is also a non-price competition where advertisement costs play a very important role. आप देखो Pepsi और Coca-Cola का कैसे advertisement, they counter each other. Complan and Horlicks, they counter each other. All right. So all these are the main feature of oligopoly. But when we talk about demand curve, that is a unique feature of a oligopoly. All right. Why it is a unique feature? Because you get what is known as a kinked demand curve, where in E is greater than 1 above the kink and E is lesser than 1 inelastic below the kink. Why does it happen? Simple reason. This is also known as price rigidity or indeterminate of demand curve. हाँ आएगा ही आएगा ये क्वेश्चन यहाँ से. When I increase the price, you will be happy. Why? Because my customer will go to you. So if I have increased the price by 50%, you will increase the price by only 10% because you'll say that even if I increase the price by 10%, still my customers will go to you. Because there is a big price difference between me and you, I will end up losing significant part of my customers. So it means if this was the price here, P0, and this was my quantity demanded, the seller who is increasing the price and is losing. And you see here, when I increase the price just by this much from P to P1, can you imagine by how much I've lost my consumer? Because when the price differential is big, consumers will become very volatile. Tell me no. If suppose tomorrow, if Airtel says that I am going to increase the price by 50%, what will happen? Everybody will go to Jio. Now tell me, if Jio increases the price by 20%, lesser than what Airtel has done, still the flow will happen. So why not Jio increase the price? Jio will also increase the price, but by a smaller margin. So when there is a big price difference between Airtel and Jio, what happened? Flow happened in flood, and that's why relatively more fall in quantity demanded than the percentage increase in price. But so it means we can say that when I increase the price, you did not increase the price, you are rigid. So price rigidity, because you are gaining from my action. But when I decrease the price, let's say from P to P1 or P2, I'm decreasing the price by this margin. Can you imagine? But what is the demand increasing from Q to this one? It is increasing by this margin. So it means I'm decreasing the price by 50%, but the demand is increasing by only 10%. Why? Because the moment I decrease the price, now you will have to follow what I've done. Otherwise, all your customer will come to me. So the moment I decrease the price, you start losing some of your customers. By that time you lose 5% of your customer, you will also decrease the price. So it means now the price is equalized again. Will the customer flow will continue to happen? No. So that's why I will gain a small margin, because when I decrease the price, you also decrease the price in the same manner. As a result, consumers are no more elastic. Their response is no more as it was before. So below the kink, the demand will be inelastic. क्लियर है? डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ ओलिगोपोली देख लेना. पार्शियल ओलिगोपोली इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वहां पे प्राइस लीडरशिप होता है, वेर इन वन और टू सिंगल फर्म हैज कंट्रोल ओवर द मार्केट and they determine the price, and everybody will have to follow the leader. Like cold drink industry in India, if I introduce a new bottle of cold drink tomorrow, I cannot dare sell beyond Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Nobody will buy. If I'm going to sell you a pizza at 1,000 rupees and you don't know me, neither knows my brand, don't you think will say, sir ये बकवास क्या, 1,000 रुपए का रिस्क नहीं लेगा मैं. But if I sell you at 300 rupees, you can take the risk. So I can increase the price only when leader is increasing the price. Then you have pure and differentiated oligopoly. Pure oligopoly does not exist, wherein perfect substitutes are sold there. Here, undifferentiated goods are sold. Then you have competitive and collusive and open and close. Open and close में क्या है? Barrier to entry is not there. It will eventually become a monopolistic market. And wait, बाबा, ये movie hall है क्या रे? हाँ? Open oligopoly, wherein anybody can enter, no barrier to entry. Closed oligopoly, there is a strong barrier to entry. Competitive oligopoly याद रखने का, price war होता है वहां पे. So it means competitive, just like telecom sector has happened. So price wall is a feature that is found in oligopoly. When one seller decreases the price, other will again, then again, and you see fight to the death till the death happens. Collusive oligopoly, no. Sellers will come together to protect their interest, and that it will give rise to two types of oligopoly. One is known as syndicate, one is known as organized. Difference बहुत similar है दोनों. Only difference is syndicate में all sellers will meet together. They will contribute their output and sell through a centralized syndicate. But they will not control the price. Wherever demand is more, they will supply more. Where demand is less, they'll supply less. Organized oligopoly, what they will do? They will also form a syndicate, but they will artificially drop the supply so that they can charge a higher price. So that's why they are known as cartel. Cartel. So remember, if they give you syndicate without price fixing or oligopoly collusion without price fixing, then syndicate. Price fixing aayega, then only you have to choose the option which says organized oligopoly. All right. So tomorrow we'll meet again at 2:30. What happened? Yes, 2:30 only. Why? Today we started at 2:30 only. Because classrooms are not empty, no. Because the faculty will leave the class at 2, 2:10, 2:15. By the time student will leave 2:20, तो आपको खड़ा हुआ क्या रहने का हो सकता है faculty जल्दी छोड़ दे, but I cannot decide before that. So 2:30 is a safe time. Alright? 2:30 to 8:30. Bye bye, good night. Please today do one thing, dear. Morning तो कुछ नहीं है आपका. Please revise and come, so that you can ask me question if any problem is there. All right. So we'll start with chapter 5. So this is the second session of marathon. We have covered yesterday from chapter 1 to chapter 4. So chapter 5 onwards we'll cover today. Now you must know one thing, that business cycle is not on. So market has become ballistic. Unusually they had taken it down for no reason. All right. So remember, business cycle is a chapter which is highly scoring. Very basic idea will help you score easily 5 to 6, 7 marks that you get from this particular chapter. So first of all, what is a business cycle? Business cycle is nothing but the up and down in economic activity. Now remember, many a time they ask a question, what is business cycle? And they'll tell you contraction hai, expansion hai. No, these are simply stages of business cycle. You cannot call expansion in entirety as a business cycle. But if they give the option rise and fall in economy or rise and fall in economic activity, then that will be the exact 100%, that will be the correct answer. So when I say rise and fall in economic activity, includes everything. It means from money supply to interest rate to rate of inflation to GDP to employment, all right, everything, investment, consumption, everything in the economy. And every economy goes through this natural process of up and down. When we say natural process, means unnaturally government do not interfere. All right. If government interferes, as in case of socialist economy, then business cycle may not work out. All right. So it best works in a market based or a capitalist or a free market economy. Right. Why it is important to study or analyze business cycle? Again, very frequently they ask you this question. Why it is? Because if I'm a businessman and I have not analyzed the past changes or the pattern of changes in the business cycle, I will never know when these changes or shift over happens, because there is always a pattern that is played by the business cycle. If every time, or you say last 30, last 40, 50 years, we have seen that expansion happens for 5 years, sometimes 6 years, sometimes 4.5 years. So we get a fair idea that after 4 or 5 years of expansion, contraction begins. And right now, if expansion is going on already from 4 or 5 years, of course, I'll not take an initiative to increase my investment. So then when will I increase my investment? Again, the pattern will tell me. We see that whenever there is a 3 years, sometimes 3.5 years of contraction happens, then expansion begins. So it's not necessary that it will take 3 years. It may take 5 years this time, but it will not take 15 years. So there is always a pattern in the business cycle that will be, observed. So if suppose right now the economy is going through contraction, it means eventually after 3 4 years, 3 or 4 years of contraction is going on, it means I can be ready that expansion may begin anytime. Correct? And this is there everywhere in the market. Even if you take the stock market, After every fall, there is a rise. But still, every time the market fall, people will be scared. All right. They know in the past pattern that it has never ever happened in any stock market of the world that it has only gone down. And it has always happened in every stock market that over a long period of time, it will only go up. All right. So that happens with the economy. That happens. So businesses will be able to forecast the changes in the business cycle, and they can take decision whether it's a short term or long term decision. Government, if doesn't know or has not studied the pattern of the business cycle, then government will be taking economic policies in the dark. So that can again be a problem. So for the businesses and for the government, it is important, not for the consumer as such, because we will consume whether the market goes up and down. All right. So it is a natural process up and down. So the duration of the business cycle again is not always the same. All right. It's not always the same. And the effect of the business cycle is also not always the same. Moreover, the reasons why business cycle, it means contraction and expansion happen, that also doesn't always remain the same. Sometimes it will be a financial crisis, contraction will happen. Sometimes it's a COVID pandemic, contraction will happen. Sometimes it can be a IT bubble burst, again contraction will happen. So it can happen due to any reason, and it's very difficult to figure out that when the contraction or expansion will begin. We can have a fair idea that business cycle may or may not shift, and it will have serious consequences upon the economy. And there are 4 stages of business cycle. Before we go into that, remember the components of the business cycle from where they ask you the question. And we have already studied that inflation are divided into 2 types. One is a demand pull inflation, one is a cost push inflation. What is the difference between the two? Demand pull inflation is always an outcome of growth. It means whenever growth happens, there will be some amount of demand pull inflation. Whereas cost push inflation, it affects growth adversely. If they have not mentioned anything about whether it's a demand pull or cost push, always and always you will consider it to be a demand pull. Always you will consider it to be demand pull, and you will answer accordingly. It means if they ask you that during expansion, what is the possibility with regard to inflation? Inflation will increase. What will happen to the money supply? Money supply will increase. What will happen to the interest rate? Interest rate will also increase. Then say, sir, problem ho gaya isme. Kyun? Because we have studied in Fisher's equation that if suppose there is increase in the money supply, then interest rate will fall. Yes, you are correct. But do you think interest rate will fall forever? I gave you an example also in the normal classes that if I'm selling this pen, now remember why I'm giving the example of a pen. For a seller of a pen, pen is a commodity. For a bank, money is the commodity. So if the demand for this pen is increasing, I will increase the price. And if the demand is decreasing, I will decrease the price. Same way, if people are not taking lot of loan and bank is sitting on a mountain of cash, then the bank will have to motivate consumers to take the loan. And the only way they can motivate the consumers to take the loan is by reducing the interest. But remember one thing, bank, when it reduces the interest rate for the people to borrow money, bank knows that when people will borrow money, they will create demand. And when they will create demand, the businesses will want to meet that demand, and automatically business will come to take the loan from the bank. Understood? So just by reducing the interest rate, first the bank is motivating the consumption, and when consumption happens, whether then businesses, whether it's for long-term investment, whether it's for working capital requirement, or it's taking overdraft facility, bank will go to the businesses will go to the bank to take the loan. So do you think afterwards when the businesses are going to take the loan, because consumers have created demand, because bank has passed on a lower interest rate, bank will continue to charge a lower interest rate? The answer is no. So if I have got a lot of supply, I will initially give you discount. But once the demand rises sharply, will I continue to give you discount? The answer is no. So in the same way, bank will also increase the interest rate. So initially when money supply will increase, the interest rate will decrease. But as expansion happens, what will happen? There will be increase in the demand for loans. And when the demand for loan increases, then of course interest rate is going to rise up. So if they give you the question, What can be expected during expansion? Choose the correct option. Money supply decreases, no, it increases. Interest rate decreases, no, it increases. Clear? Interest rate increases. But if they ask you only money supply interest rate question, if money supply is more, then what will happen to the interest rate? Interest rate will decrease. But here they are asking you expansion. So interest rate will increase. All right. When demand is increasing, expansion is happening, of course interest is going to, investment is also going to increase. Then you'll say, sir, why the businesses will take a loan at a higher rate of interest? Why the bank will take a loan at a higher, why the businesses will take a loan at a higher rate of interest? Because they know that people are creating mindless demand. So even if I'm taking 1% extra interest I'm paying to the bank, this 1% extra interest I can pass it on as a burden to the consumer, because demand is rising, it will continue to rise. So I can be comfortable to take a loan from the bank because the entire burden is passed on to the consumer, and consumer will continue to buy. So demand pull inflation is caused due to increase in demand. Then why inflation happens? Because you see, once the demand rises, supply is rising, growth is happening. But at some point in time, supply will not be able to match up. Why? Because the economy has already ended up employing all the vital resources of production. So from that point onwards, if demand continues to rise, it will only increase the nominal income, but not the real income. So that will cause inflation. So first stage is related to expansion, as I've told you. And during expansion, what we have seen, that there is increase in the GDP. When there is increase in the GDP, household income will increase. When income will increase, then demand will increase. And when demand will increase, there will be increase in production and supply. Increase in production will lead to increase in employment. Increase in employment will go further, lead to increase in income, and this cycle will go on. So when economy is growing, then businesses will increase their demand for capital. So there will be increase in capital formation, or you can say there will be increase in investment. Of course, there will be increase in money supply, because how can the economy grow without the money supply? And when the demand for loan increasing, we know demand for loans, it is increasing, it will lead to increase in the interest rate as well. Then what will happen? Profit of the businesses will increase. Then what will happen? Tax revenue of government will increase. It means even when the government doesn't increase the rate of income tax, still the tax revenue of the government will increase. So all good and good is happening. Of course, saving will also increase. So this is the stage of expansion growth. It may last for 4 years, 5 years, 7 years or so, but it will not last forever. Then what will happen? Why it will not last forever? There is a reason for everything. All right. So when the economy is rising, of course, there will be increase in the inflation. When the inflation rises to the top, things will become very expensive. Cost of living will become expensive. Employment will be to the highest level. Businesses' profit will increase significantly. There is euphoria in the market. Investment is at the peak. All right. Interest rate will go through the roof. Government revenue from taxation will increase significantly. So this is the peak. It is the point wherein hyperinflationary situation is prevailing in the market and things have become too expensive. So what will happen after contraction? What will happen after peak? There will be contraction. So peak is the highest point to which any economy can grow. Beyond that point, at that point in time, in the short run, growth is not at all possible. Think of a person who is running. If I ask you to run for 5 kilometers and you start to sprint, what will happen? After 300-400 meter, you'll start to breathe like a dog, correct? But you need to rest. After taking a couple of minutes rest, can you again initiate the process? Yes. So this is what is happening to the economy. When the economy is running very fast, economy will have to take a rest. And this contraction is nothing but the release of pressure from the economy. Pressure of what? Pressure of inflation. So during contraction, exact same thing, downward shift happens. It means there will be decrease in the GDP. Remember, GDP rate will fall down. It means growth is happening, but growth is happening at a slower rate. So we say rate of GDP growth falls down. Of course, income of the household is going to fall down. When income will fall down, then aggregate demand will also fall down. Businesses will have unsold stock. They will decrease their production. And of course, when they decrease their production, this will lead to increase in unemployment. And this increase in unemployment will go further to decrease the aggregate demand and income of the household. So now what has happened? Many businesses, they will start to incur losses. Losses will increase. For many businesses, profit will significantly come down. People who have taken loan from the bank, businesses who have taken loan from the bank, they may not be able to pay up, and so the bank will suffer from creation of non-performing asset. I've told you what is a NPA. I've, I'm a businessman. I've taken a loan from a bank. My credit worthiness becomes questionable because I've started incurring loss. So a couple of months I will not be able to pay the interest. So the bank will send its official to find out what is my credit worthiness, and then the bank will say, okay, you have taken 100 crore loan, 50 crore you have already paid, remaining 50 crore, I think 20 crore you will not be able to pay. So the bank will have to create 20 crore ka provision for doubtful debt. So non-performing asset of the bank will increase, and the bank will go through a liquidity problem, not a crisis, but a problem. Because the bank has taken this loan from the public in the form of fixed deposit and savings deposit. Bank has borrowed from the RBI. The bank will have to pay interest to the RBI. The bank will have to pay interest to the depositors, but the bank is not earning significant return from there. So there the government bank is earning bad debt, but here the bank will have to pay. Do you think SBI can say, सर आपका FD में नहीं मैच्योर होगा, वो मालिया पैसा लेके भाग गया 12,000 करोड़, तो आपका FD का पैसा नहीं मिलेगा? Do you think the bank can say this to me? The answer is no. The bank will have to give me the money. So there will be increase in non-performing asset. So of course there will be decrease in inflation because demand is falling down. But the problem is not the benefit. Don't find a benefit that there is decrease in inflation because the growth would have fallen down significantly. And if this continues, if this is not arrested, then what will happen? The economy will go into depression. Depression is the lowest point to which an economy can fall. उसके नीचे fall अगर किया तो वो खत्म हो गया फिर, correct? Financial emergency हो जाएगा. So depression is the lowest point to which any economy can fall. If there is depression, it means understand that GDP growth has become negative. Negative growth hai. It means in the base year, if India has generated $3 trillion, then in the current year, when we compare, India has generated around $2.7 trillion. So it means 10% is the negative growth in the GDP. Hypothetical example mein aapko de raha. All right, negative growth. So whatever happens into contraction, you again exaggerate. So easy way to remember, expansion में जो होता है उसको multiply कर दो, वो peak में होता, और contraction में जो होता है उसको multiply कर दो, exaggerate कर दो उसका बाद, ये वो depression में होता. Unemployment rate will be at the highest level. Saving will deplete by the people. People do not trust the system because everything is failing, so they will want to hold idle cash in their hand. That is the problem. Then businesses will incur abnormal losses leading to shutdown and bankruptcy. There it was NPA that the bank suffer. Here the bank will have to write off everything as bad debt. So the bank will go into liquidity crisis. All right. So government will be in turmoil. So everything is bad. Money supply will be to the lowest level. Because there is no money, you have taken the loan, you have created the asset, machines have created, money is gone, machine is there, but the machine is shut down because people are not buying. How can I pay the loan unless I produce? And I know if I produce, nobody will buy. So that is a problem with the economy. So government will have to do something to again recover the economy. So in many books you will find fifth stage is given as nothing but recovery is nothing but expansion of the economy. So in this way, if this is the real GDP and this is the time, then this will be your This will be your business cycle. And here you have expansion, here you have peak, here you have contraction, and here you have depression or turf. And then you can call this expansion again, or you can call this recovery. But if we see this cycle, if I'm taking this cycle for 30 years for a business, we can for a country, we see there is a trend. This is known as trend line, or simply a trend. What is the trend? We can see the trend is such that the economy is creating high every time. It means every time the economy is creating a higher peak. And when it can happen? I have started a business with a small factory and I have reached the peak. Now, right now, I don't want to increase my investment because the economy is going down. Once the economy starts to recover again, I am at this point now. Now I'll think that recovery is begun. Let's do one more, let's buy one more factory or create one more factory. You set up one more factory. So likewise, many businesses will do the same. So when many businesses are increasing infrastructure, then what will happen? Now they can meet a higher demand than before. And when they meet a higher demand than before, then what will happen? Now the peak will be achieved at a relatively higher level than the previous peak. And this way, the economy grows. This shows the rising trend. So if a businessman had to invest in any country, they will not look what is the current economic situation. They will not look at what was the economic situation 5 years back. They will take out the economic trend of last 50 years and they will plot it on a chart. And if they find out, okay, from let's say from 1980 till today, the economy is creating higher and higher peak every 10-15 years. And right now the economy is going down. And we have seen that every time economy goes down by 5-6 years, then recovery happens. Already 5-6 years started to happen. Don't you think I will want to invest in this economy? Because I know if this is the past trend, nothing is certain, but I'm talking about mathematical probability. All right, nothing is certain. But so, say for why mathematical probability? If I ask you that toss a coin, all right, if I win, I will give you 500 rupees. All right, so if you win, I'll give you 500 rupees. If you win, if I win, you will give me 100 rupees. इसमें क्या है? Probability दोनों का 50-50% है, but winning side is more on you. So there is a chance that we'll win or lose. You'll say नहीं सर नहीं खेलेगा मैं. बोलेगा चलो ऐसा करते हैं. I will let you toss the coin 2 times. All right, I will let you toss the coin 2 times, and whoever, if you get one and I will get one, then tell me, will you play? Because if you lose 2 times, you will lose 200. But if you win 2 times, you will win 1000. If you lose once and win once, still you will make 400 rupees. Correct? Higher. What if I tell you, toss the coin 10 times over? And then now tell me, who will end up getting the money in the end? The one, if agar 50-50 bhi hua, then also you will make more money, because you lose 500 and you will get 2500. Correct? If even you lose 7 times, you lose 700, but you will win 1000. So don't you think now the maths is in your favor? Correct? No emotion, no nothing. The maths is in your favor. Correct? This is what I also teach in the stock market. See, आपको अपना मैथ्स अपना फेवर में करने का है. It's not that you will never lose, but when you lose less. When you win big. So you lose 5 trades, back to back, no problem. You just need to win 2 trades. All right, correct? और सब mathematical probability या stock ऊपर जाएगा नीचे जाएगा, hedge करके रख लो. At the end in the month, you can come out winner. So it's all about not emotion, mathematics. So now I know that maths is on my side, because from the past 30-40 years, the peak is being created. So don't you think my risk is very less if I enter at this point, because here everything is cheap, because the economy is falling, everything will be cheaper. Machine will be cheaper, labor will be cheaper, material will be cheaper, interest rate will be on the lower side. So don't you think this is an opportunity for me to start the business rather than starting the business over here? All right. And when I start the business and eventually economy makes a higher peak, I will make significant amount of money. And of course it will come down, but I know that it will not come down below this because it's a rising trend. यहाँ आके फिर से ये ऊपर जाएगा. And that's the reason why many businesses like Zomato, Swiggy, they have been running losses from 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but still they are optimistic about future. Why? Because the trend of the country will define your profit in the long run. Yeah, clear. So that is the trend. Trend is positive. Trend positive बोला, trend यहाँ positive हो गया. It will be ballistic now. So now, now they can ask you what are the characteristics of business cycle. Very, very important. 2 marks minimum. I'm saying minimum you will get from here. So many of the characteristics I've already discussed you. There are 4 stages. Business cycle is not regular all the time. It means there will be no regularity. Sometimes expansion will last for 5 years. Sometimes it will last for 5.5 years. The effect will always not be the same. And the reason also will not be the same. But there will always be 4 stages. All right. Then we say that business cycle is synchronic. Synchronic means what? It का दो मतलब होता है. पहला, it will have a multiplier effect. It means if one sector is affected, eventually every other sector will be affected. If there is a bad monsoon in India, then not only agriculture, initially agriculture, but agriculture में cash crop भी आता है, food crop भी आता है. ITC is also buying Ashirvad Atta. The price will increase. So FMCG companies, sugar companies, cotton making companies, I mean shirts making, t-shirt, textile companies, they all will be affected. When they are affected, then the bank will also be affected because they will not create demand for loan. Insurance companies will be affected. Capital market will be affected. Transportation sector will be affected. So it means it will be a ripple effect. Good or bad, दोनों का ripple होता है. Bad का भी ripple होता है, good का भी ripple होता है. So that's why it is synchronic. It may initiate in one part of the economy. Eventually, it will affect every single part of the economy. And second meaning of synchronic is that it's not business cycle do not only affect demand and supply. It will affect GDP. It will affect inflation. It will affect interest rate. It will affect money supply. It will affect employment. It will affect foreign trade. It will affect government revenue from taxes. Everything will be affected. So iska matlab is synchronic. I made you write that point as well under the characteristics. Then we say that business cycle have serious consequences and it cannot be predicted. If they give you the question, business cycle can be accurately predicted or changes in business cycle can be predicted. Wrong hai. But if they give you the option or question which is correct or incorrect, they'll say business cycle, changes in business cycle can be to an extent predicted using forecasting. To an extent. So yes, it can be predicted to an extent. Perfect कहीं भी नहीं होगा. Then most favorite question of ICI is that the changes in business cycle will affect the demand for what? Will it affect the demand for everything? No बोल रहा है. Of course it will affect the demand for everything. But will it affect the demand for everything in the same manner? The answer is no. So two category of goods मैं आपको दिया था. पहला कैटेगरी में था capital and investment goods, then luxury goods, and then durable goods. This is category 1. Second category, you have services, taking the services for doctor, lawyer, OTT platform, entertainment services, Wonderla, they all are services. Then you have non-durable goods, FMCG goods, grocery, everything that you are buying, correct? घर खरीद साफ करने के लिए झाड़ू लाया, वो भी नॉन ड्यूरेबल गुड्स है. बोला सर वो लास्ट करता है, दो नहीं, नॉन ड्यूरेबल कैटेगरी में आएगा. ऑलराइट. एंड देन यू हैव necessary goods. So if poor people's income will fall, they will not be able to even buy necessary goods. And we have seen many a time people have died because they don't have money to treat themselves in village India. Correct? So demand for everything will fall down when there is a contraction. But demand for which thing will fall more? Demand for, remember, when people's income falls down, they become rational. They realize ये useless है and I cannot survive without this. So if you want to buy an air conditioner, a business is wanting to start a business, they all hold on to their investment. You want to buy a luxury car, economy is going down, business profit गिर गया आपका, आप करोड़पति है लेकिन आपका business का profit गिर रहा है. You will not buy a Mercedes Benz now. You will wait for a year and let your profit recover, then you will buy. So it means demand for these goods will fall more during contraction and demand for these goods will fall less. If there is an expansion, of course, when there is an expansion, attraction kahan par hota hai? When your income increases, which are the product that you will dream about? Will you dream about jadu? Will you dream about cooking oil? Will you dream about? No. So it means the demand for everything will increase. आप देखो हॉटस्टार लिया, आप नेटफ्लिक्स ले लेगा, नो प्रॉब्लम, बोला ठीक है चलो, ये तो रेगुलर डिसीजन है. बट देन यू विल थिंक अबाउट, अच्छा अभी हाई एंड फोन लेने का है, अभी गाड़ी लेने का है, अभी एक और रूम में एसी लगा देता है, और इट माइक्रोवेव पुराना हो गया रिप्लेस कर देता है. सो ऑल दिस थिंग, सो इट मीन ड्यूरिंग एक्सपेंशन डिमांड फॉर दीज गुड्स विल इंक्रीज मोर but demand for these goods will increase less. It means simply demand for capital investment, luxury and durable good will be affected more due to economic cycle, changes in economic cycle, and demand for these goods will be affected less, but all the more everything, demand for everything will be affected. So if they give you the option that demand for uh, normal good, durable goods will not fall during contraction, it is wrong. Demand for everything will fall during contraction, but not in the same proportion. All right. Then one question you will get also from economic indicator, definitely. There are three economic indicator: leading, lagging, and coincident. Lagging indicator will tell you about the past. How can you do pattern analysis if you don't have the past data? So past data will give you, आप डॉक्टर के पास भी जाता है ना, डॉक्टर पूछता है पास्ट हिस्ट्री क्या है बताओ, बोलता है ना कोई एलर्जी है, कभी हार्ट अटैक आया, पहले कभी ड्रग लेता था क्या. सो दे विल नॉट आस्क यू, बट they why they want to ask, they are also doing pattern analysis. All right, that what is the reason for your suffering right now. If you are living a healthy life, then right now the problem has to be investigated. बट अगर आपको डायबिटीज है एंड पास्ट आप पूरा रिकॉर्ड दिखाया कि डायबिटीज समटाइम्स गोज टू 300 लेवल, ऑलराइट, ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स समटाइम्स 250, समटाइम्स 400, ये आपका 15 इयर्स का डेटा है. सो डॉक्टर को पता है कि अभी आपके साथ क्या हो रहा है. ऑलराइट, डॉक्टर विल बी एबल टू पिन पॉइंट दिस इज द ब्लडी प्रॉब्लम, डायबिटीज को नीचे करो. ऑलराइट, if the doctor is not sure, he will not give you just any medicine. It's not like somebody is asking away. All right, happened long time back with me, somebody was asking me, I came to, now I can understand quite a bit of Kannada, quite a bit. I cannot speak but I can, कुछ words भी बोल सकता है मैं. My daughter is very fluent. So somebody asked me about some place, all right, कहाँ जाने का है. So I could not get it. के तो वो हॉस्पिटल या कुछ पूछ रहा था, मेरे को पता था अपोलो हॉस्पिटल यहाँ है, बट इट वाज नॉट आस्किंग हॉस्पिटल, इट वाज आस्किंग अबाउट समथिंग एल्स. मैं बोला या आई सी दिस. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड, आफ्टर एन आवर आई वाज गोइंग बैक होम, आई मेट द सेम पर्सन इन द कार. क्या बोला, so I could not realize that. Then I said क्या क्या बोल के गया. I understood that yes मैं गलत उसको बताया कुछ, that's why he is angry. So doctor will not give you just about any medicine, right? So when you don't know about something, do not say sir illa gotilla baralla. So I just try to, well, do something social work, but that bugger was roaming around for 1 hour searching for something. All right, and during that time Google Map was not very frequently used. So now lagging indicator will tell me what has happened in the, all right, so past pattern it tell you about. So analysis of the past pattern will tell me when the change is going to happen. Second is coincident indicator. It tells you about those variables that is taking place right now. It means current production, current sales, current rate of inflation, current GDP. And then leading indicator will tell me or show me about those variable about the events that is going to take place in future. So when I combine these leading, lagging and coincident indicator together, remember all three indicators are used together because the past will tell me the pattern. The current will tell me whether the change has begun to happen according to the past pattern or not. And the leading will tell me how far the economy will go. So all these three indicators are used together to forecast. So these indicators are used for forecasting a shift in the economy, not economic policies. Mind it, economic policies are determined by the government. After the government has brought about a change in the economic policy, then this will become a leading indicator, will tell me what will happen in future. For example, today government tells that I am allowing 51% FDI in energy sector. Then I know that in future there will be more foreign firms in India dealing in supply and of energy. Correct. So after the change in the policy, this will become a leading indicator. But the thing is, can I predict when the government is going to change the policy? The answer is no. So changes in the government policy cannot be predicted. But after the policy has changed, it can be used as a leading indicator. All right. For example, government has said that I will create more than 250 more airports in the next 5 years. So more than, yeah, in India, everywhere you'll see airport will be there. People living standard is increasing. Right now the economy is going down, but eventually long term trend ऊपर ही हमारा. Now tell me, don't you think it's a leading indicator for me to look at which is the airline which has dominance in India? Indigo. Share खरीद के बैठ जाओ. All right. Or you invest into that company, you start an airline company, you know that the demand is going to increase. If you can either start a business or you can invest into that business, that acts as a leading indicator. Suggestion nahi hai. It's not guaranteed, but mathematical probability high hai, because from past 15 years if Indigo is ruling the sky, then do you think मेरे खरीदने के बाद वो नीचे चला जाएगा? It may go, but do you think it will go just after I have bought it? The answer is no. Okay, clear. Now, what are the reasons for the changes in business cycle? From there, one question again they are going to ask you. क्या reason था? Factors internal and, hey, pay attention, Ray. Internal is also known as endogenous. External is known as exogenous. Why do we call it internal? Because it will only affect largely one particular business, not every, so one particular country, not every country. All right. And these factors are within the control of the government's fiscal policy and monetary policy. All right. What are these? GDP growth, macroeconomic indicators like GDP growth, inflation, money supply, interest rate. All right. Increase or decrease in government spending. If government spends more, people will earn more. Rightward shift in the demand curve. Government can shift the demand curve right by decreasing the taxes and increasing government expenditure. So all these are internal factors. External factors that we cannot control, and it will not affect one country, but it may affect many countries together. So difficult to control. Population rise, external air, war, post-war reconstruction, technological advancement, pandemic, natural calamity. All right, all these things, globalization, all these are examples of external factors. So both external and internal together may lead to a business cycle. For example, COVID was an external factor for many countries for to go down. Correct? But if Sri Lanka went down, it was not due to external factor, it is due to internal factor. All right, it is due to internal factor. Global warming is happening. Many countries will be adversely affected. They can't help it. Maldives will be underwater in the next 50 years. All right, it means all the population of Maldives will have to migrate somewhere. Every time, and global warming, is not under the control of one country. Global warming is an outcome of industrial growth from the last 250, 300 years that is happening in the world. So external, so some countries will be adversely affected. Even a country like India, our shorelines, we are safe for the next 2000 years. Don't worry about that. But Maldives is not safe. Seychelles, again an island, is not safe. Bahamas is not safe. They will be all underwater in the next 15, 20, sorry, 50, 60 years. So all these are external factors. Okay, clear? Let's start with national income. Now I will share with you the quick revision note later. Some changes will be done and then, but I'm showing you here. Tomorrow it will be shared with you. So this is the quick revision note. You see this one, this up till this point, you see first page, chapter 1 over. All right. First, matlab first plus 1/4 of a page. Then you have here chapter 2. Demand, you see so many things you have written, but here demand over. What is the demand total? You see, diagrams is not given, but everything related to diagrams. It means 1.5 page, you can say. All right. Everything is mentioned. Now remember, from this quick revision note, out of 100 marks, I am giving you guarantee. Not only this, but this plus the synopsis given to you. अगर मैं सिर्फ इसको ले लेता है, because it covers only up till chapter 6. If I take this only, you will be getting close to 65 to 70 questions just from this quick revision. Out of 100 marks, of course. Economics 100 marks का पता है ना? What you are asking? What is your question? Yeah, they will some either other correction करने का. I have given it to them. What are the correction to be done? They will send me back after doing the correction. I'll share it with you. All right. Some critical mistakes are there. वो demand theory में कुछ थोड़ा सा ये national income में थोड़ा सा mistakes, sorry, cost concept में थोड़ा सा mistake है, तो वो correct करके वो दे देगा. All right. Average fixed cost देगा है कि upward sloping बोल दिया है कहीं पे downward sloping. It's a typographical error. मेरे से mistake हुआ when I typed it, but now I've given it for correction. You'll get it. So everything is mentioned over here, and you see indifference curve and budget line you have covered. No, आप देखो indifference curve and budget line together is covered just up till here. And just to give you an idea here, you see indifference curve ordinal concept. Indifference curve ordinal concept. जहां से question आएगा, remember from where the options are to be made, that is given in bold. सुन रहे? Whatever part is included as a part of the option, मैं उसको bold कर दिया है. All right. So ordinal concept, iso utility curve भी मांगते हैं. ये convex है. Marginal rate of substitution is decreasing. So it means if you are reading it, you can just read. If you have revised it, just read the bold word. Bold जो है read कर लो सिर्फ. ठीक है? All right. Then you see downward sloping, negatively slope, MRS constant, you get a straight line. Perfect substitutes में straight line होता है. Complementary goods में L shaped होता है. खत्म. All right. Easy. Right. So I have made this from the perspective thinking like a student, not like a teacher. All right. So that will help you a lot. So I will share it with you tomorrow. So अभी चलते हैं इसमें national income state में production का देख लो सब है. Everything I have mentioned. When AP is falling, MP is rising initially, then it's falling. Everything. Isocont curve is also mentioned. E greater than 1, MR is positive. E equals to 1, MR is 0, TR is maximum. E less than 1, MR is negative and TR is falling. AR curve is also known as demand curve, bold में दे दिया. Right? Explicit cost, implicit cost का zero economic profit, also known as normal accounting profit. All right. Monopolistic competition, everything is given. what we have studied now. Now, national income. चलो यहीं से देख लेते हैं. All right. First of all, national income is what? Pioneered by whom? Nobel Prize winning economists. Remember the names? Simon Kuznets and Richard Stone. All right. Net value of all economic goods and services produced within the domestic territory, and it is the fundamental macroeconomic indicator. यहाँ पे bold नहीं किया हुआ. I'll try to make it bold. So significance of national income indicates level of economic activity. Evaluate the short run performance. Remember, short run performance of the economy. Help businesses to forecast the future demand for the product. Helps determination of per capita income. Fix sector specific targets so government can take sector specific decision. Helps assessing in choosing the right economic policies. Throw light on income distribution. Useful in determination of shares of national contribution to international bodies like UN and so on and so forth. Abhi different concepts of national income. Let me straight away go from different concepts of national income में क्या बोला था? National income can be measured in three different ways. Who said this? Who said this? बोलो, महेश बाबू और रमेश बाबू. Who said that national income has three sides? Nobody said. It is a framework under the framework and guidelines given by System of National Accounts, SNA. Who made this SNA? Hero. United Nation SNA. What United Nation SNA has done? It has created a production boundary. What is this boundary? Beyond this boundary, any activity should not be accounted for in the national income, and only those activities which fall within this framework should be added to the national income. And according to UNSNA, they've said that national income can be measured in three different ways. What are these ways? Value added method, expenditure method, and income method. Then what did it say? That it doesn't matter which method you apply. If you are not making any mistake, then the national income aggregate given from each of these three methods will be exactly the same. All right, exactly the same. So one method will work as a check over another method. All right, clear hai? So let's go here and see again. यहाँ पर national income, there are three sides: product side, expenditure side, and income side. All right. Gross domestic product. Now here you see this equation. Value added is value of output in domestic territory minus intermediate consumption, because we know that value addition is what? We say total value of output minus intermediate consumption. It means what? If I have purchased a raw material, if I have purchased the raw material worth rupees 20,000, I have used the labor worth rupees 10,000. I have used my machinery for which depreciation I have provided 5,000. All right. I have used carriage inward again 15,000. And then if I add this all, that will give me the intermediate consumption. Remember, intermediate consumption is not only the raw material. So intermediate consumption comes down to 20 plus 30, 50,000 rupees. Rupees 50,000 is the intermediate consumption. I am going to sell it in the market at rupees 70,000. So this 70,000 is nothing but my what? Value of output. So my output value that I'm selling at is 70,000, but my input is 50,000. So value addition done by me is from the value of output minus intermediate consumption, that is 20,000 is the value addition done on my part. It is not 70,000 value addition. So only from the value of output, if I deduct the intermediate consumption, I will get the value added. All right. So this is the meaning of this particular equation. GDP at market price is nothing but value of output in the domestic territory minus intermediate consumption, of course, in the domestic territory. All right. That will give me the value added. An important point to note is here, simple understand. We will apply the framework given by UNSNA. क्या क्या है बोला कि what kind of transaction should not be accounted for in the national income. It means which type of expenditure should not be taken and which type of income should not be taken. So we know that which type of, we take only value of output minus intermediate consumption, value added लेते हैं. Because if I take intermediate consumption and so value addition also दोनों लगा के output का value ले लिया, then output is not value addition, it will lead to double counting. Second, carry forward of any stocks or anything is not taken in the national income, because when you produce those goods, it was already added to the national income. Right now you are only carrying forward. Likewise, second hand sale of goods is never taken as a part of national income. It doesn't matter how many times you sell. So that's why even investment in the secondary market, not in the primary market, into stock and bond is never taken as a part of national income. Because if I've today bought trend shares, I have not bought it from the company, I bought it from somebody who was willing to sell. So my money has gone to him. All right. And his shares have come to me. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow, when I sell, somebody is expecting that it may go even higher. He will buy and my money will, their money will come to me and my shares will go to them. It means the company is not buying and selling. The public is buying and selling and trading in the share. So it cannot be added to the national income, because when it was launched as an IPO, it was already accounted for. And that's why when the company will earn the profit is nothing but a part of the value addition. And when it is to be distributed as dividend to you, dividend should be added to the national income, because this dividend is a part of the profit, and this profit is earned by performing economic activity. It means by buying and selling goods and services. Clear hai? All right. Then payment of tax is not the criteria wherein something should be added to national income or not. There can be income on which I have paid taxes, but it should not be included in national income. For example, I have won a lottery. Government will take the tax deducted at source and then will give me the money. So just because I paid a tax doesn't mean that it is a part of the national income. That is a windfall gain. By luck I've got it. If you get something by luck, that is never considered as an economic activity. Gambling, betting, all these things are also not considered economic activity. Smuggling is an economic activity, but it is an illegal economic activity. That's why it should not be accounted for in the national income. Transfer payment, voluntary transfer, donation, charity, subsidies, unemployment allowances, these are income received but not earned, also should not be added to the national income. All these production for self-consumption, if your activity, if suppose a farmer is producing for self-consumption, it should be added to the national income. Why? Because if I perform any activity that is related to my livelihood, then it should be added to the national income. We are not able to add because the farmer is not disclosing to the government, if I have grown this many tomatoes, how much I have self-consumed. But it should be added. Whereas if I'm making a Maggie in my house, it is not a part of my livelihood. If I don't make Maggie, I will not die. If the farmer doesn't grow crop, he will die. So hobbies, passion, cooking food at home for self-consumption, it is not a part of the national income. But if a maid comes and makes up, Maggie, cook food, clean houses, then that will be considered as a part of national income. But the thing is, the maid earning the income is not going to disclose to the income tax department I have earned the money. So how much I have paid, income side government को मिल गया, expenditure side मिल गया. Why? Because the company who has made me the payment, it has made through a bank. Correct? It has shown that expenditure paid as to the employees expenditure side, I have earned the income. Even if I don't disclose, government knows about it, and income tax people will knock at home bank statement. ये आपका income tax क्यों नहीं दिया? But so it means income side is added, value addition and expenditure side is added. But now when I'm giving this money back to somebody for economic activity, this is invisible. Where this money goes afterwards, nobody knows. If I use this money to buy a mobile phone and I am buying legally the mobile phone, ऐसा नहीं कि smuggled mobile phone करके GST कुछ नहीं देना पड़ा, then also government has an idea that yes, यहाँ पर consumption हो रहा है. So that is the problem associated with the national income. So now let's go ahead here. Nominal GDP plus and constant GDP. Very important. Always you will get one question. What is the difference between nominal GDP and real GDP? The difference between the nominal and real GDP is due to GDP deflator, that is inflation. All right. Nominal GDP is measured at a current year's price, so it will include inflation. And so nominal GDP will increase even if there is no increase in productive capacity of the economy. Just by increasing the price, I can increase the nominal GDP. Correct? If say petrol, say HPCL, IOCL, BPCL were selling petrol 4 years back at 80 rupees per liter. Today they are selling at 100 rupees per liter. Even if they do not increase the supply of petrol, then also they are selling at 100 rupees to the final consumer. Don't you think our economy will show that national income is increasing because more petrol is produced? But actually, is it more petrol is produced? Of course it is produced, but I'm just giving a hypothetical example. There can be a possibility wherein the national income is increasing because of increase in the price, but not increase in the output. Whereas real GDP will increase only when there is increase in the real output. So the difference between nominal and real is due to inflation. Higher the inflation, more will be the real and nominal difference, and vice versa. If there is no inflation, which will never happen, it's a hypothetical situation. You can see God someday, but you will never see an economy where growth is happening, inflation is not happening. All right. So when there is no inflation, deflator is zero, then nominal GDP will be equals to real GDP. And to find out GDP deflator, what was the formula? Who can tell me? Nominal GDP by real GDP into 100. So GDP deflator will always have a base of 100. Meaning what? If the base is 100, it means there is no inflation. And if the deflator value is 110, it means there is 10% inflation. Value lower than 100 will give you a situation wherein there is disinflation, wherein real GDP is more than nominal GDP. So if suppose real GDP was rupees 1000, nominal GDP is rupees 1200, then can I find out the value of deflator? तो वैल्यू ऑफ डिफ्लेटर फाइंड करने के लिए फॉरगेट अबाउट द फॉर्मूला, इसका परसेंटेज निकाल लो, डिफ्लेटर का वैल्यू आ जाएगा. सो इसका परसेंटेज कितना वैल्यू है? 20%. 20 plus 100, 120 is the value of deflator. Easy. All right. But what if I write here that real GDP is 1200 and nominal GDP is 1000? Then we know that nominal is lower than real. It means there is a disinflation. It means deflator value should be lower than 100. और lower than 100 कब आएगा? जब मैं 100 को 1200 से मल्टीप्लाई डिवाइड करके into 100 करेगा. So you will get a deflator value which is lower than 100. Yep. Cancel. 2 5s, 2 6, 3 times and 50 times. So that will be 150 by 3. So क्या गलत हो गया क्या कुछ? Sorry, 250 by 3. 250 by 3 lower than 100 होगा. Right or wrong? Will it be less than 100? Of course it will be less than 100. Deflator value is lower than 100. That's why we see real GDP real GDP is more than nominal GDP. As simple as that. All right, clear hai? So if we have to look at the numerical problems related to it, just let me go to it. अभी देखो यहाँ पर we have already covered this. If you remember, कौन हेल्प करेगा मेरे को? Nominal is 500, real is 500. That's why deflator is 100. It means there is no inflation. Here, nominal is 800, real is 650. So it means there is inflation or not? There is inflation. It means deflator value must be, forget about the formula, deflate value must be more than 100. So more than 100 के लिए मेरे को क्या 800 by 650 into 100 करो, आपको आ जाएगा 123. It means 23.08 is the rate of inflation. Likewise, if I take the last part here, you see what is the real and what is the nominal. So nominal is again more than real. It means again inflation must have happened. So it means if I do what, inflation must have happened, deflator value must be more than 100. So will I get more than 100 if I do 1240 by 1700? No. I have to do 1700 by 1240. I have to do 1700 by 1240 into 100. You will get a value of 137 point. It means 37.10 is the rate of inflation. But if I change this in 2020, the rate of GDP here, nominal GDP is 3000 and real GDP is, let's say, 2000, sorry, nominal real GDP is 3000, nominal GDP is 2400, 2020. Now real is more than nominal, it means deflator must have a less than value. So less than value में अगर 3000 का 2400 करेगा तो आएगा नहीं, तो more than आ जाएगा. So कितना आ रहा है? We'll have to do what? 2400 by 3000 into 100 फॉर्मूला पुट करना है तो कट कर सकता है. आप ये क्या किया? मैं nominal by real into 100 किया. That will be the formula for deflator. कितना आया रे? 80. It means 20% is the disinflation that has happened. 100 से माइनस कर दो, उतना disinflation है. Clear है? Honestly tell me, after we have done this thing in class, whenever we covered this, have you looked at this problem afterwards? Once? How many haven't looked? Just raise your hand. Honestly बोलो. एक बार भी देखा नहीं? Okay. No problem. Don't worry. I was also of your age when, right? So I know. So nominal and real GDP. आप निकाल के बता दो मेरे को इसका आंसर क्या आएगा. चलो एक काम कर दो मेरे लिए. नॉमिनल एंड रियल. नॉमिनल है 3000, रियल है 4700. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल नॉमिनल रियल प्लॉट कर दो, पता चल जाएगा इन्फ्लेशन है या डिसइन्फ्लेशन है. डिसइन्फ्लेशन है ना, सो इट मींस डिफ्लेटर वैल्यू शुड बी लेस देन 100. सो व्हाट विल बी द आंसर? 63. 100 से माइनस कर दो, उतना डिसइन्फ्लेशन है. इट मींस 36.25 इज द रेट ऑफ डिसइन्फ्लेशन. करेक्ट. बट डिफ्लेटर का वैल्यू निकालने बोला आपको, तो डिफ्लेटर का वैल्यू जो भी है मार्क करने का. सो विल डू व्हाट? 3000 divided by 4700 into 100. That is nominal by real into 100. Clear? यहां पर देखो, सिंपल नॉमिनल जीडीपी फाइंड आउट करने का है. So if you don't know this thing, they have given you what? Nominal GDP. Find nominal GDP where real GDP, our GDP दिया है 450 and deflator is 120. So forget about the formula. Real 150 है and deflator is 120. It means inflation is 20%. No. So will I do here this 450 into 120 by 100 or 450 into 120%? So ये क्या किया मैं? Real into deflator by 100. that will give you the value of what GDP? Nominal GDP. तो कितना आया value? 540. 540 आया? Okay, that is the value. Clear है? Easy, no problem. Next, you see. यहां पर क्या दिया? Suppose nominal GDP of a country, again हटा दो इसको. Alright. Nominal GDP they are given in 2010. 2010 में N है, R है, deflator है. Nominal GDP of a country is 600. Price index given is 100. So it means there is how much inflation? If price index is 100, nominal GDP is 600, what is the rate of inflation? What is the rate of inflation? Bol. No inflation. Of course, no inflation. Very good. So 600 is real GDP hoga. Then they've said that now let the nominal GDP increase to 1200. 2018 में let the nominal GDP is 1200 and the price index is 110. So how much is the real? Understand, real should be lower than nominal or more than nominal when there is inflation. When there is inflation, यहाँ मत देख, बता, सोच के बता. हाँ ऐसे करने से नहीं होता. Alright, if real is more than, in this case deflator value 110 hai, alright, and real GDP is given to you, so the nominal GDP should be more than the real or less than the real? More than the real. Why it will be more than the real? Because more than 100 it means 10% inflation hai, correct? So it means, can I say this, that this, hey, pay attention, hey, this nominal GDP is 110% more than the real GDP. So real निकालने के लिए क्या करने का मेरे को? If 1200 is 110%, then 100% कितना होगा? So 1200 divided by 110 into 100. How much value you will get? 1090 1091. आपका मिस्टेक है कि नहीं कैलकुलेट करने के लिए? आप सिंपली 1091 को 110 से मल्टीप्लाई कर देगा, परसेंटेज निकालेगा, you will must get 1200. So what I have done here, I have let the formula go out of the window. I have simply applied common sense. So this is your what? Nominal GDP. This is your deflator into 100. So nominal was given to me at 1200 and deflator is 110. इसका मतलब 10% inflation है. इसका मतलब क्या है? This is 110% value. इसका value क्या है? 110% है. So इसका ही value 100% निकालेगा, वो आपका real हो जाएगा. Alright. So exactly this thing they have done here. 1090.9. Alright. Clear? Alright. Now gross national product. Pay attention. You have more problems in national income units, no? Okay. Okay. Now, what was the difference between gross and national and domestic? If I write here, pay attention, Ray. Domestic. अगर मैं domestic लिखा तो क्या होने मांगता? Either I will have GDP, that is gross domestic product, or I will have NDP, net domestic product. यही होगा ना दो? Market price and factor cost. No. So GDP at market price, GDP at factor cost, NDP at market price, NDP at factor cost. Here we are not concerned about market price and factor cost. Here we are concerned about domestic and national. So when I go to the national side, this GDP will turn into what? Gross national product, and this NDP will turn into what? Net national product. Correct? So the only difference between the left and the right hand side is the domestic and the national part. And we know that the difference between the domestic and the national is due to net factor income from abroad, which is not export and import but NFIA. And then what did I tell you? What should we take under domestic? Within the domestic, every economic activity done by everybody should be taken, provided those economic activity is happening within our geographical territory. Meaning what? A foreigner comes to India but performs the economic activity in India. The income earned by him is in India, so it will be our GDP. And of course, an Indian working in India, of course, will be our GDP. Likewise, a foreign company like Nestle comes to India through FDI, doesn't export but comes to India through FDI and sets up a plant and produces Maggi and other stuff. That again, it's a foreign firm located and originated in Switzerland. But right now, it's performing its economic activity where? On our geographical territory. So it will be added to our GDP. And of course, Indian companies producing in India should be added to our GDP. It means, यहाँ पर मैं क्या ले लेगा? Income earned by citizens plus domestic companies, domestic businesses. Then what will I do here? I will take more what? Income earned by foreigners plus foreign businesses operating from India. Where it is located, I give a damn when I'm talking about GDP. So GDP is based on location, is based on territory. It is not based on nationality. कहाँ का है मतलब नहीं, कहाँ हुआ मतलब. So if somebody comes from planet Jupiter and lands in India and produces something in India, somebody in India, so then his economic activity will also be added as a part of our GDP. So going by the same concept, can I say, can other countries say that my citizen went to your country and provided produce economic goods and services in your country? So you said it is your GDP. So when your citizen and your business will come to my country, now they are operating in my country, so it will be my GDP. So either it is my GDP or your GDP. It cannot be both of the GDP. Correct? Either it's your wife or your neighbor's wife. It cannot be. So understood. So remember GDP, this book will help keep you remember things. So a GDP of a country will belong to one country. It cannot be belong to multiple countries. All right. So I will have to deduct what? My people and my businesses when they are performing any economic activity outside my domestic territory in somebody else's domestic territory. So I will deduct what? Income earned by citizens plus domestic businesses operating abroad. I will deduct. मेरा है but मेरे यहाँ नहीं हो. When we have to calculate national, then the first thing we will be adding in national. It means my business in my country, my citizen in my country is both a part of a GDP and GNP or NDP and NNP. But when a foreign business is operating in my territory and a foreign individual working in my country, it is a part of my GDP but not a part of my GNP. So ये मैं deduct करेगा. And then this will be added. So it means what I am doing here, in case of national, जो मेरा है कहीं पर भी है मैं add करेगा. My earning in India, my earning abroad, I will add. My business is earning in India, my business is earning abroad, I will add. A foreign business is earning in India and a foreign citizen is earning in India, I will not take. Understood? So GDP is related to territory, GNP is related to nationality. जो हमारा है कहीं भी है ऐड करेगा GNP and NNP. So when we make an adjustment like this, what we get is NFIA. So it means if I want to get GNP at market price from the GDP at market price, then I have to add NFIA, or I can say in order to get the national, we have to add to the domestic, we will have to add NFIA. Domestic factor income में I have to add NFIA and vice versa. Correct है? समझ में आया? So can we say, when, you tell me, when Indian businesses outside the country and Indian individuals outside the country, they earn more. Let's say they earn 900 million USD. All right, 900 million. Indian, these are Indians abroad. Indian है लेकिन बाहर पैसा कमाया. And if suppose foreigners in India, they earn 700 million USD. So it means Indians are earning more abroad compared to foreigners in India. Will it make NFIA positive or will it make it negative? It will make it positive. Because we are earning more abroad than their businesses in India. So positive होगा रे भाई. Our businesses and our people are earning more outside the country than foreign businesses and foreign entities in India. हमारा जब ज्यादा अर्न कर रहा है तो हम कैसे नेगेटिव हो गए रे? Right? But whereas if a foreign company earns 1000 million here, and foreign citizens and businesses in India, they earn 1000 million USD in a year, but Indians abroad, they earn only 800 million USD abroad, then we can say NFIA is negative. So in this case, foreigners are earning more in India than Indians earning abroad. So if NFIA is positive, NFIA is positive, then you will get national more than domestic. So it means GNP or NNP will be more than GDP or NDP. But if we have a negative NFIA, then in this case domestic will be more than national. It means GDP or NDP will be more than GNP or NNP. अर्थ है तो now next. All right, so everything I've explained here, you see, just let's read it. Gross national product is a measure of the market value of what? Remember, keep this in mind. Whether they ask, listen to me, whether they ask GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP, everywhere we measure the national income by accounting for the goods and services finally sold to the final consumer. Meaning what? A distributor, wholesaler, retailer buying the good, it is not accounted for in the national income. Only when the goods will be sold to the final consumer, it means somebody who's buying not for further processing or value addition but for consumption, then only it will be added to the national income. So if we have to define GDP, very simple, GDP is nothing but the market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory in a country in 1 year. All right, but if I have to turn this into GNP, I have to just add one word. The first paragraph will exactly remain the same, that GNP is also the market value of final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in one accounting year. after adjusting for NFIA. After adjusting for NFIA. So keep this in mind. So gross national product is a measure of market value of all final economic goods and services. Gross of depreciation we'll study in a while, produced within the domestic territory of a country by normal residents during an accounting year, including net factor income from abroad. So GNP at market price is nothing but GDP at market price NFIA. Since it's a linear equation, when I have to get the GDP at market price, I have to deduct NFIA. Clear hai? All right. So what is NFIA? This is stuck. Ayyo. NFIA is the difference between aggregate amount that a country's citizens and companies earn abroad and the aggregate amount that a foreign citizens overseas companies earn in that country. So national is domestic plus net factor income from abroad. The distinction between national domestic is net factor income from abroad. You see, GNP includes earnings of Indian corporation overseas and Indian residents working overseas, but GDP does not include. GDP excludes net factor income from abroad. Yes, if you are calculating GDP, then you have to from the GNP deduct NFIA. Now we come to the concept of depreciation. What is depreciation? Depreciation is nothing but consumption of fixed capital. If I have converted the plastic into this pen, only labor and material and carriage inward and will not convert the material of plastic into the pen. I need a machinery. But the machinery that I have bought, I have spent 20 crore rupees. And every day I'm not going to buy machinery. This machinery is going to last for 10 years. So it means, don't you think 2 crore worth of the value of the machinery I'm consuming every year? Because 2 crore every year through straight line depreciation, if I provide in 10 years, the depreciated value is zero, then the value of the asset is zero. So it means whatever is the value or quantum of fixed asset I'm using in that particular year to convert the input into output should be accounted for as an expenditure. We call it as depreciation or consumption of fixed capital. Now under national income, the distinction between expenditure is made in only two ways. Either it's a capital goods or it's an inventory or current good. The direct expenditure, indirect expenditure, this kind of segregation is not done under national income, because when you are preparing a PL account, trading account and balance sheet, you are dividing the expenditure in four classes. आप अपना करंट डायरेक्ट एक्सपेंडिचर दिखाता है ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट में, इनडायरेक्ट एक्सपेंडिचर दिखाता है पीएल अकाउंट में, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर दिखाता है बैलेंस शीट में. ऑलराइट, सो बोलो सर तीन ही हुआ, तीन कैसे हुआ रे? करंट एक्सपेंडिचर हो गया ना, करंट एक्सपेंडिचर, देन बैलेंस शीट में दिखाया वो आपका हो गया एसेट, दैट इज डेप्रिसिएशन. सो दैट इज नॉट करंट एक्सपेंडिचर, दैट इज कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर. एंड देन जो ट्रेडिंग में दिखाया वो डायरेक्ट, और जो पीएल में दिखाया वो इनडायरेक्ट. सो फोर, बट इन नेशनल इनकम नॉट फोर, ओनली टू, capital and current. That's it, nothing else. So if there is only difference between capital and current is there, then don't you think the difference between the net and the gross will be only depreciation? So it means if from the gross I deduct depreciation, what I get is the net and vice versa. It means if I want to get net domestic product, or if I want to get NDP, then from the GDP I have to deduct depreciation, which is nothing but consumption of fixed capital. All right, consumption of fixed capital. So depreciation को as an expenditure हम लोग दिखाते हैं. So when we are calculating the GDP, consumption of fixed capital must be added to the gross, because we are calculating gross. And once after we get the gross and we are calculating net from the gross, then we have to deduct depreciation. Clear hai? So let's take a look here. Net domestic product at market price is the measure of market value of final economic goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country by its normal citizens and non-residents, normal resident non during an accounting year, less depreciation. So it means if I have to define net domestic product in simple way, same way I have defined gross domestic product, market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in one accounting year, and including depreciation, adjusting for depreciation. So you see, the portion of capital stock used up in the process of production or depreciation must be subtracted from the final sales because depreciation represents capital consumption, therefore cost of production. All right, clear? So to calculate net profit, are you not deducting depreciation? Correct? Why? Because depreciation is nothing but consumption of fixed capital. Then comes the part wherein we talk about market price and factor cost. So very simple चीज एक सर्व कर याद रखने का, दूसरा उसको opposite कर दो. If I am buying a potato chips or whatever, does not matter. What am I paying to the seller? I am paying to the seller his cost of production plus his margin of profit. गवर्नमेंट बोलेगा मैं भी प्लस आईडीटी जीएसटी में पे कर रहा है. Correct? So all these things will fall upon the consumer as a burden. So this is your consumer's burden. If any of these things increase, then the consumer's burden will increase because the market price will increase. All right. But sometimes government may also give you subsidy to buy potato chips. Potato chips के लिए नहीं देगा, education के लिए देगा. But let's say hypothetically, government says that निर्मला सीताराम से इतना दुखी क्यों है, थोड़ा मुस्कुराओ, अंकल चिप्स खाओ. 50% subsidies on uncle chips after charging a GST of 18%. तो बोलेगा आंटी, if you are, आप ऐसा क्यों कर रहा है कि 18% जीएसटी लेने के बाद 50% आप सब्सिडी दे रहा है. आंटी को बोलो, आंटी आप 32% सब्सिडी दे दो ना. बोलेगा नहीं, आई लाइक लाइफ टू बी कॉम्प्लेक्स. So government will, so it means what I want to say is taxes will increase the burden of the consumer, it will increase the market price of the good, so it will be added to the price cost of production. Whereas subsidies are paid by the government to the seller on behalf of the consumer. So sellers are not earning losses, incurring losses. Sellers will be happy because previously they were collecting 20 rupees from you. Now they will collect 15 rupees from you and 5 rupees from the government. And the seller knows that for the consumer, the price has fallen down. The demand will increase. I can sell more, so let's supply more. So what will happen here? If subsidies are given, then subsidies must be deducted because subsidies will lower the market price. Correct? So अगर मैं सब्सिडी को नहीं लेगा तो फिर it will not show the correct market price. No. If I ask you how much you have paid for a commodity, you said 20 rupees. Well, say, have you paid 20 rupees? बोला yes, I paid 20 rupees. But बोला इसका रिसीट में तो 15 रुपए है. बोला सब्सिडी में जोड़ा नहीं. बोला रे. So it means if you exclude subsidy, then actually you have paid 15 rupees. So should I count your expenditure to be 15 rupees or to be 20 rupees? 15 rupees. So subsidies must be deducted. Now this adjustment between indirect taxes and subsidies, we call it as net IDT. So it means we say in the market price, we will, if I want to calculate the market price, if you want to get the market price, I have to add the indirect taxes because I am paying the indirect taxes, and I have to deduct the subsidies because I am not paying the subsidy because it will lower the price. So that will give you market price. And if I want to get the factor cost, then I'll do just the opposite. That is, I will deduct the IDT and I will add the subsidies. So एक side याद रखो, दूसरा side just opposite है. So it means I can say If I want to get market price from the factor cost, then I have to add net IDT. So it means I can say if I want to get GDP at market price from GDP at factor cost, then I have to add net IDT, or we can say that GDP at factor cost is equals to plus GDP at factor cost plus IDT minus subsidies. Got the idea? Clear hai? All right. So let's take a look here. So uh, just hold on. Yeah, ब्रीदर चाहिए अभी, ये खत्म करा दे फिर ब्रीदर देता है, पूरा यूनिट नहीं, ये मार्केट प्राइस वाला. So remember, not very frequently, but they may ask you, since it's easy, please keep that in mind. There are two types of taxes that the government can take. One is known as product taxes, one is known as production taxes. Product taxes, we call it as ad valorem, like GST, sales tax, or whatever. It means if the market price increases, then I have to pay higher taxes to the government even when the rate remains same. I am selling a computer at 50,000, government says GST is 10%. I have to pay 5,000. If I'm increasing the price of computer from 50,000 to 60,000, I have to pay 6,000 rupees. If I'm selling one computer, then I have to pay 5,000. If I'm selling 10 computer, I have to pay 50,000 rupees. So it means whether the price of the commodity increases or the volume of sale increases, even when the rate of percentage of tax remains same, I will end up paying more amount of taxes. That's why we call it as ad valorem, means value addition के ऊपर ये बढ़ता तो ad valorem, value बढ़ा tax बढ़ा. Now the value can increase by increasing the market price, or value can increase by increasing the volume. All right. So these taxes will be zero when the output is zero. Clear? Taxes on production. Taxes on production is taken not on the goods which are produced, but on the activity of producing goods. I have to pay property tax on my premises. I have to pay pollution tax. I have to take permit if I have a transportation business. Now, if I take a permit for a truck, whether the truck makes one trip or it will make 1,000 trip in a year, number of trip does not matter. Every year I have to buy the permit, I have to pay same amount. Clear? So permit charges. So all these are taxes on production. They are not linked to the output, they are linked to the activity of production. For example, अगर मेरे को दारू बनाने का है, hypothetically, I have to first apply for a license, excise license. I have to pay crores of rupees to the government. After I get the license, I don't produce or I produce more, it does not matter. Next year only I have to take the license again. So it means now the volume of production, government will not charge even 1 rupee. On the expiry of 365 days, government will charge me again. But when I produce the liquor and I sell it in the market, then the government will charge excise duty on the value of the liquor sold. So 10,000 का विस्की बॉटल है और गवर्नमेंट 50% टैक्स ले रहा है, तो 5,000 गवर्नमेंट के पास जाएगा. यस, गवर्नमेंट टैक्सेस इतना ही होता है लिकर के ऊपर. ऑलराइट, इन मेनी स्टेट्स, बैंगलोर में तो बहुत ही ज्यादा है, महाराष्ट्र में भी ज्यादा है. आई थिंक 67 और 70% इज द टैक्स गवर्नमेंट. इज वेरी गुड, 100% ले लो ना, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, डिमेरिट गुड्स है. ऑलराइट, सो द मोर एक्सपेंसिव इट इज, द बेटर इट इज. ऑलराइट, अभी कोई पैपी वैन विंकल का विस्की खरीद के पी रहा है 25 लाख रुपए का बॉटल, then right, so of course you pay 70%, right? Can you imagine, एक इनोवा की जगह एक बॉटल लेके आ गया. All right, clear? No, it's sold in Bangalore. All right, clear? So these are taxes on production. All right, so here you see an example is given. If the factor cost of a unit is rupees 50, indirect tax is 15 rupees, so 50 plus 15 हो जाएगा, and the government gives a subsidy of 10 rupees minus 10, that will be the total 50, 65, it means 55 rupees will be the value. So market price is factor cost plus net indirect taxes, that is indirect taxes minus subsidy. Clear hai? All right, you can take 5 minutes of breather. All right. So remember, I've told you the golden rule, simple logic to figure out how it is to remember the equation. याद है नहीं याद है किसको नहीं याद है so please pay attention quickly. The difference between national and domestic is due to NFIA. If we are calculating national, then we have to add NFIA to the domestic. If we are calculating domestic from national, then we have to deduct NFIA. Likewise, difference between net and gross is depreciation. So if we are calculating net, then we have to deduct depreciation. If we are calculating gross, then we have to add depreciation. And the difference between market price and factor cost is net IDT. If I'm calculating market price, then we have to add net IDT. It means we have to add IDT and deduct subsidies. But when we are calculating factor cost from the market price, then we have to less net IDT. It means from the we have to add subsidies and deduct IDT. Clear hai? All right. So these things have to be kept in mind. Next, let's go here. And it's given as GDP at factor cost is GDP at market price minus net indirect taxes. And then they've given compensation of employees. Now understand one thing. This GDP at factor cost is nothing but what is the value addition that I'm doing? Because I've told you that GDP, if I'm calculating whether market price factor cost does not matter, if I'm calculating GDP, then how do I calculate GDP? We have seen before that total value of output minus intermediate consumption. So this will give me what? This will give me the total value added. But when I'm adding the value, I have to incur the cost to add the value, right or wrong? So what kind of cost I incur? Broad categorization mein, if I'm taking a loan, I have to pay interest. If somebody is investing into my company, I have to pay them dividend, that is share of profit. If somebody is offering me his premises to perform business activities, then I'll have to pay them rent. If somebody is providing me their expertise in terms of labor, then I have to compensate them, compensation to employees. If a professional is providing me financial consultancy, tax consultancy, budgetary management, everything, I have to pay them professional fee, jisme aayega mixed income of self-employed. And then since I'm calculating GDP, I have to also take into consideration the what? Depreciation, consumption of fixed capital. So exactly the same thing is done over here, you see. So this is your value addition, and the value addition is done how? By paying salary to the employees, compensation of employees, operating surplus mein rent, interest plus profit, then mixed income of self-employed and depreciation. If suppose I change this gross domestic product at factor cost to net domestic product at factor cost, then depreciation yahan se chala jayega as it is shown over here. Depreciation is gone. But if I want to change this NDP to NNP at factor cost, then to everything I'll do what? I will add NFIA. It means if I add NFIA here, then this will become net domestic product at factor cost to net national product at factor cost. If I add NFIA here, then it will become what? You tell me. It will become GNP at factor cost. Clear hai? All right. Per capita income, personal income and national income. So we know per capita, if they ask you per capita income, It means they are talking about per capita national income, which is the average income of citizens in a country, which denotes standard of living, and it is measured by dividing the NNP at factor cost, that is national income, by total population. So remember, a national income is always measured at NNP at factor cost, not at market price. Why? Because market price includes indirect taxes. And don't you think just if government increases the indirect taxes, GST on a car is not 28% but 56%. So don't you think every car sold, its market price will increase? And then can I say India is growing? Because GDP to grow kar raha hai bhai. National income to grow kar raha hai. So can I say market price, national income at measured at market price can grow even when the government increases taxes? And if government continues to increase taxes, then the market value of everything is going to increase. And the quantity produced may have come down a little bit, but the tax collection would have increased. So I would have said that, okay, national income is increasing. Don't you think it gives me a distorted picture? And that's why we take factor cost. Then you'll say, sir, factor cost mein to subsidies hota hai. But tell me, dear, on how many things government gives you subsidy, on how many things government takes tax? Do you get subsidies when you shop from Amazon? Did you get subsidy when you joined Yeshas Academy? Did you get subsidies when you paid your college fee? Did you get subsidy when you go to a private hospital or watching a movie? No. Subsidies are there in very small things, less than 0.5, 0.2% of the things. But when I ask you on how many things the GST is there, everything. आप पैदा हुआ डायपर का जीएसटी लेके आप मरेगा तो कफन का जीएसटी भी लगेगा. Alright. Right now only the government said that if you buy things that is meant for Kriya Karam, on many of the things I am reducing the GST. मरना आप मर सकता है अभी शांति से. Alright. Clear. So pay attention. So no. No. That. So now I gave the same logic when I read this news in Economic Times to my wife that अभी मर सकता है शांति के साथ. My wife could not understand. बोला तू शांति के साथ क्यों मरेगा? So now all right. So that's why we measure at NNP at factor cost. If they ask you what is per capita GDP, then and then only you divide the GDP by the total population. Now the question comes, what we should include within the national income and what we should include within the private income. Not only that, what we should not include under the national income and what we should not include under the private and the personal income. Personal income we calculate करते हैं, private income के बाद personal income ही आता. So under the national income, our focus is earned, and under the personal income, our focus is received. So under the national income, we add every income that is earned. If I have earned any income, then I must have done something. I must have either produced the goods or provided the services. Earning का मतलब effort है. Receive का मतलब may be effort, may not be effort. So it means national income will not include any income which is a transfer income. And what is a transfer income? Transfer income are those income which is received without any quid pro quo. It means you are receiving it, but you don't have obligation to give anything back. There is no two-way transaction. If I am buying this pen, there will be two debit and two credit. All right, debit of a pen for the seller, credit of a pen for me, debit of the money from me and credit of the money from. So do debit, do credit hai. But if I give donation to somebody, here debit, there credit, but from where, from there, will you think anything they will be debited? And here I'll credit anything? No. So voluntary work, donation, charity, pension, scholarship, unemployment allowances, these all are considered as transfer income. It means it comes within the category of income received but not earned. If I'm earning a salary, then the government is paying me salary for the services rendered to the government. If I retire and government gives me pension, that is a social welfare measure adopted by the government. I will not have to provide anything back to the government, and I will continue to receive the pension till the day I die. So within the national income, we will include what? Income earned and received plus income earned but not yet received. आएगा बाद में, अभी नहीं आया. So remember, national income is calculated both on receipt basis and on accrual basis. I think you all know the difference between the two. So बोलो sir, income earned and received तो पता है. I have worked, I have got the money. I have sold the goods, I have got the money. What is this income earned but not yet received? Your contribution to the PPF, Workmen Compensation Fund. All right. It means when you are doing a job, a part of the salary is contributed by you and a part is by the employer and is deposited in the Provident Fund account. So whenever you leave the job, this money will be given to you with interest. So that's why this is an income, because your employer will pay to the employee, not to any Tom, Dick and Harry who is not in the employment of the business. All right. So it means you have to work to earn this money, but you will receive this money later, not now. What else? The company has made the profit. It has appropriated the profit in the PL appropriation account, and it has shown that this money has to be distributed as dividend, but still the dividend has not yet been distributed. It is undistributed part of the dividend. If I'm holding the equity share, will I receive it? Yes, I'll receive it. Have I received it? I have not yet received it. This is also accrued income and it will come to me. So it will be added here, income earned but not received. And what it will not include? It will not include income received but not earned. Transfer income. Likewise, I mean other way around, if I want to calculate what is personal income, the focus will change from earn to receive. So here first thing I'll take, जो वहाँ national income में लिया है, क्या? Income earned and received. Receive हो गया, मैं ले लेगा. I will add income received but not earned. लॉटरी जीत गया, रास्ते पे चल रहा है, 50 रुपए मिल गया. So income received but not earned. Transfer income है. Alright, unemployment allowances, pension. But something I have earned but not yet received will not be included here, because यहाँ पे focus receive पे है. So minus income received, sorry, earned but not yet received. So tell me now easily, if they ask you that you have to calculate personal income from the national income, then what we have to do? National income includes something that should not be included and doesn't include something that should be included. What does it include that should not be included in the personal income? Income earned but not received. But what this does not include should be coming in the national income. Plus income received but not earned. So this will give me the personal income. Clear hai? All right. Then we come to the question of private income. All right. What the hell is private income? So understand one thing, that in a mixed economy, government is also performing economic activity. So government is a participant in national income alongside the private sector. So in the national income, there is income generated by the government. So we say income of the government and it also includes income of the private sector. So if, and what does it not include? Okay, I'll come to that. So tell me, if I have to calculate income of the private sector and the national income, that is NNP, at factor cost is given to me. So don't you think from the national income, that is NNP at factor cost, if I deduct government's income, don't you think what is left is the income of the private sector? Right or wrong? But इसको private income भी बोलते हैं. But private income will include something that is not yet included in the national income. Both private income and personal income will include similar things. So what does is not included in the national income? That is income received but not earned, that is transfer income. So now then we have to add the transfer income. If you ask me the question, sir, why we are adding transfer income? Because it is not added in the national income. But why we are adding? Because we are calculating personal and private income. That's why we are adding it. Unless you add transfer income, you will not be able to get the private and the personal income. Now this transfer income includes various things like donation, charity, voluntary contribution. It does not matter from where the country receives. The country may receive from the government, wherein the government contributes to the NGOs, or the country receives from a foreign government, wherein the foreign government contributes to Indian NGOs. कहां से पैसा आया मतलब नहीं, पैसा आया तो मैं ऐड करेगा, किस में ऐड करेगा? आई विल ऐड इट टू द ट्रांसफर इनकम. Likewise, if Indian government gives transfer income to some other country, all right, वियतनाम में हुआ ना अभी earthquake, चाइना में हुआ है, Myanmar and China, parts of China, Myanmar is devastated. If government recently has given some of the money to tie over Myanmar, because that's what good neighbor does. So Indian government has given some amount of money so that like people's life, and many country has contributed. Country is in peril, people are suffering, a lot of people have died, property waste lost. So that will be deducted. जो डोनेशन आया वो ऐड करेगा, जो डोनेशन बाहर गया वो डिडक्ट करेगा. बट इट शुड ऑल्सो इंक्लूड इंटरेस्ट ऑन national debt or public debt. What is interest on national debt? Interest on national debt is the interest that the government pays on its borrowing from the public within the country. So why we are adding it? Because it's a transfer income. How it happens? If this is the country, I need money. Every time if I increase taxes, people will get disoriented and they will vote me out. So I will give lollipop to the people that government bond le lo, bank is giving you 7% interest. This government bond will give you in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year ka bond le lo, let's say it will give you 8%. People will happily give the money to the government. When the time will come for redemption of this bond, then the government will not increase the tax. Government will issue new bond and raise money from the public, give it the interest to redeem the bond from the public. So don't you think public ka paisa hi public pe gaya? All right, right or wrong? So that's why it is transfer payment. It should be added. When we do this, what we get is the private income. All right. But private income से मेरे को personal income निकालने का है. So what does not go to the household? Personal income is what is going to be finally going to the household, because household own all factor inputs, men, money, material, methods and machine that we have studied long time back. So what does not go to the household must be deducted. What does not go to the household? The tax on the net profit that they pay. Tax on profit. So that is corporate income tax or corporation tax, it doesn't go. If the company wants to hold some retained earning, all right, reserve hold karega, then this will not go. Retained earnings or undistributed dividend नहीं distribute किया, then what will it give you? It will give you personal income, not private income but personal income. And then from the personal income, if I deduct direct taxes or income taxes or personal income tax, then you will get what is known as personal disposable income. Understood? Clear hai? So national income minus government income plus transfer income is private income, minus undistributed dividend or any kind of retained earning and minus tax on profit will give you personal income. From that minus income tax you will get personal disposable income. All right, so let's go ahead. Everything I have explained you here, it's mentioned. Disposable income tax mentioned. Private income देखो, private income is factor income from net domestic product accruing to the private sector plus net factor income from abroad, national debt interest, current transfer from government, it means transfer income, other net transfer from the rest of the world. So a question, and better than this I have given you here in one of private income जहाँ पे calculate करने का है, इस सम में देखो, I have mentioned it, I think I have shared this with you guys, right? याद भी है कि नहीं है? याद है ना? So private income is NNP at factor cost minus government income plus transfer income. Personal income is private income minus corporate income tax minus undistributed profit, and personal disposable income is personal income minus income tax. Now let's look at the problem. We have already solved this problem, but let's take a look again. What did I tell you? First of all, whenever they give you any problem, in most of the problem, first you have to calculate GDP at market price. And once you calculate GDP at market price, and they have asked you to calculate NNP or whatever, national income, then it becomes very easy. And what rule we have to follow? We have got GDP at market price. Either this value will be given to you or you have to calculate. And from there you have to calculate national income, which is measured at NNP at factor cost. So same golden rule apply करने का, gross को net में मैं convert करेगा. I am trying to find out net from the gross. What I'll do? I will deduct depreciation. Then from the domestic I am going to get the national. It means I am getting national, calculating national. I have to add NFIA. And then from the market price I am getting the factor cost. It means I am calculating factor cost. It means I have to deduct net IDT. So if I am deducting depreciation, then from GDP at market price I will get net domestic product at market price. Then NFIA adjust karega, I will get net national product at market price. Then IDT adjust karega, I will get net national product at factor cost. That's what we have to find out. Huh? Where? What happened here? I am calculating factor cost, no dear. What is the problem? Tell me. Net IDT. Only if you deduct, you are asking. From GDP MP net IDT, if you deduct, you will get GDP at FC. Sorry? देख यहाँ पर पहले ग्रॉस से नेट में कन्वर्ट किया मैं, तो मेरे को नेट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट एट मार्केट प्राइस आया ना. From the net domestic product at market price to it, if I add NFIA, then what will I get here? zigzag. Think in this way. GDP at market price, पहले क्या किया? Depreciation किया. Minus depreciation. What will I get? Not net domestic product at market price will I get? Alright. Then from the net domestic product at market price, if I add to it NFIA, what will I get? We will get NNP at market price. And to get NNP at factor cost, so from NNP at market price, if I deduct net IDT, NNP at factor cost, तो मैं यहाँ क्या किया? Same thing I did, no? So order you are not able to zigzag. All right, clear. So let's take it here. So first we have to calculate GDP at market price. So GDP at market price का क्या फॉर्मूला था? Compensation of employees plus net operating surplus, that is RIP, याद रखने का, rest in peace. All right. Then what? Mixed income of self-employed. Then what? Depreciation add करेगा और क्या करेगा? GDP at market price करेगा, net indirect taxes add नहीं करेगा. So if you now remember here operating surplus is given and here rent and profit are given. I've already told you this thing is included in this thing. Please do not add all. Mistake हो जाएगा. So just to confuse you, they have given these two values. This should not be added. So I have got compensation to employees 1000 plus operating surplus is 2000 plus mixed income of self-employed is 1100 plus consumption of fixed capital is 400 plus कहाँ गया? Consumption of fixed capital is 400. क्या 400 दो चीजें क्या? Net indirect taxes कहाँ है? 450 plus 450. When you do that, you will get GDP at market price. Once you get GDP at market price, then do the same thing what we have done here. So here you see in this equation, so GDP at market price you got 4950. NFIA minus क्यों कर रहा है? Because negative value दिया होगा NFIA का. You see, it means foreign firms are earning more in India than Indian firms abroad. So plus of minus 50, it means minus 50 हो जाएगा. So you got GNP at market price, then you deducted depreciation again, and then you deducted net indirect taxes. You got NNP at factor cost. Clear? Next question. From the following, estimate, calculate national income and personal income. So first, to calculate personal income, first I have to get what? NNP at factor cost. But what they have given? NNP at market price. So can I say NNP at market price, which is given as 1891? इससे अगर मैं net indirect taxes को minus करेगा, it means I will add net, I will deduct 175 and I will add subsidies 30. What you will get is NNP at FC. So क्या वैल्यू आएगा? देखो यहां पर, हाँ, 1746 you have got. And then what you have to do? You have to simply deduct whatever is the government income and add transfer income. So here income from property and entrepreneurship कितना वैल्यू आया था? 1746. So government income accruing from government department minus 45 करेगा. Then ये तो छोड़ दो. Saving of non-departmental enterprise, again it's an income of the government. I have told you that government organization can be divided into departmental and non-departmental. So again minus 10. Interest on national debt क्या है? Transfer income है, plus 15. Current transfer from the government add करेगा 35. Current transfer from rest of the world add करेगा 20. Alright. Saving of the private sector minus करेगा 25. Saving means retained earning. Retained earning है ये. and corporate taxes minus 25. When you do this, what you will get is the personal income. So you see it's shown here. You will get personal income 1761, and from there, sorry, personal income is 1711. 1711 you're getting? All right, easy. Next, calculate the aggregate value of depreciation. You have to calculate depreciation here, wherein they've given you GDP at market price as 1100 crore. They've given you NFIA as 100 crore. They've given you net IDT as 1100. NFIA net IDT is 100. No, this is 100 and net IDT is 150. 150. And national income, it means NNP at factor cost, they've given as 850. So you have to find out depreciation. Tell me, dear, what is the difference between net and gross? That is depreciation. So if I try to find out here, if I write NNP at factor cost, and here if I write GNP at factor cost, दोनों का difference तो depreciation होगा, correct? And NNP at factor cost is already given, कितना है? 850 है. I need to find out what is GNP at factor cost. So to find out GNP at factor cost, what we have to do? GNP at factor cost, GDP at market price है, पहले GDP at factor cost निकालो. GDP at factor cost कितना आ जाएगा? 1100 and minus 150. So that will be 950. And then if I want to get GNP, GNP at factor cost is GDP, that 950 GDP at factor cost plus NFIA. NFIA का वैल्यू कितना है? 100. So 1050. So 850 यहाँ पर है, and GNP at factor cost you have found out 1050. So depreciation between them will be a value of 200. Yes or no? All right. So now measurement of national income in India, you don't need to do this. वो इंडिया का बाद में देखेंगे जब ये. Now methods of measuring national income, यहाँ से सब आएगा. Value added method, expenditure method and income method. So understand value added method, how it is calculated. We do what? We will find out what is the total value addition done in each sector of the economy and then add up the total value addition. It means we'll find out what is the value addition done in the primary sector plus what is the value addition done in the secondary sector plus what is the value addition done in the tertiary sector. That is the total value addition done in all the sector together. And how will I find out the value addition in the primary sector? We'll say total value of output in the primary sector minus intermediate consumption in the primary sector. Likewise, total value of output in the secondary sector minus intermediate consumption in the secondary sector. When I do this in entirety, what you will get is GDP at market. What you will get is GDP at value add, or at market price, or value added at market price. Now, this value addition is just the one part. GDP मेरे को मिल गया, NNP नहीं मिला मेरे को. So keep this in mind when you do the find out the value addition in primary, secondary and tertiary sector. What you are getting is GDP at market price. You are not getting the national income. To get the national income, again you have to go for deduction of net indirect taxes, deduction of depreciation and addition of NFIA. All right. So you see here is given national income is the value added method, is the sum total of net value added factors cost across all producing sector of the economy. So all the producing enterprises are broadly classified into three: primary, secondary and tertiary, and all these sectors are further divided into subsectors. लेकिन हम लोग को क्या करने का है? ग्रॉस वैल्यू एडेड इट मींस वैल्यू ऑफ आउटपुट माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन. एंड यहां पर एक चीज आता है जो आपको ध्यान से रखना है, that they've said that what is gross value added. Gross value added is nothing but sales plus changes in stock minus intermediate consumption. So when I say here sales changes in stock, it means plus closing stock minus opening stock and minus intermediate consumption. So how do we get this? Same simple logic of how you prepare the trading account. If I write here that this is your opening stock, let's say 10,000, your closing stock 5,000, sales 2 lakh rupees. All right. My question is, opening stock I have used and remaining is only 5,000. Will only 5,000 from my opening stock will help me produce 2 lakh units worth 2 lakh rupees worth of good? The answer is no. It means I must have purchased something. Let's say purchase is 1 lakh. Now what is this purchase? This purchase is what? Purchase of what? What am I purchasing? I am purchasing the raw material. And consumption of raw material is what? Is what? Intermediate consumption. So this is your intermediate consumption. So now when I do this, 2 lakh 5,000 minus 1 lakh 10,000, what you will get? Rupees 90,000. So don't you think this is nothing but my total value addition that includes my profit? Right or wrong? So what I have done here, sales plus closing stock minus opening stock minus intermediate consumption, I have got the total value addition, because value addition, as I've told you before as well, includes the profit part. Clear hai? All right. So, and once you get it, then what you will get is remember, GVA at market price is nothing but GDP at market price. Since we are calculating it from the value added perspective, we are calling it as GVA rather than GDP. But even if you call it GDP at market price, you are 100% right. You are not even 0.1% wrong. Okay? Income method. Income method को क्या बोलते हैं? Factor payment method or distributed share method. Why distributed share method? If I produce this pen, then I must have shared my resources with the providers of the factor input. You gave me labor, I give you wages. You give me raw material, I give you the money. You provided my transportation services, I will give you carriage, inward cost and everything. All right. So whatever, now we are going to the credit side and we try to find out what is the total income earned by the provider of factor inputs to the producers of the goods and services. When I account for all the income earned on the credit side, that will give me national income through the income method. All right. So you see, वहां पे income method में same NNP at factor cost में calculate किया, compensation to employees, operating surplus, mixed income of self-employed, and if I do plus GDP here and exclude this, sorry, plus depreciation here, I excluded, this will become GDP at factor cost. But what I am doing here, first of all, depreciation is not added, तो ये net हो गया, and NFI is added, तो national बन गया. Understood? Clear? Then expenditure method. Now under expenditure method, what we do? Expenditure method is also known as income disposal method. Now the providers of the factor inputs, whatever income they have earned, now they will spend this income. And when they spend this income, we will account for it. But in this case, there will be 4 components. Pahla, private final consumption expenditure. It means how much of the income is spent on consumption expenditure of final goods and services by the household. आप एसी खरीदा और ये ग्रोसरी खरीदा या कुछ खरीदा, how do I find out what is the market value of the commodity and how many units have been purchased? If 100 ACs are sold and each are sold at 40,000, it means 40,000 into 100 will be added to the national. So we will multiply the number of units sold multiplied by the price per unit. So this will give me private final consumption expenditure. Why final? Because I am purchasing for consumption, not for sales further. Then comes government sector. Government also consumes, but the problem is that the amount of money over which the government spends, it doesn't command a market price. Meaning what? Government services are not bought and sold every time in the market. The price of the pen that I bought will be determined according to the interplay between demand and supply. But when the government is spending money on healthcare, spending money on education, then it's very difficult to find out that government hospital में one bed का cost कितना है. It is easy to find out in Apollo hospital का आप audit कर रहा है जैसे ये बोलेगा भैया बेड कितना आपका बताओ, आप रेवेन्यू दिखाया ना, because बिजनेस है उसका भी ऑडिट आप लोग ही करेगा सीए बन के. सो बोलेगा भाई अपोलो हॉस्पिटल में ये जयनगर में वी हैव 500 बेड, ऑलराइट, लग्जरी रूम का बेड इतना रुपए में जाता, इतना दिन ऑक्युपाइड. बेड खाली है तो ऐड नहीं होगा, ऑक्युपाइड है तो ऐड होगा. देन डबल शेयरिंग रूम, कई पेशेंट लोग को डर लगता है रात को, तो वो बोला कि भाई ओल्ड है तो 2 लोग रहेगा रूम में. कॉमन वार्ड में कितना बेड है, सो इट मीन्स देयर इज अ प्राइस, अ मेन्यू कार्ड फॉर दैट. जैसे होटल में मेन्यू होता है उसे हर रूम का चार्जेस होता है, हर डॉक्टर का चार्जेस स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन्ड, एवरी मेडिसिन चार्जेस विल बी मेंशन्ड. So if you are an auditor, you can very easily prepare the income statement of that. But if I send you to a government hospital, आप सर नोच के पागल हो जाएगा, बोलेगा भाई इसका प्राइस कितना है, मेरे को खाता लाके दो, क्या है, because there is no price of anything. So how the government is spending the money, that's why when you do a government audit, आपका credibility बढ़ जाता है मार्केट में, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट जैसा पागलपन का खाता अगर आप ऑडिट कर लिया है तो प्राइवेट कंपनी इज अ पीस ऑफ केक फॉर यू. ऑलराइट, इफ यू हैव ऑडिटेड अ गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल, देन अपोलो हॉस्पिटल बोलेगा सर रात को सोते सोते ड्रीम में ऑडिट कर देगा इसका तुम्हें. सो गवर्नमेंट का डज वट एवर इज द लंप सम मनी स्पेंड बाय द गवर्नमेंट, मल्टीप्लाई नहीं करते मैं यूनिट के साथ, lump sum money spent by the government on education, on healthcare, on defense and everything will be added up together. That will give me government final consumption expenditure. But money is also spent on capital goods, उसको बोलते हैं gross domestic capital formation. This will be also added, third thing. And lastly, you have to add exports and deduct import, because exports are considered as injections and imports are leakages. So either you will have a situation wherein X more than M, in this case the value of GDP will increase, and when you have M more than X, then in this case the value of GDP will decrease. But keep this in mind, export and import, do not confuse it with NFIA. NFIA is when a foreign firm is producing in India. Export, it could be anybody producing in India and exporting it to outside the country. So when I add export and deduct import to the GDP at market price, it will remain GDP at market price. If I add it to NDP at factor cost, or factor cost plus export minus import, it will remain NDP at factor cost. The nomenclature will not change, only its value will increase or decrease. Only when I add and deduct NFIA, then only domestic to national and national to conversion happens. National to domestic conversion happens. Clear है? तो ये चारों में adjust करेगा, that will give me national income from the expenditure method. So you see here, private final consumption expenditure, government final consumption expenditure, net export. So this you'll get. So now question number 19 is given. Let me see whether you can calculate the national income through value added method. It means क्या करेगा पहले GDP at market price निकालने के लिए मेरे को sales plus closing stock 700 plus 400. मैं क्यों कर रहा, आपको करने का, आप कर बताओ. Don't look at the book. $250 you're getting. Are you sure? GDP at market price, that is GVA at market price you have to calculate. Then only after that you can calculate national income. 250. So let's see. He says 250, 700 plus closing stock is 400 minus opening stock is 500 minus IMC is 350. So कितना बोला आप? 250. So let's see here. कहाँ? Which question number क्या है रे? 9. 250 आया, कहाँ 250 आया? हाँ 250 आया, correct है. So once you got 250, then what you have to do? You have got GDP at market price. एक साथ ही कर लेते हैं. So to GDP, gross domestic product, you have to convert it to gross national product. So plus NFIA. Plus NFIA कितना है? 30. Alright. So this is your 250. Then ग्रॉस को नेट कन्वर्ट करने का है, तो क्या करेगा मैं? डेप्रिसिएशन. सो माइनस 150. करेक्ट. And then what I have to do? Convert the market price to factor cost. Then I have to deduct net indirect taxes. So what I have to do? I have to add subsidies and deduct net indirect taxes. So what is the value that you're getting? You're getting a value of 70. Clear? So यहाँ पर आपको जो दिया वो separately calculate किया, because they can ask you what is GDP at factor cost, what is GDP at market price, what is NDP at market price, what is GNP at market price of factor cost. So national income is 70. Question number 10. क्या करेगा आप? So again पहले closing stock opening stock नहीं दिया तो मत लो. Do it. Don't look at the answers. You have to find out operating surplus, dear. पहले GDP at market price तो निकालो. 1500 GDP at market price. 1500. Let me see. Are you getting 1500? Here, yes, 1500 you're getting. So what you have done? Sales प्लस क्लोजिंग स्टॉक माइनस ओपनिंग स्टॉक कोई दिया नहीं तो माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन दैट इज 600. So that will give you GVA at market price or GDP at market price. Correct. आपको NDP at factor cost निकाल लो. You have taken out NDP at factor cost. All right. So why you have to find out NDP at factor cost? Because we know that NDP at factor cost is what? Compensation to employees plus operating surplus plus mixed income. ऑलराइट, यही चीज ऐड करेगा ना. सो ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस को एक्स मान लेगा तो मेरे को मिल जाएगा. हाँ नहीं, नेट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट है ना, तो डेप्रिसिएशन माइनस तो ऑलरेडी है. यू कैन नॉट, इवन इफ यू राइट डेप्रिसिएशन नो प्रॉब्लम एट ऑल, बट यू विल गेट विद दिस ओनली. ऑलराइट, सो नाउ एनडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट आपको जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस है. सो फर्स्ट फाइंड आउट जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट. सो जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट what we have to do, आपको कितना आया 3400. 3400 है ना. सो 3400 जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट माइनस नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस दिया इतना, सो प्लस सॉरी माइनस 500. सो जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट विल बी 2900. correct. Then NDP, net domestic product at factor cost. So now we are finding out net. So 2900 minus consumption of fixed capital is 200. So NDP at factor cost will be 2700. This you have found out, 2700 आया? Yes, no? Everybody? So now can we write here 2700, that is NDP at factor cost, equals to compensation to employees, that is 200, plus operating surplus X plus mixed income is 400. So find out for X. All right. So X will be 1100 होगा. Depreciation भी होगा क्या? Compensation employees गलत कितना है? Oh, compensation employees 200 में क्यों लिया फिर? 800. So 1200 माइनस करेगा कितना? 1500 आ जाएगा. डेप्रिसिएशन नहीं लेगा क्यों? क्योंकि मैं नेट पे कैलकुलेट कर रहा है. ऑलराइट, अगर ग्रॉस पे करता तो मैं डेप्रिसिएशन ऐड कर देता. क्लियर है? ऑलराइट, इजी. एंड दिस क्वेश्चन इज आल्सो वेरी इजी. लेट्स डू इट एंड देन यू कैन गो फॉर द ब्रेक. अभी यहाँ पे आप ऐड करेगा, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल क्या निकलेगा? यहाँ पे ऐड करेगा और डिडक्ट करेगा, तो डिडक्ट होगा वैल्यू ऑफ आउटपुट इन द प्राइमरी सेक्टर 2000, इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन इन द प्राइमरी सेक्टर 200, दैट विल बी 1800. Here 2800 minus 800, that will be 2000. Value of output in the tertiary sector 1600 minus intermediate consumption, here 1000. So आपका निकल गया GDP at market price, that will be 4800. GDP at market price. Can you now calculate net national product at factor cost? Yes, you do what? NNP at factor cost is 4800 minus depreciation 470 plus NFIA 600 and net indirect taxes कितना है? minus 300. यही है ना? NFIA is how much? Oh, minus 30 है, sorry. So that will be minus 30 and minus net indirect taxes is 300. 4000. You've got the answer. All right, clear? 12-13 question. I've already shared the handout, but is it clear or not? Very simple. After the break, we'll move on to the Keynesian theory. So Keynesian theory, Keynes, as I've told you, Maynard Keynes, one of the very prominent economist. He published a book known as General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money. Quite now, in 1936, which in which two things we are going to study. One here under national income, another under cash balance approach and liquidity preference approach. What he did, he divided he gave three deterministic model of national income, two sector, three sector and four sector model. And in a two sector model, there will be only household and firm. Settle down quickly. There will be only household and firm, and there will be absence of any government sector. Not only that, it will be a closed economic model where export and import do not happen. All right. Then comes three sector model, wherein alongside household and firm, there will be presence of government sector, and government intervention is determined in terms of taxes and government expenditure. And then four sector model, so which is an open economy model. Remember, both the two and the three sector model are closed economic model, but this four sector model where household you have, government is there, there will be firms of course, and alongside there will be external sector leading to export and import, which is also known as open economic model. Now he gave a circular flow of income in a two sector model, but before that there are certain assumptions that you have to keep in mind, and in the usual classes I've made you write those assumptions, not very frequently, though infrequently they ask you sometimes the assumption as well. But also know that whether it's a two sector, three sector or four sector model, most of the assumptions are same. So let's say for example, if we go from the two to the three sector, then the assumption that says there is absence of government, it will go away, and a new assumption will add, that is government follows a balanced budget. So what are these assumptions? First is that the method of production technology remains constant. The cost of production and the price of the good remains constant. It means short-term concept here, inflation is assumed to remain. I mean, there is no change in the price level. Then it's a two-sector model, absence of any government. There is also absence of any export and import because it's a closed economic model. Investment is assumed to remain constant in the short run. So that's why we call it as autonomous investment, wherein a single firm or a household cannot affect the entire investment in the economy. So many a time we write I with a I bar because it's remain constant in the short term, and it will not get affected due to the changes in the interest rate. And lastly, there will be no corporate savings. It means the business, whatever the profit they earn, will either be invested into the business, reinvested into the business, or it will be distributed as dividend to the shareholders. There will be no retained earning. So these are the assumptions that you have to take. And then it came what is known as a circular flow of income. In a circular flow of income, again very important, he said that on one side you have a household, other side you have a firm, and income and expenditure in the economy will always be equalized. That's why wherever we make the diagram, we make the supply curve a 45 degree, making a 45-degree angle, dividing the area between the x and the y axis into two equal parts, because income and expenditure is assumed to match in an economy. Here household own all factor input which is provided to the firms, and the amount of money paid by the firm will be equal to the total value addition. Then the income that is earned by the firm will go back to the firms. Income which is earned by the household will go back to the firms. That will become consumption expenditure, and for the firms it will be a revenue income, and the total goods will be going towards the household. Then if suppose if I am earning 1 lakh rupees, if I am buying a good from a firm, the firm will keep a margin of profit. So it means here it's not matching, but that margin of profit is nothing but the profit of the business which will be distributed as dividend back to the household. So it means we can say that the value of factor input is equals to value of factor payment is equals to factor income received is equals to consumption expenditure incurred will be equal to the total value of goods and services supplied to the household, and that will be equal to revenue income of the firms. So everything will be equalized, very, very simple. This is explained here. You see, factor payment is the factor income, that becomes the household expenditure, that becomes the total receipt for the firms, and that will be the value of output. That is, now in a two sector model or a three or a four sector model, equilibrium we have to measure, because under national income given by Keynes, this concept, national income will only be measured at the point of equilibrium, where aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. So it means if I have to find out where is equilibrium, it will be at the point where aggregate demand will be equal to aggregate supply. Where in aggregate demand side, it is considered as the expenditure side, whereas aggregate supply curve is considered as the income side. Now, if I take aggregate demand consists of two things, that is C plus I, where this C stands for consumption of consumer goods, consumption of consumer goods, and here consumption of investment goods. If I'm buying a car for my personal use, that's a car is a C. When I buy a car for my business activity, then that car becomes an I. So this is your aggregate consumption, wherein this autonomous investment is assumed to remain constant. That's why it's many a times written with a I bar. Now, when we take the consumption side, the aggregate consumption side, we also call it aggregate consumption. It is nothing but a function of income. We say consumption is a function of income, meaning what? There is some relationship between income and consumption, and that relationship is a direct relationship, because if income increases, then household consumption is also going to increase. But this C can be further divided into A plus BY. All right. So we write C as equals to A plus BY, where this A is considered as autonomous consumption. Autonomous consumption is the minimum consumption that a household have to consume in order to survive. So even if income becomes zero, still I will have to consume something minimum amount. And in the short run, the value of A does not change. All right. Whereas BY stands for induced consumption. So if my income increases and the value of C is increasing, if Y is increasing and value of C is increasing, it is only increasing due to increase in the induced consumption, because this A is assumed to remain constant. All right. So B is marginal propensity to consume. We'll see what it is, and Y is the income. Let's say if I have a Y of rupees 2000 with a B of 0.4 and A is rupees 300, then, or let's say 0.6 ले लेते हैं, A is rupees 300, then what will be the value of C? A is rupees 300 plus BY, B is 0.6, it means 60% of my income I am consuming. So why do we call it induced consumption? Because inducement hota hai, I get induced to spend more money because my income is increasing. I'm not interested to increase is this one. So this into 2000. So your autonomous consumption is 300 and your induced consumption is 1200. So total consumption is 1500. And if my income increases, let's say from 2000 to 4000, then what will happen? Then if I take C here, again 300 is the A and 60% of now 4000. So my autonomous consumption remains at 3000, but my induced consumption increases from 1200 to 2400. So now the aggregate consumption will be 2700. But you see here, since the value of B remains constant, it means the proportion of induced income will also remain constant with the increase in your income. It means when my income has doubled up from 2000 to 4000, my induced consumption also doubled up from 2400 to 1200 to 2400. But what will happen if my income is zero? Then also C will not be zero because A cannot be zero. So if I want to find out C here now, A remains 300, B is 0.6 into 0 is the income. So C will be 300 plus 0. So induced consumption becomes 0 but not the autonomous consumption. So A will be 300. So can we say when income is equals to 0, then C will be equals to A? It means the A curve and the C curve, they both will start from the same point, just as in case of total cost, total fixed cost and total cost curve. So if I have to draw the diagram here showing the induced consumption with the increase in income, on the y-axis we always take the expenditure, on the x-axis we'll take the income denoted by y. Remember, this y is not y-axis but the income. We know that my A cannot be 0. So A curve will not begin from the origin. Otherwise A is 0. It means you are dead. Alright. So this will be your A. And in our example, we have taken A to be 300. So it means whether your income is 0 or it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1000, 2000, 3000 doesn't matter. Your A will always remain the same. And when my income is 0, then my aggregate consumption will be equal to my autonomous consumption. So the C curve will begin from here. So this is your C, which is nothing but a function of Y. Now this will make this angle is determined by the value of B. Because why, first of all, this is a straight line, why not this goes like this or this goes like this? Why is it so that it's a straight line? Because of the proportion. So it means if suppose you see here, as I've told you, that income is increasing by double and induced consumption is also increasing by double. And that's why it's a straight line. It means if income increases from 4000 to 8000, then induced consumption will be from 2400 to 4800. So in proportion it will increase. And this angle, as I've told you, will be determined by the value of B. Meaning, if suppose the value of B is equal to 0.8, it means 80% of my consumption I am spending. So if it is 0.8 over here, so it means how much will be the value of C here? 300 plus 0.8 into 2000. So that will be C equal to 300 plus 1600. That will be 1900. So 1900 of my income I am consuming. It means 1600 of my income I am consuming here in terms of induced consumption. So it means, can I say with the increase in my income, the induced consumption is rising very sharply? This is the curve for a middle income earning family in India. Income थोड़ा सा बढ़ेगा, एकदम ऊपर चला जाएगा and they will be remaining poor forever. All right. And if suppose it means if that is the case, then the value of this diagram for C will be like this. It means my income increases by from here to here, but consumption increasing is very, very sharp. Increase in consumption is very sharp. But what if I keep the value of B as 0.1, then or 0.2 if I do it, then what will be the value of Y? Sorry, what will be the value of C? If Y is B is 0.1, C will be again 300 is your autonomous consumption. Let's say Y equals to 2000, then 0.1 into 2000. So that will be 300 plus, sorry, 200. So 500 only. So my income, if it increases from 2000 to 4000, don't you think induced consumption will increase by only 4 by 200? So imagine my income has increased so much, but my induced consumption is increasing by a very small fragment, that is by 10%. So in that case, if I have to draw the C curve, it will be like this. My income is increasing from year to year, you see, by a big margin, but my consumption is increasing by a small margin. Okay, clear? Hai? Then comes what is known as marginal propensity to consume. What is marginal propensity to consume? MPC, marginal propensity to consume, tells you how much will be the change in consumption when income changes by 1 unit of a rupee. So if I want to find out marginal propensity to consume, I have to simply find out what is the change in my consumption and what is the change in the income. So delta C by delta Y. This marginal propensity to consume is nothing but the value of B. Right? This is the value of B. So just like we calculate marginal propensity to consume, we can also calculate marginal propensity to save. Now understand, we know that income is nothing but either you consume or you save. Can you do any third thing after rather than consumption and saving? No, because a labor can either perform labor activity or leisure. There is no third thing. Leisure में सब आ गया. Movie देखना, सोना, spend time करना family के साथ. Labor it means work. So here also income I can either consume or I can save. So if my consumption increases, then my saving will decrease and vice versa. So can I say that from my income, if I deduct my consumption, that will be my saving, or from my income, if I deduct my saving, that will be equal to consumption. So marginal propensity to save talks about how much will be the change in saving when income changes by 1 rupee. So if I have to find out MPS, then it will be nothing but change in savings by change in income. But this change in saving by change in income can also be written as 1 minus B. That will also be equals to MPS, because income I will be either consume or I will save. I cannot, it doesn't mean that I cannot do both. No, the part of the income that I've consumed, I cannot save that. Only the unconsumed part I can save. Also remember that the value of MPC and MPS. So MPC will always have a value which is greater than 0 and less than 1. Meaning what? Meaning that a person will never consume all of its income, neither it will consume none of its income. So it means it will always have some amount of consumption. Going by the same logic, even MPS value will also be 0, greater than 0, but less than 1. Because even the income will not be completely in entirety can be saved. I will save something, I will consume something. So eventually we can say that when I add my consumption with my saving, marginal propensity to consume and marginal propensity to save, together they will give you a value of 1. So most frequently they will ask you marginal propensity to consume question. But sometimes rarity hota hai, they can also ask you what is average propensity to consume and average propensity to save. Average is nothing. If I'm writing here, marginal propensity to consume is delta change in consumption by change in income. If I remove the delta from here, then it becomes your APC. So when I take total consumption by total income, that will be your APC. In the same way, if I was finding out marginal propensity to save, I was writing delta saving, change in saving by change in income. If I remove this delta from here and I take the total saving by total income, then rather than MPS, it will be APS. So APC and APS, what does APC indicate? APC indicate consumption per unit of income, and APS state savings per unit of income, whereas MPC states change in saving due to change in income, and MPS states change in savings due to change in income. Clear? Understood? Now the equilibrium part. All right. In an economy, two-sector economy, income is always measured at the point of equilibrium, as I've told you. But you have to understand that there is always a direct relationship between demand and supply. And this direct relationship is no rocket science but simple logic. If there is increase in demand, it creates potential profit situation for the businesses, and businesses will be willing to supply more and more. But when they supply more and more, it will further lead to increase in demand. Why, sir? Consumers are not interested how many goods are supplied. So how is it possible that when aggregate supply is increasing, it will lead to increase in aggregate demand? Simple logic says that if I ask you, how do you think the businesses are able to produce more? By using the factor input from the household, by borrowing money from the bank, I will earn more fixed deposit interest. By floating equity in the market, I will receive dividend. By taking my labor, I will receive salary. If you are a professional, then they will take the professional consultancy from you. So I can only increase my supply by allowing more factor income flow to the household. And when production increases, employment increases, household income will also increase. Don't you think they will consume more with that income? So as a result, demand will also increase. And further, when demand increases, then again good news for the sellers. Again, they will supply more, but in the process of supplying more, they generate even more employment. And remember, it's not that when a company is producing something, only they are generating employment. No. If people are demanding more Maruti cars, Maruti is also creating demand for various components that they buy from various businesses. And when the component demand increases, then all the component manufacturer, whether they are making an engine or carburetor or ABS or whatever, there also employment opportunity will increase, their income will also increase. So it's a ripple effect or cyclical effect, you can say. And if you reverse this thing, if businesses have overproduced and demand is not as high as supply because the inflation has increased, in that case, what will happen? Businesses will have unsold stock. And when businesses have unsold stock, they will decrease supply. And when they decrease supply, do they require so many of factor input? No. So it means many people will lose their job. Many businesses will lose their client because they have been supplying the goods to them, intermediate goods. So as a result, due to decrease in supply, the flow of factor to the household will also decrease. Their income will decrease. And of course, their aggregate demand will also decrease. So both demand and supply, they will always move in the same direction. Of course, they will not always be the same. But there is never a possibility in an economy wherein supply is increasing and demand is not increasing. Otherwise, from where you'll get the goods from the heaven or what? Correct? All right. So if I have to plot this entire thing that we have seen here into a diagram, here you have expenditure side always will take along the y-axis, and along the x-axis will take the income side denoted by y. And just like you draw a trial balance for a business, they have to match, or else you have to pass a suspense account. Correct? But it is not necessary that your PL account have to match. PL account will only match when the differences between debit and credit side is written as either as net profit or a net loss. So can I say, without showing net loss or net profit, if your trial balance is matching, your PL account will also match? No. It will only match or balance out when you show whether you have added the value or there is a reduction in the value because you have incurred losses. So what has happened here is that it will, just like this diagram is nothing but a trial balance of an economy, and that says that by debit is equals to credit. It means expenditure side will always be equalized with the income side, and then we will make a PL account and we'll find out where we are now, where the economy is right now. So this will be your aggregate supply curve, that is C plus S, and this will be your C curve only, and then you'll have C plus I curve, that is your aggregate demand. So the interaction or intersection between demand and supply is happening at this point E, because here also there is a interaction is happening, but I cannot consider only C, that is aggregate consumption, as the demand, because demand is including the demand for everything, including necessities for life. It means it will include A value as well. So here and I value as well. So here you have Y dash and E dash, that is not the equilibrium. I will measure the equilibrium, we will measure the equilibrium at the point under Keynesian model where aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply, or C plus I equals to C plus S, that is at this point E where income is Y. Clear hai? Now Keynes later said that of course in the short run an assumption is taken that inflation is remaining constant. But what will happen? Acha, one more thing in the diagram. You'll find that as the supply is increasing, you look at the supply curve. If I plot a line over here, all right, and plot a line over here, this is your supply and this is your demand. So demand is more than supply. I increase the supply. So supply increases to this point. Don't you think demand is also going to increase? Supply again increases to this point, and of course demand is also going to increase, and they are equalized over here. Let's say you have gone to a point beyond the equilibrium and the businesses have produced at this point. Now at this point this is the supply, wherein this is the demand. So if I decrease the supply to this point, don't you think demand will also fall down? So demand and supply will always fall, but yes, they will not always be the same. But wherever they will intersect, Keynes said वहीं पर measure करो national income. Alright. Now the question comes that at the point of equilibrium, frequently asked question again, will the economy be at the point of full employment of resources, not only labor employment but resource employment as well? Will the economy be would have employed at this point E where we are measuring the equilibrium full resources? The answer is maybe, may not be. All right. But if the economy has already achieved its full employment of resources at point E when we are measuring the national income, then supply beyond this point in the short run is not possible. In the long run, it will be possible when you create an asset, but Keynes gave a short run model, not a long run model, and we measure national income every year. So the measurement of national income is a short run phenomenon. Of course, long term decision is taken for with regard to national income, but measurement is done on a short term basis. Analysis is done on a short term basis. So if let's say an economy has achieved full employment of resources and beyond this point demand increases, demand can increase anytime. Can there be a possibility of increasing the supply? The answer is no. So that will create what is known as inflationary gap. So in the same example, if let me erase this one. Now the economy has achieved full employment at this point. All right. Now let's say what happens is that demand curve shifts upward. यहाँ पर C curve है, अभी मिटा देते हैं इसको. अभी we are concerned about only aggregate demand and supply curve. Now there is a upward shift in the aggregate demand curve. Aggregate demand curve ऊपर उठ गया, up हो गया. But and it is cutting the aggregate supply curve over here. But the question is, when the demand has moved from here to here, from E to A agar move kar gaya, if suppose, then can the supply be also moved or increase from E to A, knowing the fact the economy has already achieved full employment? The answer is no, not possible. In the long run possible, in the short run not possible. So the economy, this demand cannot be met. But if businesses see that the demand is way higher than what I can supply right now, what will I do? I will raise the price. Everybody will raise the price, and so only the price will increase. That is, the nominal income is said to be increasing. This is your increase in the nominal income, this Y dash, not the real income. So where is the inflationary gap now? So find out where the actual demand curve should be, that is at this point, and where the demand has gone. This is shown by this. So you draw a line. If the new demand curve is up, the line will go up. If the new demand curve is down, the line will go down. So this difference between E and let's say B, that will give us what is known as inflationary gap. Clear? Now in the same way, what if the economy has reached this point, all right, has reached this point, but it has not utilized its full potential? What if I have a business and in a factory I can produce 10,000 units, but the demand is only 7,000 units? Will I produce 10,000? No, inventory is bad for business, correct? I will not produce because I've incurred the cost to make it. Unless I sell, how will I recover the money? So it means now what we say is here that economy should be achieving equilibrium at this point. Should be. That is C plus I यहाँ पर होने मांगता. Correct? It means the economy should achieve equilibrium at point E where income is again Y is here now. But due to lack of demand, there is under consumption happening in the economy. So of course logic says, by if the demand increases beyond my productive capacity, I cannot increase the supply. But if it decreases below my productive capacity, can I decrease my supply? Of course I can decrease my supply. If I have a factory that can produce a maximum of 10,000, I cannot produce 12,000. But if the demand falls down to 5,000, then I will produce only 5,000. Clear? So now what happens? The demand curve shifts downward. And now this will be your demand curve. All right. So economy which should have achieved equilibrium over here, that is at a higher level of income, it is now achieving equilibrium at this point, that is at a relatively lower level of income. So there is a deflationary gap. So now where the demand should have been? Over here. Where the demand is currently right now? Over here. So this difference is known as deflationary gap. Clear? Hai? Easy. So even if you do not, if you forget the diagram, simply याद रखने का कि inflationary gap you will find it happens before the, on the left hand side, deflationary gap it happens on the right hand side. And also remember that inflationary and deflationary gap only will happen when economy is either over, when either in the economy either there is excess demand or there is subdued demand. All right, clear hai? So now investment multiplier. Investment. Acha, one thing I did not mention you here. Aggregate supply is considered as C plus S. Why? This C stands for production of consumer goods and this S stands for, yes, savings, or you can say production of investment goods. So eventually we know if AD is equals to AS or C plus I equals to C plus S. So we can say eventually income is investment is always equals to saving in the economy. So I will always be equals to S. Now, investment multiplier, very, very important, and you will definitely get a question from me. Not only investment multiplier, but also its relationship with marginal propensity to consume, and frequently they will ask you also what are the reasons for leakages. Now, what is investment multiplier? Investment multiplier or multiplier effect is also known as ripple effect, wherein it is found that, now remember, Keynes said that autonomous investment do not change in the short run, but he also mentioned what will happen after some time the autonomous investment changes. Will the national income increase by the same amount of as the increase in the autonomous investment, or will the national income increase in greater proportion or in lesser proportion than autonomous investment? He said that of course there will always be a multiplier effect. But why is there a multiplier effect? The question is this, because understand that in an economy there will always be a butterfly effect wherein one sector will affect another sector. For example, you have become CA, like you there will be many students who would have become doctor, uh, lawyers. You will be providing services, intangible services. आपका good को हम intangible बोलेगा, invisibles बोलेगा, and you have received the money. When you have received this money, you will not only create demand in the service sector because you have made money from the service sector. You will end up creating demand in every sector. In the primary, secondary, tertiary, you will buy more pizza. You will Netflix से चलो Hotstar भी ले लेगा, Hotstar है चलो Amazon Prime भी ले लेगा. You will buy more mobile phone. You will buy more grocery items. So what will happen? Your income is originating from one sector, but you are creating demand in multiple sector. So when the demand in the multiple sector is increasing, there will be employment generation. It means somebody's consumption will always create an employment opportunity for somebody else. ऑलराइट, जहां कंजम्पशन बढ़ेगा आप सोच के रख लो वहां पर किसी को जॉब मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. Because how can the businesses meet your demand without increasing the supply? So those people who got the new job, or those people who got the incentive in their business because the business is performing good, because the demand is being created, they will create the second wave of demand, and then they will create second wave of employment and production as well. So this way it will move along like a ripple, just like when you throw a pebble of stone in a pool of water, the point of contact is one, but there is a ripple. Even if a drop of water falls in a small, glass of water, there will always be a ripple effect. The disturbance, displacements in the water will be from top to bottom everywhere else. So this is your investment multiplier, which says that देखो भाई, there will be increase in the income, which will be always and always greater than the increase in autonomous investment. ये कभी ऐसा नहीं होगा, neither it will be like this. It will always be like this due to investment multiplier. Also know this, that investment multiplier can never be zero. If there is no investment multiplier, then the multiplier value will be 1. All right, not 0. So when there is, let's say, investment multiplier is denoted by the letter K, and if investment multiplier is 10 times, then we can say that if Y increases by rupees 100, sorry, if I increases by rupees 100 crore, then there will be increase in Y, which will of course be greater, but it will increase by 1000 crore due to investment multiplier, right? And to find the value of investment multiplier, which is denoted by K, we say what? Changes in what? Changes in income and changes in investment. So changes in income by changes in investment, delta Y by delta I. Simple. So, but how will I look for the investment multiplier effect in a diagram? By looking at the diagram, you can easily say that whether there is investment multiplier at play or not. Again, this will be your aggregate supply curve, that is C plus S, and this is your initially C plus I, and here was the equilibrium achieved by, let me increase a little bit, this was C plus I, here was the equilibrium initially achieved. Now when there is an increase in autonomous investment, so understand here one thing, if C plus I is the aggregate demand, whether C increases, aggregate demand will increase, or I increases, aggregate demand will also increase. Alright. So if I increases, C remains constant, then C plus I curve will shift to the upside. And this is your C plus I plus delta I. It means the extra I have added here. So this value gives you the value of delta I. And now the equilibrium is achieved at a higher level of income, that is Y1. So how can I find out investment multiplier? Because you see the increase in the income by delta AI shown along the y-axis and the increase in income shown along the x-axis. Which looks more? Income is increasing in greater proportion than the increase in autonomous investment. Had there been no multiplier, then don't you think the income would have increased by the same margin as the increase in autonomous investment? But there will never be a possibility if there is no multiplier. Multiplier will always be there because somebody's consumption will create somebody's employment. All right. Now, this investment multiplier can also be calculated from marginal propensity to consume. But you have to keep in mind the relationship between the MPC and the value of K, and there is a direct or positive relation. I have told you why US, in which has 5% of the total population of the world. Total world population is 8 billion, 800 crore. And what is the population of US? 350 million. Alright. 800 crore में 350 million है, 1 billion भी नहीं है. So 5%, but it consumes more than 22-23% of the global resources. 5% population consume 22, 23, 25% of the global resources. So that's why every country which is exporting to US is dependent on US, because it's a bloody big market where people are poor but countries are rich because everybody is in debt and the rate of consumption is very high. So you will find every developed country in the world, every country which is a powerful nation, if not military wise then economy wise, Germany, France, US, the rate of consumption is very high, marginal propensity to consume is very high, and due to which the investment multiplier flies like a rocket. All right, it means if US in its economy pumps, let's say, just $500 billion, that is $500 billion, because their economy is 25-26 trillion dollar, then their national income will increase by 10 to 20 times of the infused money, and that also causes hyperinflationary situation over there. So uska फायदा भी है, नुकसान भी है. So if MPC increases, then the value of K will also increase, and we can also find out the value of K using the MPC formula. What is the formula? 1 by 1 minus MPC, or 1 by 1 minus B. And I've already told you that if suppose the value of B is 0. Let's take a value that will give us easy value K, then 1 by 1 minus 0.2, you are getting how much? 1.25. ये देखो क्या बढ़ा भाई. For every 100 crore rupees invested in the economy, if I is increasing, national income increased by 125 crore. But if the value of B is 0.8, then the value of K will be 1 minus 0.8, that will be 5 times. It means for every 100 crore, there will be of autonomous investment increase, there will be increase in income by 500 crore. Clear hai? All right. So tell me logically, if K has a positive relation with B, can I say that K will have inverse relation with MPS? Because if you look here, what I'm doing here is 1 minus MPC, that is nothing but MPS, no? Clear? 1 by 1 minus MPC is nothing but MPS. So 1 by MPS, you are getting this. If 0.2 is the MPC, then MPS will be equal to 0.8. 0.8 से ही तो divide किया मैं इसको. Alright. And if MPC is 0.8, then MPS will be equals to 0.2. So am I not dividing it by 0.2 here? 1 by 1 minus 0.8. 1 minus 0.8 is 0.2. So it has negative relationship to the investment multiplier. Clear है? Alright. Leakage आपको बता दिया था कि क्या है. Leakage can happen if there is increase in import, there is too much of tax imposed by the government, if people are using the increased income to buy goods which have been carried forward from the past, if they are using their increased income to pay the past debt. All right. If suppose let's say the economy has already reached its maximum level, and it means there is scarcity of resources, increase in income will only create inflationary pressure. All these things are self-explanatory. You can read it. I've included it in the quick revision note. All right. So let me see whether I have not missed anything. No. No. Okay. Done. Okay. All these things are covered. हाँ, क्वेश्चन है यहाँ पर देखते हैं एक बार. अब देखो यहाँ क्या बोला. Calculate marginal propensity to consume. Yes, dear, we have solved this problem, but I know for a fact after that we have solved it in the class, you have not even once solved it at home. Huh? So understand one thing, and that will be applied in every time you solve the problem. Core remains the same. We know that under Keynesian model, we measure national income where at the point of equilibrium. So can I say E will be equals to Y? Correct? And we know that Y will be equals to C plus I, but at the point of equilibrium that will be equals to C plus S. So can I say Y equal to C plus I equals to C plus S? Now I know that this is the income side and this is the expenditure side. Correct? So to solve the equation, can I take both income side Y equals to C plus S? No, I'll not be able to solve. I have to take one income side and one expenditure side. That is your aggregate demand. So Y will always be equals to C plus I, and so Y can also be written as C ka value A plus BY plus I. Clear? Now in the given question, what they have asked, calculate MPC and MPS from the following data when the economy is at equilibrium. National income Y is 2500. So Y 2500 है. We know Y equals to C plus I, पहले लिख देते हैं. So if Y is 2500 equals to autonomous consumption is 300. So A is 300 plus B you have to find out. So B Y. So can I write here 2500B, करेक्ट? क्या हो गया, समझ में आया? 2500B and plus I is 100. So if I want to find out what is the value of B, that's foregone 2100 equals to 2500B. Value of B is 2100 by 2500, that is 0.84. That is your MPC. So if I want to find out MPS, that will be 1 minus 0.84, that is 0.16 will be your MPS. Alright, you're looking confused. नहीं समझ में आया? नहीं आया तो पूछ, don't be shy. हाँ आया? तू, you are from Shisharipuram or Jayanagar? Jayanagar. Same logic if I apply here. Now you have to find out national income. So autonomous consumption, we know Y equals to C plus I, that is Y equals to A plus BY plus I. सिर्फ आपको put करने का Y, then A is 100, B value, marginal propensity to save is given 0.2, to MPS, MPC will be 0.8. So 0.8 Y plus I is 200. So then 0.8 will go here, it will 0.2 will be equals to 300, to Y equals to 300. So Y will be equals to 300 divided by 0.2, that will be 5 times, that will be 1500. Clear? ये करके बता. $50, 150. Everybody got 150? और हीरो तुम पेज क्यों पलट रहा है? यहां से सॉल्व करना डायरेक्टली देख के. बंद कर वो बुक को, इतना बल्कि बुक दे दिया वो ICI. That you don't need to, just stick to the class note, dear. Tell me. Sir, just put it in the formula, dear. Suppose consumption happens at this point. Investment is given, not the absolute but a functional value of investment. You have to find out Y. मैं क्या बोला? Y will always be equals to, in a two sector model, C plus I, and this Y can also write it down. I can write it down if I break C down into its constituents, A plus BY plus I. तो आपको तो सिर्फ वैल्यू ही पुट करने का है. सो Y निकालने का, Y नहीं बता मेरे को. A बोल दिया यहाँ 220 plus 0.6Y plus I is 10 plus 0.2Y. So this Y will shift to the left hand side. Y minus 0.6Y minus 0.2Y equals to 20 plus 1, 10, 30. So 0.2Y equals to 30. So Y will be 30 divided by 0.2, again 5 times. So 150 is the answer. Clear है? Before we go any further, ये आसान है, आप लोग कर लेगा. करने का है तो बताओ, मैं कर देता हूँ. Want me to do it? Yes, no? ये करो फिर आप लोग. I equals to S बोला था ना मैं. You have to find out what is Y and what is C. What is Y and what is C. After the change also you have to find out what is Y, what is C. 68. Guys. कितना मैं शॉर्टकट इसमें बताया था, if you remember. You have not solved and this easy question you are losing it out. And this close to the examination, not expected. ये बहुत easy questions है. I knew this thing, that's why I saved some time yesterday to give more time to this particular topic. 50. देखो यहाँ देखो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट जैसे वहां पे जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस था, यहाँ पे स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट विल ऑलवेज बी, कीप दिस इन योर माइंड, starting point will always be y equals to c plus I in a two sector model, y equals to c plus I plus g in a three sector model, and y equals to c plus I plus g plus x minus m in a four sector model. ये आपका स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है हमेशा. ऑलराइट, सो व्हाट इज गिवन y सिंपल, मेरे के पहले ये लिख दो इक्वेशन, सब आराम से काम होगा. फिर c plus I की जगह मैं आई एम स्ट्रेट अवे राइटिंग a plus by plus I. This is you have to, but I don't know what is y, but we know that in a two sector model I've told you c plus I equals to c plus s, and if I cancel out c plus c and c you have I plus s. ये hint आपको पहले दे दिया था. So can I say if s is equals to minus 10 plus 0.2 y, and I know s is equals to I, and I value is given as 50, can I not write 50 over here and minus 10 plus 0.2 y? लिख सकता है नहीं लिख सकता है बोलो. So now what is the value of y, you can find out easily. So what is the value of y? Y is 300. Correct. Now you have got the value of y as 300. अभी a क्या निकालने का है, y निकल गया 300, आपको निकालने का है लेवल ऑफ इनकम कंजम्पशन. अच्छा, कंजम्पशन निकालने का है. सो यू सी दिस इज, इफ दिस इज योर सेविंग, or if I want to straight away find out consumption, 0.2 y induced consumption, 0.2 into 300, or if I know that saving, simple, if saving is 50, income is 300, then consumption will be income minus saving, that will be 250. Easy way out. So income बोला हो गया, consumption बोला हो गया, और क्या बोला, अच्छा और ये बोला. Now they have updated the question. They have said that if investment increases permanently by 5 crore, so new I क्या है, और delta is will be how much, 55, because increases by 5. So y क्या हो जाएगा, minus 10 plus 0.2 y same way, but instead of this 50 I'll write 55. So what will be the y now, 0.2 y equals to 65, so y will be equals to 325 हो गया. And now what will be your consumption, क्या माइनस करेगा, 55 माइनस करेगा. So income minus saving, so that is 325 minus 55, so you got 270. बोलो yes or no. इजी क्वेश्चन है, यू कैन सॉल्व इट अगेन. मेंटली कर ले भाई, बता. 30 सेकंड, 30 सेकंड्स टाइम स्टार्ट नाउ, फटाफट 30 सेकंड्स. स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट y equals to c plus I, y equals to a plus by plus I. 20 seconds left. 4400. Everybody got it? Okay. So y equals to 100 plus 0.75 y plus 1000. So 0.25 y equals to 1100. यही ना? So y equals to 1100 divided by 0.25. So 4400. This is what you got. Okay. Now 3 sec investment multiplier. Yes, we have covered this investment multiplier. So let's solve the problem for investment multiplier, leakages and everything. Bolo. I'll solve a couple of problems. In an economy, investment expenditure increases by 400 crore. Delta I. Be careful when you read the question in the examination. Investment की जगह income ले लिया, income की जगह investment ले लिया, हो गया गड़बड़. And remember, ICI does this trick. They know that some students will take, rather than you are taking income by investment, somebody will take investment by income, and accordingly they will give you one of the options जिसका value आ रहा है. So delta I is 400 crore. MPC, that is B, is 0.8. 0.8. So can I find out the value of K? You have to find out total increase in income and saving. First find out K, then only I can find out by how much income is increasing. K is 1 by 1 minus 0.8. So that will be K will be equal to 5 times. So investment is increasing by 400. So income will increase by 400 into 5 times, that will be 2000. Income increases by 2000. First answer will I've got. What will be the saving? Simple logic. If I'm consuming 80% of my income, I'm saving only 20% of my income. So that will be how much? Savings will be 400. Khadam. Next question. Easy question. Increase in investment by 400 crore. Delta I 400 crore leads to increase in national income by 1600 crore. Delta Y is 1600. So delta Y by delta I 4 times. So the value of K is 4. They've asked you what is the value of MPC. So we know that K equals to 1 by 1 minus B, that is your MPC, and K's value we've got here 4. So 1 by 1 minus B. So now just find out the value of B. It will be 4 minus 4B. I'm multiplying this, taking on the left hand side, equals to 1. Minus 4B equals to minus 3. Minus minus cancels out. B equals to 3 by 4. That is 0.75 is the value of B. Clear है? कर बता फटाफट. $1,500. Everybody got it? Delta I 600 crore. MPC 0.6. So K is 1 by 1 minus 0.6. So that will be 1 by 0.4. That will be 2.5 times. So income will increase 600 into 2.5 times, that is 1500. Consumption expenditure कितना होगा? 1500 into 0.6. That will be 900. So saving will be equals to 600. Suppose in a country investment increases by 100 crore, consumption is this. How much increase will take place in income? Easy. Alright. Value of investment multiplier nikalo. 1 by 1 minus B, that is 1 by 1 minus 0.6, that is 1 by 0.4. 1 by 0.4 is 2.5 times. K is 2.5 times. So if investment increases by 100, then Y will increase by 250. Now 3 sector model. What happened? Three sector, apart from household and firm, there will be prevalence of government, and government intervention is only accounted for in two ways. So government sector will be present, but government intervention will be either in the form of government expenditure or it will be in the form of taxes. When I say taxes, means direct taxes, taxes on the income. So government expenditure is denoted by G, whereas taxes is denoted by T. It doesn't. Now Keynes said that देखो भाई transfer income in this income, sorry, transfer expenditure वो government कर रहा है तो payment है, मैं receive किया तो income है. So Keynes said that it does not matter whether the government is giving pension or government is giving free money or government is creating infrastructure. It does not matter. When the government spends, people will earn. So it means increase in G will lead to increase in the aggregate demand because the value of C will increase. All right. Because if government is constructing an airport, government will give to a contract to a private firm. Who is working in that private firm? Household. बोला सर गवर्नमेंट प्राइवेट फर्म को नहीं दिया तो अच्छा ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट ने तो क्या मोदी जी आके सामान उठा के बनाएगा. Then the government company will take the contract. So it does not matter who is constructing, household resources have to be used. So aggregate demand will increase. But so this G is considered as injections into the economy, because we know that if aggregate demand increases, then income will also increase because aggregate demand is a part of the national income. Whereas T is considered as leakages. So increase in the T will lead to decrease in the income and decrease in the aggregate demand. All right. So in a three sector model, if I have to find out the equilibrium, then we'll write C plus I plus G minus T equals to C plus S. In order to, by convention, we want to get T to the other side to remove the negative sign. So can I write here C plus I plus G equals to C plus S plus T? That will be the point of equilibrium. Apart from all the assumptions that we have taken under two sector model, here a new assumption is taken, that is government follows a balanced budget. So there are three types or outcomes of budget. In one budget wherein government expenditure is more than receipts, it means the G is more than T. The G is more than T. So we call this as a deficit budget. Right. But when receipts are more than government expenditure, it means government takes more tax because tax ही तो receipt है government का, but government spends less money. All right. Receipts are more than expenditure. Government spends less money. Then you will have surplus budget. Both of these things are not considered here. What we consider is that expenditure of the government will be equal to receipt or G will be equals to T. So there will always be a balanced budget. But if there is a balanced budget, it means whatever is the G government is spending and the T government is taking, then the equilibrium should be achieved at the same point as in case of two sector model. No. Why? I had answered this previously. If government says that I will spend 100 crore rupees of extra in India, but I will take 100 crore rupees of tax. बोला सर ये क्या हुआ फिर? Yes, due to multiplier effect. So remember one thing, that multiplier effect both works outward and inward. It means if the multiplier is 5, government increases 100 crore G, it will become 500 crore. But if government takes away 100 crore G or 100 crore T, the income will fall down by also 500 crore. But we all know that over a period of time, the value of multiplier will always come down, fizzle out. Leakages mein pada. So let's say that the value of multiplier or the value of K is 10 times right now, and government has increased the value of G by 100 crore. So this 100 crore will lead to increase in income by 1000 crore. But government will take tax only when you earn the income or before you earn the income? Only after. So after some times, what if the value of K decreases to 8 times? So now if government is increasing the T by 100 crore, then from the economy, only 800 crore will be subtracted. So eventually, don't you think the economy is left with a positive of 200 crore? So even though government follows a balanced budget, if they ask you how there is a rightward shift in equilibrium and income is achieved at a higher level of income despite having a balanced budget, it is due to the multiplier. Clear hai? So in a 3-sector model, if I want to get an equilibrium, it will be very simple. Same way, expenditure, income, aggregate supply curve, C plus S plus T आ गया यहाँ. This is C, this is C plus I, and this is your C plus I plus G. So equilibrium is achieved over here when the income is Y, not Y dash and E dash. This is the point of equilibrium. Clear hai? All right. Now, I should be asking for breather. Shouting at the top of my voice. This voice is also gone. Take 5 minutes. Come back, settle down. Let's at least finish this particular chapter. Tomorrow in public finance, we'll quickly do whatever there is, a little bit here and there, I'll explain you. And then we'll spend more time in demand for money theory and money supply multiplier and everything. And then international trade में foreign exchange का जो कुछ है थोड़ा भी आपको clear कर देगा. All right. Now, pay attention. Please redo these questions after going back home. Now, in a 2-sector model, there was no intervention of the government. Pay attention. In a 2-sector model, there was no intervention of the government. So there was no difference between income and disposable income. So disposable income, which is denoted by YD, and disposable income we get from the income if I deduct the taxes. All right. So now if I have to find out C aggregate consumption, it will be C equals to A plus B YD. All right. So you have to always, now beginning point in this case, now when you solve the problem, first solve and find out what is C. Once you have found out what is C, then everything is easy. So can I write here C equal to A plus B YD ke jagah Y minus T? So C will be equal to A plus BY minus BT. So now if I want to find out national income, it will be A plus BY minus BT plus I plus G. That is the complete formula. Correct? So let's dig into the sum. So everything I've explained here, equilibrium also. Suppose the following data about a simple economy is given, wherein C equals to 10 plus 0.75 YD, I is 50, G and T is equals to 20, C consumption we know, I investment, YD disposable income. You have to find out what is the value of Y and what is the value of M, what is the value of K. So first of all, we have to find out what is yd. What is yd? Y minus t. So y we don't know because we have to find out, but t we know is 20. So can we say yd is nothing but y minus 20? All right. So now if I write here C equals to A plus BYD, that is 10 plus 0.75 YD. YD value we have found out to be Y minus 20. So C will be equal to 10 plus 0.75 Y minus 15. So 0.75 multiplied by 20, C will be equals to minus 5 plus 0.75 Y, not YD, Y. So now if I want to find out what is y, that is c plus I plus g. So that is minus 5 plus 0.75 y plus I value they have given as 50 plus g is 20. So solve for y minus 0.75 y will could get down here. So it will be 0.25 y equals to 50 plus 270 minus 5, that will be 65. So the value of y will be 65 divided by 0.25, that will be how much? 130, 130, 260, no? No, 260. Right. Now if I want to find out the value of k, 1 by 1 minus b, and the value of b is 0.75. So 1 by 1 minus 0.75, that will be 1 by 0.25, that will be 4 times. Clear? Easy. Next, they have given transfer income. So remember here that transfer income TR will increase. That is nothing, TR is nothing but the G that the government gives you. All right. It is the income earned by the households as subsidies or whatever that will increase their purchasing power. So now if I have to find out disposable income, then from the income, if I deduct the tax and I have to add the TR. Clear? As simple as that. So let's take a look at a problem. Now TR is 50 and T is 100. So if I want to find out YD, that will be Y minus T is 100 plus TR is 50. So YD will be equals to Y minus 50. There, what is happening there? Exam is around the corner. Huh? What is YD? Tell me. What is the difference between Y and YD? Tell me. Yes, dear, you. What is the difference? Yeah, you don't look back. Yes. You. What is the difference between Y and YD? Hmm? What income? And then Y, what is YD? What is YD? Of course, you'll tell me. No, I know you are paying attention. Disposable income. All right. I'm predicting one thing. I may be wrong, I may be right. All of you will make it to the CA, but there may be, I can bet if I have to bet, one person, one student in the class who may end up becoming a topper, or he may get a rank. Who is that? Now, some of you may also get a rank, but the behavior of somebody, some students, and how he or she is responsive, most of the time answering, concentration, that also plays a very important role. All right. I forgot his name. Darshan. Right? Very high possibility. He may end up getting all India rank. Very, very high possibility. So understand one thing. Tell me, dear, you are competing with him. Right? It's a survival of the fittest. You can also get a rank. It's not that he has been sent from the heaven, but you have to work hard. Every one of you will have to work hard. And at this time, you cannot have chit chats. Remember, your friends will go and they will make it, and then once they are successful, they will not pick up the phone for you. Maybe you will be hesitant to call him or her. So please get rid of it, and then you can enjoy. Right? There are a lot of important things in life you can do, but right now the most important thing is paying attention. Right? So I've solved an entire sum here without with YD and everything, and then I've asked you the question, what is the difference between Y and YD? So pay attention. So transfer income we have to add. So we are deducting the tax and adding the transfer income. So YD will be Y minus 50 here. So now if I have to get the value of Y, first again, foremost is C you have to find out. That is 100 plus 0.75 YD, that is Y minus 50. So C will be equals to 100 plus 0.75 Y and minus 75% of Y, that will be 37.5 na re. So that will be C equals to 137.5 plus 0.75 Y. आ गया? Then you put it simply in Y. Y equals to C plus I plus G. So that is 137.5 plus 0.75 A. गड़बड़ हुआ क्या कुछ? 100 minus 37.5 minus होगा ना? You also nodding your head. So that will be 62.5 plus 0.75 Y. So Y will be 62.5 plus 0.75 Y plus I is 200 plus G is 100. So again 0.25 Y equals to, that will be 362.5. So Y will be 362.5 divided by 0.25. 1450 is the value of Y. Okay. Here two different types of taxes are given. One is lump sum tax, one is proportional tax. Lump sum tax, it doesn't depend on your income. You have to pay whatever be your income. That is denoted by T. And proportional tax is the proportion of income that you have to pay. This is denoted by T1. So if I have to find out what is total tax, total direct tax, that will be your lump sum tax plus proportional tax. Both taxes together. So it means if now I want to find out disposable income, that will be Y minus T minus TY. दोनों को minus करेगा. Or you can do what? Don't get confused. Y minus T plus TY means the same thing, no? Either you deduct it separately or add both and deduct. Clear? So now let's take a look at the problem. Consumption is this. Total tax is this. Find out disposable income. पहले disposable income निकालने का बोलो कितना आता है. You guys will not tell me. Let them say. What happened? Girls over there, tell me how much, what is the total? Not the absolute, but what equation you're getting for disposable income? 0.9y disposable income. देखो simple. Okay, let's see. YD is y minus t. So y minus t is minus 25 minus 0.1 y. YD will be y minus 0.1 into 0.9 y minus 25. This is what you said. So disposable income. Now tell me what is the value of C? I think it's correct. So let's see. 75 plus 0.5 YD, that is 0.9 y minus 25. So C equal to 75 plus 0.9 is 0.45 y and minus 12.5. So C will be equals to 75 minus 12.5, that will be 62.5. 62.5 you got, plus 0.45 y. So you got the C. Now find out y. Correct. So y will be equals to C plus I plus E, that is 62.5 plus 0.45 y plus I is 80 and plus G is 100. So ये यहाँ गया 0.55 y equals to 180 plus 62. That will be 242.5. No, correct. Y का कितना वैल्यू बोला? 440.99. 40.90. Correct answer. What was the value of multiplier? What is the formula for multiplier? Not remember this value of multiplier. It's a misprint. Trade multiplier. Sorry, tax multiplier. 1 by 1 minus b plus b t. Correct. So tax multiplier will be 1 by 1 minus b plus bt. All right, and I've shown you the derivation also in the usual class. So 1 by 1 minus b is 0.5 plus 0.5 into t is how much? 0.1. So how much you getting? 0.55. No, it should be more than 1. 1.8. That is your tax multiplier. 16, solve it yourself. Tell me. YD निकालने के पहले YD is y minus t, that is minus 25 minus 0.1 y. So YD equals to 0.9 y minus 25. C is 100 plus 0.8 YD, that is 0.9 y minus 25. C will be equals to 100 plus 0.72 y minus 80% 25, that will be 20. Correct? No. So C will be equals to 120 plus 0.72y. This you've got? Huh? Sorry, minus it. My fault. Sorry. 80 plus 0.72y. This is what you've got? So y will be 80 plus 0.72 y c plus I is 200 plus g is 100. So y minus 0.72 y is 0.28 y and 480. Sorry, 380. 380 you're getting? Huh? Some mistake हुआ है क्या? Let's see. 100 plus 0.72y minus 25. Just hold on. yd equals to 0.y minus 25 c. This one you're saying? Y minus t. Acha, tr I have missed out. Tr I have missed out. Sorry. Then why do people you have nodded head? This is I've missed out the tr part. That's why you're getting the wrong answer. So one value is wrong, entire sum will go wrong. So yd will be equals to y minus t, that is 25 minus 0.1 y plus 50. This plus 50 I did not do. So yd will be equals to y minus 0.1 y 0.9 y and plus 25. Yes. So now C will be 0.8 CA plus B YD, that is 0.9 Y plus 25. C will be 100 plus 0.9 0.72 Y and plus is 20. So C will be equals to 120 plus 0.72. Now correct? So now we have to find out Y, that is 120 plus 0.72 y plus I is 200 plus g is 100. So y minus 0.72 0.28 y equals to 420. So y equals to 420 divided by 0.28. How much you getting? 1500. Easy. All right. 4-sector model now. Let's quickly get over with it. Please practice all the sums after going back. All right. There is no tomorrow. Tomorrow is today only. In a 4-sector model, it's an open economy model, and so there will be presence of external sector, and the external sector influence the economy through either export, which is denoted by X, or import, which is denoted by M. Now there can be, if export is considered as injection, and just like in the national income previously we have studied, export is more than import, you will have net injections into the economy, GDP will increase. Whereas import I considered as leakages. So you can have either. So now if I have to find out what is the aggregate demand, in the aggregate demand side, you have C, consumption of consumer goods, consumption of investment goods, government expenditure, plus export minus import. And aggregate supply side will be C plus S plus T. All right. So this is how where you will achieve equilibrium. Now in a 4-sector model, there can be two cases, whether export is more than import. In this case, there is net injection. So it means here equilibrium will be achieved at a higher level of income. So income will increase in the economy. On the other hand, if M is more than X, net import hai, then there is net leakages, and as a result the national income will decrease. It means equilibrium will be achieved at a relatively lower level of income. All right, and diagram is also very simplistic. So now same thing, but one more curve that you have to draw. So again the expenditure side and the income side, and you have aggregate supply, that is C plus S plus T. You have C, C plus I, C plus I plus G. Here you are getting one Y dash and E dash, and then you have C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So now we can see that equilibrium is achieved at a higher level compared to a three sector model because we have net export. But if there is a net import, then what will happen is that this will hijack the aggregate demand curve. So now at the point of equilibrium, you are seeing that C plus I plus G curve is lying above the C plus I plus G X minus M curve. So up till this area you have net export, but beyond this area you have net import. If you don't want to remember the diagram, no problem, you can forget it. But what you need to remember is whether X more than M or M more than X. So यहाँ पर equilibrium will shift to the right upside, and here equilibrium will be shifting to the left. Right. So now after taking into consideration export and import, and if I have to calculate the national income, then I have to add export and deduct import. So from the export I will deduct the M, but there can be two different types of M. One is the usual import, normal import, that very frequently do not increase due to the change in the income. One is induced import, which is nothing but is a proportion of income which increases as the income increases. This depicts the standard of life living in the citizen for citizens in any country. So if I ask you in during 80s and 90s, even 2000 era, how many Indian households used to consume imported products? I'm not saying imported car and everything. वो तो है ही, but I'm talking about imported chocolates, imported fruits, imported cloth, not many. But now why is it that people can afford it? Because their income has increased. So as the economy grows, people's income increase, they take a kind of a demonstration effect in purchasing a goods by importing it from other countries. Of course, they are not going to import, they will create a demand, so importers are going to import on their behalf. When there is demand is there, it will not never go vacant. So now if I have to find out the trade balance is what is left after export and import adjustment. Then from the export, I have to deduct my induced import, and I have to deduct, it means both imports together we have to deduct. Matlab either you add both the imports and deduct, or from the export you deduct this import and deduct MY as well. Clear hai? So let's take a look at a problem. Again, beginning point will be the same. Pehle, see, 17. I'll let you go home. Don't worry. I'll not start public finance today. Looking at your faces. So consumption is given by C equals to 40 plus YD. T is 0.1Y. Remember, lump sum tax nahi diya yahan. Alright. Lump sum tax nahi, only proportional tax is given. So simply your YD will be Y minus 0.1Y. So YD will be 0.9Y. Right? And X minus M, then if I want to find out Straight away let's find out y equals to c plus I plus g plus x minus m. C is 40 plus 0.8 yd, that is into 0.9y. इसको भी ब्रैकेट में रखता हूं. Plus I, that is 60, plus g, that is 40, plus x, that is 58, minus m, that is 0.05 y. So if I open the bracket here, y equals to 40 plus 0.72 y plus 60 plus 40, 100, 158, 158. So y will be y minus 0.72 y equals to 198. 198 ही आ रहा ना आपका. So what is the value of y? Divide 198 by 0.28. Where? हाँ, इंपोर्ट माइनस नहीं किया क्या मैं? ये क्या है? हाँ हाँ, okay. Here I have left it. Or what? 40. Okay. Yes. So that will be 40 plus 100, 140, 198. एक skip कर गया मैं. So that will be y will be equals to 40 plus 60, 100, 100 plus 40 is 140 plus 58, that is 198, plus 0.72 y minus 0.05 y. So y minus 0.72 y plus 0.05 y equals to 198. Now correct? So how much you are getting for here? Let me change the battery. So how much is y minus 0.72 minus plus 0.5 y? 0.33 y equals to 198. So you're getting the value of y as 600. Exact value you're getting. Now they've asked you if export were to increase by 6.25. You don't have to do anything. What you have to do here, simply यहाँ पर 40, everything will remain same. 40 plus 0.8 plus 0.9 y plus point, यहाँ पर 60, यहाँ पर 58 लिया है ना. Only change this value, 58 plus 0.6.25, that is 64.25, and exactly everything else remains the same. Hmm? 600, 619. 619 is the value of y. But understand here, they've asked you find out a net export. अगर पहले वाले में net export मेरे को find out करना है, so we know that x is equals to 58 and m will be equals to 0.05 into y value we've got first is 198, and in the second case x is how much? 64.25, correct? Minus 0.05, and how much you got the national income? 619 into 619, that will be the trade balance. So यहाँ पर trade balance कितना आया आपका? You got it? Know what I've done here? $58 minus 0.05 into 198. 600 ट्रेड कैसे 600 आएगा रे? 48.1. Who said 600? डिवाइड कर दिया क्या? अरे बाबा देख, ये मैं शॉर्टकट मारता, आप कंफ्यूज हो जाते. फर्स्ट में इनकम, हाउ मच डिड यू गेट द इनकम वैल्यू? You got 600. 600. Export was given as how much? 58. Import was given as how much? 0.05. We know trade balance is export minus import, correct? Now, if I want to find out absolute value of import, how much it will be? 0.05 into 600. Then how much it will be? It will be 30. M is 30. X is so 58 minus 30. Your trade balance will be 28. This is your trade balance. Correct? This is what you have got, no? Acha, you are saying this as this 600. I thought real answer is 600. So I've done something wrong here. What? Acha, 198 I've taken into 600. Into 619 here I've taken. Dimag khum gaya. We'll do this problem and then you can go home. Now be careful here, dear. If tax is not given 0, do not stress your head. Tax is 0 nahi hai to matlab it means y equals to yd. Khatam. It means straight away you can put it in the value. Y is C, that is 60 plus 0.9 yd लिखने का जरूरत नहीं, y plus I is 10 plus G is 10 plus X is 20 minus M is minus 10 minus 0.05y. So either you add this and then deduct or straight away deduct. So then can I say here y minus 0.9y plus 0.05y equals to 60, 70, 80, 100 minus 10. 90 आ रहा है? What is the value of y you are getting here? 0.85. 0.85 y equals to 90. Y will be 90 by 0.85. Huh? फाइनल वैल्यू मैं पूछा आप लोगों ने तो कैलकुलेटर नहीं चल रहा है. So 600 y you have got. हाँ, ट्रेड बैलेंस. व्हाट इज द ट्रेड बैलेंस? इंपोर्ट कितना आ जाएगा? 10 plus 0.05 into 600. So how much you getting? 10 total 40 you are saying, no? फिर से बोलेगा सर नहीं 10 को छोड़ के 40 बोला. So M is 40 and X was given as 20. So X minus M, you have a negative net negative trade balance, you have minus 20. All right, clear? What is a foreign trade multiplier? Foreign trade multiplier tells us what will be the impact of export and import upon the economy? So we will have to do what? We will have to add the induced import alongside the B. So foreign trade multiplier was 1 by 1 minus B plus induced import. So 1 by 1 minus 0.9 plus induced import was 0.05. So when you solve this, you will get the foreign trade multiplier. कितना आया देख ले? 6.66. So FTM, you're getting 6.66. Clear hai? Chapter over. After going back home, especially Keynesian model, सारा problem देखना. Any problem, come to the class and ask me tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll start with public finance, जो बहुत theoretical है, फटाफट भगाएगा मैं, and I will, so that I can spend more time on multiplier and demand theory and everything, and then we'll move on to the international trade. All right.